welcome to the second season teams that are the winner bracket matches. So the winners of these two will be off to the playoffs where they'll be going to join Mouse, OG, Passion, and Four Pirates, I believe, are the invited teams. And if I'm not mistaken, I do think that eSpoiled may have a conflict in the schedule, that there might be a match at the same time for them in another tournament, which is why they joined two tournaments. If they had one yesterday, there wouldn't have been a time schedule conflict for them. Unfortunate either way, but we're not going to be seeing them for the rest of the tournament. They're out. So, Yellow Submarine versus Impossible. We have all the players in the lobby. But this is going to be this is how it looks like. It's a little complicated. Every time I look at this one, it looks a little complicated. But yes, Yandex as well as Zero Tenacity won. Zero Tenacity did play against Yellow Submarine, who had a stand-in yesterday. XN was replacing, I believe it was Morel. So that's not going to happen today, though. Today it's going to be the exact roster. The main roster is going to be playing for Yellow Submarine, which is why I think that they are going to be having a. I think they're going to win the first match. And then if they win, whoever wins, goes up at the lower bracket finals for tomorrow. Where they're going to be facing up against the loser between Yandex and Zero Tenacity. Now, let us look at Group B, which by the time, I don't think I'm going to cast any games of Group B. It's just how the way the schedule works. I don't get any chances to see how Group B plays, which is sad a little bit. But it is how it is. For the record, guys, this is going to be a $40,000 prize pool tournament. That is not a. There you go. Look at that prize pool. Boy, out of the 40,000, 25 is for first place. Gotta say, 25K. Especially for the invited teams who skip the group stage, you only have to like what 3 matches and you get 25,000. Pretty good for some of those invited teams. Second place takes 8K. Third place takes 5, and fourth place takes 2,000. sort of yawning a little bit. I'm very sorry about that. I'm hyped up for this. There's an elimination match. Although I do not think it's going to be the closest elimination match I've ever seen. All right. So yeah, we said Tusk and Bane. Warlock is fine. Maybe they go. There you go, Bane. It's like Bane would. Wow, Bane's good. Yellow Submarine. You can show your offlaner or your carry now. For what do they want? I feel like, well, you know what, Mag, Centaur, meh. Brewmaster might not be so bad, honestly. I kind of like the idea of a Brewmaster. I think Brewmaster could do really well for the team, so I'm okay with that. I don't know. Because I'm not sure if they're going for a carry or a offlaner right now, so it's very hard to predict. But I would feel like Brew would be very solid for them if they can get their hands on it. Because you also need frontline. You need someone in the front to make space. If it's not, Brew, Centaur's okay, Underlord's okay, but Brew feels the best. Oh, they could also go for a Terrorblade right now. That would be interesting because then they'd have no stuns apart from Lasso. But you get those free reflection illusions with Radiance against an Abaddon because it's a core Abaddon. And core Abaddons that don't go Radiance tend to farm very slow. So, not very, very slow, but it's slower than you want. So Terrorblade's an option if you go carry. Brewmaster's what I feel like if you want to go off lane. Obviously, they might pick something completely different and just bamboozle us as they always do. All right, anything here for this pick? They're taking their time. They're cooking something good for us. They go for the Tidehunter. Now, to be fair, there's no guarantee this is an offlane Tidehunter. You see carry Tidehunters here and there. They can do pretty well for themselves. Now, the Ursa ban does indicate that this might be an offlane Tidehunter. Generally because Tidehunter can shrug off so many things, but Fury Swipes is not one of them. And that was impossible to get rid of the Terrorblade. They're saying, yeah, we don't want to give you the free Radiance. Free Radiance is a bit much. So they banned the Terrorblade, which I think is a very good ban. And TA is just a solid hero all the time. Alright, Yellow Submarine. Time for you to pick a carry here. Try to think of a good carry for them in this situation. Lifesteal is banned out. To be frank, do you want to go something like a Wraith King? I mean, I say that even though I've never seen Wraith King in like super long time. But he would be good against the Bane sleep. My problem with Yellow Submarine right now is I think they lack stuns. So they need a carry with stuns, or they pick an offlane or put the Tide as a carry. I honestly would have said offlane Mars if they want to go for it. But what they want to go for is like a Sven-ish kind of hero. They go for Nature's Prophet. Fine. I guess that's okay. Impossible. Probably going to be needing their carry or their mid. To be fair, they need the Coral. Because Dragonite can go 1, 2, 3. Abaddon can go 1, 3. So it's like you have multiple options based on what you want to go for. I feel like you could put the Dragonite mid. So you could pick you're up against the Queen of Pain, though. What does Int want yesterday? I think Dragonite mid against Quap is pretty solid for me. You don't really get the health regeneration as fast as you used to, because the innate is like, it's good, but it's slow build up. You really need levels for it to be useful. So Impossible has much better control. I'm picking a hero here with stuns, like, I was gonna say Ember Spirit, but Void Spirit, Storm Spirit would be really... I would love that they went for a... Primal. Limp played Primal yesterday. So... And it wasn't... I was trying to remember what hero he played. It wasn't really impressive the way he played Primal Beast. However, this is another hero with stuns, a BKB piercing ability. I don't believe you can like shrug off the Pulverize, which is kind of cool. But I kind of like... if I have to be honest with you, I think the Impossible draft is better of the two. I don't want to lie to you guys. I like telling you the truth. I think that they came out with the better draft on Impossible. They have good dispels on their side, solid saves. They have a lot of stuns and control. Yellow Submarine, their saves aren't really there apart from Pugna Heal. Their control is Ravage and Lasso. Come on, bro. You can literally always TP out before level 6, and very likely always TP out after the Bat and the Tide hit 6 as well. But Yellow Submarine does come to me as the favorites, and they're just the better team on paper by a lot. So I'm having a really hard time thinking that Impossible is going to win this, despite the fact that their draft, in my opinion, is way better. So, drafter team, you guys can decide. I'm having a really hard time picking this one. Oh, Koda's got a really good win rate. 8,000 wins, 7,300 losses. No, not bad. We're going to go into the game in just a second here. Let's see if there's any interesting facets. It looks like it's exactly the ones you expect with, Krill Eater for Tide Hunter is the one that we're often seeing for the core one. I don't think anyone even picks the other one anymore. Too bad. I liked it, free damage reduction. All right, we're gonna start off here. So overall, I'm with Yellow Submarine. I've seen many times a team gets a really good draft, and then the other team is on paper better. The team that's on paper better usually does well. Usually, although upsets have happened. Now we could look at the lane stage here. So DK versus Quap mid. Quap can probably harass the DK a decent amount, but eventually the DK is like, I don't really care too much. He is queuing up 2 bracers as well. That's something I want to check. I was like, is he going to go for the double bracer build, which helps him sustain early on? So double bracers against the Quap, you're fine. Okay, smoke on smoke action here. A limb. Oh, Frog break, a limb. Okay, takes a while to turn around. But he's fine. He's fine. Now, Primal Beast. Oh, Primal Beast being chased here. Alim should have an okay time versus Bottega as a Nature's Prophet. As a Primal Beast, gets it. It's going to be 3 for 1. And reminder, if anything happens, he can just TP. He can also. Alim. Oh dear, that is. And that is why you go for the better team, because that's really unfortunate. He was trying to run away from them using his onslaught. Unfortunately, gets interrupted halfway through and gets cancelled, and he gives away First Blood. First Blood, at least it went to the position 5, so that's nice. But it's like, wow, you did the best feat possible. He might have considered taking, what's it called, his passive Uproar, and then, just slows them down, runs away. That could have worked out well for him. Perhaps someone in chat can tell me if that would have been the play. I think that would have been, potentially safer. All right. Bane and Tide versus... Ooh, bye-bye Courier.
Has been killed.
Bane and Dragon Knight versus the Tide and the Bat. I think overall that the Bane and the Abaddon should do well. Actually Tide, I don't know why. Yeah, Amano should have a decent time. He's going to be able to remove any sticky napalm if that even comes out. You have lifesteal from the Bane. Just the Abaddon is very tanky. Overall, bottom lane should go for Impossible. So far, that doesn't seem to be the case, though, as Inferno's 5-0 to the 3-1. But, 9 seconds in, way too early to judge the laning stage. Let's get top's good. Pugna and Nature's Prophet versus the Primal Beast and the Dark Willow. Frankly, I would think that the Primal Beast and the Dark Willow should have a good time. You have a decent amount of control and stuns between these two. A good way to get on top of someone. Pugna's Decrepify is remarkably useless against the Primal Beast. So I think top should go for Impossible. So far, though, the CS is double for Bottega. So it's not looking like that just yet. That's something I'm seeing a lot more. You take like 1 point in uproar, helps you last it and stuff. The slows also is like a free mana slow, not 3 mana, a free mana. But overall, top lane is going quite nice for Bottega. Bot lane is going decently, fairly even. Both the Mono and Inferno are getting their farm. Mid lane is where we're seeing a bit of a difference though, as the Dragon Knight, as we mentioned, really hard to zone out, and so far Int is having a decent time here. Morel is going for 2 points in Shadow Strike. It's helping right now, but if he gets more points in Shadow Strike and doesn't get kills, it's going to be a problem. Meanwhile, bottom lane Inferno taking a bit of damage here. That slow is very nice with the Curse of Avernus, I believe. Oh, it's still only level 1. Level 1 and doing that much slow? Very nice. I'm going to check if he had one of those orbs of corrosion or something, but nope. Just zoning out, straight up. Overall, fairly evenish laning stage, with mid going very nicely for Impossible while they're suffering top on Aleem. But it's not like it's not the biggest deal. It's not a huge gap. Oh, Bottega rotates mid, gets them the kill. Oh no, that was really the best lane for Impossible at the moment. Unfortunate for Int. I was looking at him earlier, and he was like at 300 health, and I was thinking, that's not a whole lot of life. But clearly he thought it was enough. Unfortunately, he does lose his life in the end. Alright. Well, just has to be a little bit more careful. Make sure he keeps that health up so he doesn't fall prey like that. Now, once we go into the mid game, I think that's when Yellow Submarine starts to hit their strides. You have a Quap running around the map making space with an Nature's Prophet who can teleport anywhere. And, you know, Tidehunter is like just a very nice, burly, tanky hero to have in fights early on. I don't know what... Oh, Bottega? Oh, that's a really good Sprout. Not sure he got exactly wanted to be there. Like, I think he wanted to be on the other side, but still stays alive. And that is an unfortunate moment for Impossible. Oh, yeah, for Impossible's side, the Abaddon won't want to fight. Generally, carry Abaddon, you don't want to be too active without the Radiance. It's like you show up, you can throw a shield, which is good, but it's not a whole lot as... Oh, looks like Bottega teleported away. Where did he go? Are they going for... No, he just went back to teleport. Okay, sorry, back to base to heal up. For a second, I was like, where is he? I like that Int is going for the Blink Dagger. I think if you get a fast Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight, it's going to work out a lot for them. And this is a 3-point Shadow Strike on the Quap. As we mentioned, the Dragon Knight innate, it's not as good as before. You know, like when it was a skill, you got more out of it. Mid lane, they're trying to go for a kill here. Sleep comes out. The stuns are there. They got him. Oh, it was a close one, but they do get the kill. Int, can he walk out of there? Gets flame break back to the fire and burns down in the end. Mr. Elsa is able to bring him down. 1-for-1 trade, but Yellow Submarine did bring more people here. And Garb actually gets a kill on Hakoda. Well, that's not ideal. I think the Bane was actually there from the start. Yep, he was there from the start. Okay. Overall, still very nice move there coming out for Impossible. 2-for-1 trade. And reminder that Quap was the first person to die. And she is your main tempo hero. Kills on Quap at this point of the game are incredibly good for Impossible. Sorry, Ready. Those, you know, sorry and Ready look like very similar words. You know, they have an R and a Y, 3 letters. Okay. Can he get the kill here? Yep, looks like he should be able to. Nice move by God. Oh, God, one more hit. Hey, oh, beautiful use. Beautiful use of the salve. He drops a ward, just so you can see. He's trying to die to a creep. I believe he died to the Queen of Pain. So, good for her. But yeah, that main net worth looking pretty good. At the same time, Aleem's net worth on this Primal Beast is rough. That's a huge issue. You really expect your Primal Beast to be, you know, kind of the main focus of your early aggression. Before the Dragon Knight has Blink, your main playmaker needs to be Primal Beast, but Aleem, ah man, I don't know how that's gonna work out for them. Well, in the meantime, while we're looking at the terms of shrines, just one for one. Aleem takes one for himself. He feels like, okay, I need this EXP to catch up. He's actually the same level as the Bane. Oh, looks like a Koda. He plants a ward, but feels like he needs to instantly deward it. Was spotted out. Hey, bro, you're saying that it looks like, oh, okay, that's level 5 Abaddon. Oh, what? Like, no hesitation. Just Ravage, throw, get the kill. Koval might lose his life. Can they get a kill on Hokoda? Pugna is a very, very, very fast hero, and he just runs away after decryptifying the Primal Beast. Hokoda is making... He's not making space. He's making galaxies at the moment. That's what he's doing. Oh, great, Hokoda. He can... He gets the stun off from the center. Alright, that's pretty cool. But yeah, someone saying that lots of stuns versus Nature's Prophet looks promising. I agree. It does look promising, but you gotta remember there's a gap between the two teams. Well, we mentioned this early, and we're seeing it now. The biggest problem is Bottega is having a good time, and Aleem is not. And Bottega is building... He's just gonna go and farm, it looks like, with an early Maelstrom. Oh, Morel. Okay, decent amount of control. Oh, Int, I think you're in trouble, buddy. They have a Sonic Wave if they need to use it. They're trying to save it up. There, he's like, nah. Just Sonic Wave his ass. He's dead. Leaving so soon indeed. Whoops! That happened. And again, Dragon Knight, the thing is, he'd love to farm a little bit. He'd love to get that Blink Dagger. Without the Blink Dagger, it's not super easy for him to get into these fights. Oh dear, Aleem. Okay, that's a decent on. Doesn't get enough, and Aleem is dead again. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but I saw this exact performance on Primal Beast yesterday on Aleem, and I was shocked today when he picked it. Because you think, man, you got decimated. Maybe it's not the patch. Maybe it's not the time to bust out that Primal Beast. Sharp. He does spot the ward. Well, gets the ward off. Needed. 3,000 gold ahead though for Yellow Submarine this early. Pretty nasty. Any interesting items we're working at, but yeah, a big part of Impossible's draft is just going to come back to that Radiance timing for the Abaddon. Until it's there, they probably don't play too aggressive. There's a Vlad's on the Tidehunter. Looks like he's going to go for the phase after. Could be a Mage Slayer after that, or a Blink Dagger, or a Pipe, something like that. That's what I usually expect from one of these offlane Tidehunters. It would also be really good if he gets an early shard, because the control is lacking on Dire with a capital King. Oh, pause comes out. Okay. They're discussing here. Are we in a bad spot? Like, yeah, we kind of are, but we'll make it through. Don't worry, we'll make it through. Didn't Nightmare used to do damage at one point? Looks like they moved that part to Enfeeble. Enfeeble does a lot of pure damage. Jeez. Goes up to 400. That's pretty wild. Pretty cool. Ugh. But is forced to really, try and make space for the rest of the group. Forcing a player or a hero to do something they're not built to do can really take the winds off your sails. Not only will they, possibly mess up doing that. Oh, okay. Solid. That's a sleep on the Tide Hunter. If they can get a kill on Hood, that would have been great. Ravage comes out on 3 of them. Oh, that's a decent onslaught. Can you get the pulverize? Oh, nope, doesn't need to. Lassa comes out. It's so far a good trade for Impossible. Only Hakoda did. Aleem still has the pulverize. If he wants to go in, onslaught available in 5 seconds. Could charge in and grab someone, get themselves a good kill. No lasso, no Ravage. So nothing can interrupt them. Yes, it's only a kill on the Pugna, but reminder that this is Yellow Submarine putting a real amount of effort to get the tower, and they were repelled. So solid fight for them. For Impossible. Aleem is level 8, the same as Infernal. That's pretty good. Considering how the rough playing stage, okay, it's 9 now on Infernal, but it's still fairly decent. Batrider's going first item, Blink Dagger. He is 600 gold away from it. Luckily, there's saves on the other side with the shield and the nightmare, but that's rough, or fast blink on this bat. Pharrell just farming away, working towards that Kaya. Not even ahead of the Dragon Knight at this point, which is a good thing for Impossible. Top lane, they're pushing in. They're like, well, mid's a little bit tough. We're just gonna go top. They bring the tower down to about half health. Abaddon only 1,200 gold away from his Radiance. Once he gets that, this is gonna be the biggest power spike. You're gonna have like a good 4 or 5 minutes with the Radiance without a pipe on the enemy side. That's going to be an opening for Impossible. We'll see what they can do with it. Oh, Hakoda did again. Just a little bit out of position there. I'm just looking at some of the items that we have. Still about 500 gold away from that Radiance. I also thought he'd have it by now for some reason. Nature's Prophet gonna go for that Hurricane Pike. Lots of good stats. He just wants to sit back and right click as much as he can. And Batrider does have the Blink Dagger. He's smoked up. This will be the blink reveal if he can get on top of Aleem. I think he will. There you go. Batrider spots out the Primal Beast. Primal Beast does have the Roar. He's very tanky, but I don't believe he's tanky to survive that. Loses his life. Turns around, pulverizes Mr. Ellis at the last moment, but does nothing for them. Overall, very successful blink reveal for the Batrider. Gets them a solid kill. This is the map kill stage. You go and you get kills and you try to establish a bit more map control. But later on, we become in the objective stage, where it's like, if you get a kill and you don't get objective, it's almost not worth your time. Now getting a kill is like really good. In 10 minutes, if you get a kill and that doesn't give you anything, you're like, okay. Doesn't really change the pace of the game, does it? As it looks like Hakoda taking a Bedlam, taking a stun, taking a trip to the grave. What's Bane going for? He has 1,300 gold. Acceptor would be good, but you have to use it after Ravage. So, but before Ravage, you really can't do anything. Did Quap go for a shard? Oh no. Quap went for Kaya and into Yule and is going for the Yule Scepter, but a shard on the Queen of Pain could do a lot of work. Morale can just jump on anyone, doing the Fiend's Grip and save their lives. We'll see if that's something he wants to do though. I'm just waiting, seeing if anyone shows up bomb. This is a solid pace for Impossible, the way the game is going. Like, this is not bad at all. It's not, perfect or ideal, but it's also not bad. They're like slightly behind Yellow Submarine, but if you look at it, it's like 1 kill, not that big of a deal. The structures are relatively even. I think 2 towers each. Okay, 1 tower in favor of the Dire, but when they kill this bottom tier 1, they'll be equal. So far, I'll say I'm impressed with Impossible. I think a lot of it does come to the fact that their draft is, at least in my eyes, better. And now that's going to be the BKB on the Primal Beast. Nothing pierces it, except I suppose Sonic Wave does a decent job. But, you know, no, still, when you pulverize, you should be fine. As top lane, they're starting to move around here. Smokes up on 3. Blink BKB on the Primal Beast. Solid opening. Morale. Can they get the kill? They get the terrorize. They get the Phoenix Grip off. Can they get the kill? Pulverize. Wow. Everything to get Morale. 4 stuns, but they do bring down a juicy big kill here. Nightmare being used on the Mr. Ellis here. Bottega, he's like, all right, I'm in. A couple of hits. That's all it takes for him to bring down the Bane. You know, Koval's able to survive just because he goes Shadow Realms and TP's out. Impossible. Another successful skirmish. Oh, Amano. He's like, yo, come on, dude, that's mine. Nice timing for the shield to break. They're going for it. He does have the borrowed time if he wants to use it. Also has his, oh, there you go, magic wands available. Okay, looks like the Dragon Knights here. They don't really want to go against it. Liam walks into a bit of no man's land right there. Oh, Garb, that was an ambitious TP. Paceway with his life going for the outpost and shows up next to 4 people. That is not the way, Garb. He does not know the way. And my God, I just remember that was a meme at one point. That was oh, that was a terrible one. That was a bad one. Overall, Submarine, a very solid victory for them. It looked good, very possible. Then Bottega shows up. They get a kill, move around, get another kill there because of a very bad TP by Garb. And I don't think they stole all the stack, but they certainly got a nice chunk of it, you know? Dragon Knight about to have his BKB. BKB, very much the name of the game for both of these teams. Well, way more for one team than the other, that's for sure. Molineer on the Nature's Prophet is going to be next. And Pugna has the Glimmer Cape. I generally feel like people are... okay, we're going Alim. He can onslaught. There is a lasso on Mr. Ellis. Can he move? Okay, that's a nice move there. Good use of those brambles. Catch Mr. Ellis and the chase is off. Inferno's got that pipe. Oh, and he's going to go for the axe shard. But for me, it's the pipe that's the problem. The pipe just mitigates so much of what the Abaddon wants to do. Oh, I think Koval has the greedy. Is it greedy? Yes, it is. Ah, one of my favorite things in Dota is that now I can get. Oh, okay, Garb. And Garb. Oh, the shield comes out, but I think he's probably still dead. He's not pushing mid. He's not helping his team. He's like, let me push mid instead. And they're just going to be able to maybe get a Wisdom Shrine because of this. He does bring down the tier 1 mid, but I don't know if that was worth it. And for Yellow Submarine, they're saying, well, we can just take the tier 2 top. We got... Because, you know, Abaddon speeds up everyone's attack speed, which is nice. But they're also, just a team fight seems to be a problem. Hakoda gets the shard. Generally, I think that this shard is meh for Pugna, unless you're up against like a PL, so you can melt all his illusions. But most of the time, you're like, oh. Okay, that's what you want to see. Can they get it? They get the Phoenix Grip up, and he's dead. Nice use of the Nightmare, by the way. Look at that. Ensures the Batrider is unable to lasso him. Garb is putting on a masterclass with this Bane. That was a very impressive bit of thinking and footwork. You went for enfeeble cast range reduction. What's it to what? The cast range on enfeeble. It goes to 50%. For some of these spells, they really become very tiny, you know? Like, oh, well, looks like Koval, and he's dead. Yeah, nothing you can do about that one. Doesn't mean Lasso's down, which means you're down to 1 stun on your Submarine. Is it the Nigma draft, sir? I don't know. Certainly has Nigma-ish qualities to it. I'm looking at how many people have Greedy. So just one on each side. Queen of Pain can take Greedy, I think, right? She doesn't like it that much. She took Vampiric, though. Not sure if she even had Greedy as an option. Primal Beast got the Blink, the BKB. He is ready to go. What's he going for after the Ag Scepter? The break on the Tide Hunter would be very nice, but you can also break, I think, like the, what's it? Heart of the Wood? Spirit of the Forest for the Nature's Prophet. You can break the Succubus as well. So there's a decent amount of, I think you break, yeah, every innate in this game. Spot out, illusion's there. That's the Manta style illusion. So they're like, okay, we know what you're doing. And the Submarine is thinking, guys, Brambles, you know, Onslaught, Pulverize, BKB people, let's not go for this just now. Oh, which I think is an overall very wise decision. All right, Submarine smokes up. Who can they find? Let's go Nature's Prophet and the Quap. Amano. It would be best if he's the first one caught. He's going for a Blink Dagger. Feels like that would help him. Sure, I guess. I think he's got enough blinkers and catchers on his team that he doesn't need it. But hey, if he feels like it's gonna help him get a kill, why not? Going for Inferno. Not an easy kill. There's the Blubber. Well, sorry, there's the Kraken Shell active. The Blubber was able to at least remove some of the stuns, I think, from the Bramble. All that work, and they don't even get the Tide Hunter to half health. That is a very tanky boy. And, well, he took the Anchor Smash damage. He's not at 15 to take the reduction.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Morel swats out Koval. I mean, you don't really want a Sonic Wave because you get so much heal when you're in the Shadow Realm form as Koval. Oh, okay. Nice dodge of the Koval. Is he gonna live? Koval, I might lose his life though, and he does. If they get anything in return here, they get Alcoda, they might be able to bring down Mr. Ellis, and they do. 2-for-1 trade. Can he get more Botegas there? But unfortunately, used all their spells already. If you're Impossible, you're saying, guys, we trade 2 for 1. Infernal's here. How tanky is he? Hello. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. For some reason, randomly, they're like, your USB malfunction. Either way, nothing much happened in that fight except that impossible. They got a good one. They get the Aegis on the Manos. That's 2 lives on him. 3 with the borrowed time, actually. He also has the Blink. He's going for the Orchid. It's not a stun. I personally would prefer if he gets the BKB, not BKB, sorry, the Basher. But it's a nice way for him to, you know, control the Pugna, control the Bat Rider as well. Bit of pain as that Kaya Sanj working towards that Aghanim Scepter. I've gotta say, Alim, okay. It's like, let me grab this Queen of Pain right here. Brambles do land. Doesn't feel like they will be in time for the Terrorize. No. Even though I think they were able to almost force stuff, or she walked into a second Bramble. Either way, Mr. Ellis, it's close. It was a close attempt. Yeah, I think it was a force staff from the Bat Rider that pushed her into another Bramble. Almost cost her life. Sorry about the mic issues, guys. This has never happened for me before, you know? Usually I can go all night. Oh, a bunch of greedies coming out. Hakoda. I like the first greedy neutral item more than second, because losing 60 damage It's like you don't double the GPM bonus. You go from 75 to 100, which is 33% increase. But you go from minus 30 damage to minus 60. So you double how much damage you don't do. And that doesn't matter so much for most supports anyway, but it's annoying. As Garb, yeah, you're dead, buddy. I want to check what is the win percentage right now looking like. It's 54 in favor of Yellow Submarine. So 46 for Impossible. Pretty damn good at this stage of the game. I'm not mean to diminish them. It's just that this is a new team and they're going up against a very established group. The basically Team Spirit Junior. Or guys, Aleem! Oh, the lasso! Lasso just as he was about to also. This is the second time they do this. Mr. Alice, he's got Aleem's number on this one. Interestingly, Infernal has the lowest net worth among all the cores. But at the same time, Bottega is the highest and the strongest and the most. It's gonna be a challenge for them to bring him down. As Hakoda, his grip is there. Doing some decent damage. Nice use of the Hurricane Pike to try to save him. Bottega may have been better off just TPing away though. He's just alright, he's just gonna TP. No time for a Bramble to get there or any other sort of disable. Pretty back and forth, Neither team is getting a whole lot of ground, but we might have a big engagement here soon. Reminder that Impossible, they want to use the Aegis on Amano. But they also have to be careful that Ravage is problematic. But I don't feel like it's that problematic. I'm starting to feel like we might go to that the Impossible might be taking game 1. I mean, I'm starting to feel that. I don't think that that's very it's not likely, but certainly possible. Koval also gets the greedy. How many of you, support players, keep the greedy neutral item 2 over the, if you don't get greedy as an enhancement in tier 3, you're like, yeah, I'm not taking a tier 3 item, I'm taking tier 2. Because I feel like Searing Signet and Whisper of Dread are the same item. I was like, oh yeah, I get a little bit more magic damage, cool. Maybe Whisper of Dread is a bit more burst, because it doesn't take over 6 seconds to deal the damage. Either way, we have our carries at the top. Of the two, I do think having a farmed Abaddon beats having a farmed Nature's Prophet, but that's like by no way a hard rule. Like Abaddon or farmed Nature's Prophet can do insane amounts of damage. As they're going to be taking their first tier 2 here for Impossible, making a relatively deep offensive move on the other side of the map. They may be forced to go back, though. Only the supports for Impossible are here, but they're, backup's coming. Aleem's on the way, Amano's on the way. Maybe they're just here to farm, and coincidentally they end up protecting their supports. They're like, yes, we definitely were trying to protect you. But we supports, we know. We're like, yeah, sure you are. Abaddon, there goes the Aegis. Aegis is gone. Oh! Dragon Knight is dead. Ravage, Sonic Wave, and Lasso are all used. It's a lot of big ultimates. They do get the courier as well. But if you're Impossible, you're thinking, guys, come on, we get a straggler or two. That would be a worth. Whoa, Aleem, quite an early BKB use. Wouldn't be very happy if he just got Hakoda, but he is going to be using his Pulverize on him. They are using the Phoenix Grip on the Bat Rider. I think he's going to be dead. Oi, oi, oi! You see the damage coming out from that uproar, Aghan's upgrade uproar. Aleem, he is trying. Look at this guy. Bottega just stands there, right clicks the whole time. No one bugs him in any way. And he also Submarine just ended up losing 2 supports. I will say using Fiend's Grip and Pulverize on the supports was a bold decision. Like I saw Bottega and there was some distance between him and Aleem, but I was surprised Aleem didn't just go and try to, pulverize him. Well, that looks like it might be the first set of barracks mid falling. At least the tier 3 is down. The L Submarine, do they want to commit? Backdoor protection is up. They say, no, not really. With Impossible coming up in a few seconds for most of their heroes, Roshan not up. They decide, It's fine. We don't really need to force it. Blink Dagger on the Pugna. Not Pugna, sorry, Bane. It does help you if someone gets lassoed, you can blink and throw a Nightmare, which is pretty good. The Fiend's Grip is also, at this stage of the game it becomes a bit harder to land, but once you have the Blink Dagger, things get significantly easier. Bloodthorn on the Abaddon, he's going for Basher after. The thing is, like, a 35-minute Bloodhorn is... There's a Yules on the Co-op, there's Blubber on the Tide, and there's BKB on the Nation's Prophet. The supports are good to Orchid or Bloodthorn, but it won't do too much to the cores. I just realized, I don't know what's the active ability name for Bloodthorn. It's called Soul Rend. And hello to Tone saying hello, 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 and we say hello, hello back. I believe it's also called Soul Rend for the Orchid, not just for the Bloodthorn. Another Tormentor goes to Burrell. He'll never complain about that. You are able to blink, do damage, and silence. The silence is the best part. The damage is 125. Yeah, it's always been 125. Oh, for a second, I heard that beep sound. I was like, is my mic okay? Amano gets used up. Yules is always such a nice counter to Abaddon. It's like, oh, you ulti? We'll just, use like 4 Yules on you. And they are getting a bunch of Yules on their mid lane here. They are... the thing about lassoing, besides not to. Look at that, just trying to control him all the way with the oh, the lasso does come up, it comes on the Dragon Knight, but if the Yules comes out instead, Amano, they're going to be killing Mr. Ellis. Remind you that they still have the Ravage if they need it. And they're just going in. Infernal, he feels like, oh, good BKB by Int. With the Bat Rider dead, and his last not even available, they can't do anything. Yellow Submarine, they're chafing under the stress of no stuns, If I'm telling you, I don't want to Ravage every time we have to stun someone. I want someone else to throw it out. Especially when you're up against BKB. But if they haven't used their BKB, you can never Ravage. You can't like chain stun because Ravage takes some time. Unless you blink right on top of them, they're not suspecting his morale. Okay, they do have a Fiend's Grip. If they want to use it, that's a Pulverize. That's going to be a dead crop. Fiend's Grip not even used. Big bounty as well. 1,600 gold. Overall, ain't possible. They're just taking these fights very nicely for themselves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Looks like we might have a double BKB, double Pulverized Dragon, Primal Beast very soon. I'm also excited to see what he takes to level 20 as a talent, because 20% extra trample damage is good, but 7 uproar per stack is huge as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, I just realized that they buffed uproar recently. It used to be 5 max stacks, now it's 6. So you do get that extra bit of damage from the Axe Scepter. And he took the trampled attack multiplier. So half his attack goes into... Oh, alright. They're going for a Coda. Oh, sorry, Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis is dead. And now Infernal's here. Infernal trying to see if they can find. They found a Lean, but yeah, just goes uproar. TPs, that's all. BKB, you can't touch me. The moment Mr. Ellis dies on Impossible, they're thinking, guys, it's just TP out. With the BKB, there's literally nothing they can do. Ooh, Int's got a Black Dragon. Now, to be honest with you, I sometimes forget what this one does. You get free pathing, extra damage, and extra effectiveness of Worm's Breath. Doesn't say how much you get. I guess what's free pathing, but what's the extra damage? 140. I guess it's that. Yeah, that's 140. Pretty cool. Roshan's up. Both teams can, waiting for that opportunity to see if they can go for it. As jumping by Dragon Knight here. Beautiful use of the Lotus Orb. I think he was end up stunning himself. And that's the first use of BKB. They still have the Ravage. They have the Lasso. They're trying to save it. But that free path and is good. Lasso comes out. Dragon Knight, don't think he's making it out of this one. He's very tanky, but he simply cannot withstand all that damage. Amano That's gonna be the Sonic Wave. He uses his ultimate. They have to be careful right now. Right, they still have a Ravage, so... Oh, Blink? Blink? Are they gonna... They don't even need to Ravage. They just... Those Yules! Those Yules are solving the stun problem. Oh, you want a TV? Yules. Oh, you're using your freaking bird time? You're used. Pulverized Yules. There's so many. They're just using these Yule Scepters very nicely. And they have how many? 3? They got 2 of them so far. And that's going to be a refresher orb on the Primal Beast. Helpful, you know, if you're able to get that double pulverized BKB, double uproar, onslaught. The thing is, does he have... I think he's gonna have the mana for it. I mean, a refresher orb is expensive and Primal Beast is kind of a dum-dum. But the mana pool isn't that bad. 1200 is quite a lot, actually. You guys ever played Scarlet Mage and Mystic Flare? You decide to keep it level 1 because the mana increase is huge. It goes from like 300 to 550, then to 800, and you're like, yeah, thanks. 550 and 800 mana. How the hell am I supposed to get that? As the Midrax are gonna end up falling here for Impossible. Yellow Submarine. Oh dear.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Tough situation to be in. Now, the thing is, you might be able to use Bane to Nightmare someone to the high ground. That could be interesting, but in general, I don't feel like you have catch like Pudge Hook or Bat Rat with your lasso. Yep, there you go. Pfizer gonna start that way, trying to get a kill on the Tide Hunter. He is broken. He is broken. Thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. Now they're going for more. Who can they get here? Bottega is very tanky. He does have an extra life if he needs it, and he does need it. And that's going to be, oh, look at that, pulverize. They might be able to bring down Koda. Yeah, Koda's gone. Amano still has his ultimate if he needs to. Top lane, they're thinking about chasing here. May have been off a bit more than you can choose there for Garb. Or did he? It looks like the Nullifier is there to prevent the Yule Scepter. Can he make it out in time? Oh! Nope, dead again. And they now know the Bat Rider is there because they're like, who force stabbed him? Must have been one of his friends. Garb does lose his life. I think it's because of the Shadow Strike. And oh, wow. Nearly a team wipe in favor of Impossible. It was not for free. They lost the Midrax and lost the tier 3 top. But that was in fact a team wipe. Yes, Amano died with the Aegis in the beginning. Impossible. That it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. They've got this Whisper of Dread Brawny on the Primal Beast. Slow resistance, a little of extra damage. What we're looking at the Dark Willow, just Yules and Glimmer, not much there. She almost has a Hex though. Like, could buy it, I think, if she really wants to. Dragonite working on the Assault QS. The Nullifier is nice. All the defensive Yules become useless against the Nullifier. We have a real game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. I did not think, like, it was going to go like this. I thought that this game was going to be fairly one-sided in favor of Yellow Submarine, but no, it's going good. You know. What do we have on Yellow Submarine that could be a big item for them? The Queen of Pain is working towards a Shiva's, not too far from it, only about 1400 gold. Bottega's got Satanic with a BKB. He's 25, and he has no teleportation cooldown, so he can show up anywhere he wants. There's, oh my! Okay, they're gonna go double Shivas on Yellow Submarine. One on the Queen of Pain and one on the Tide Hunter. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a good thing. But I generally feel like it's not. I don't know. I don't know about this double Shivas. They're gonna go. Will they catch that? Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis is gone. Dead a minute. No buyback. Yellow Submarine smoking up, just running away. Well, sorry, they smoked to get there, and then they're like, yeah, let's not do that. Infernal wants a BKB. Same thing with Hakoda. But mind, there's also 2 Lotus Orbs on the Yellow Submarine sides. Both of their supports have one. It's nice, helpful. But this double Shivas, it's really got me, because it means that one you can either subtract 5,000 gold from either the co-op or the primal, and like they just don't have an item in that place. Someone Future Man says easy over 35 minutes. I think I would have gone with over 35 minutes on this one if someone asked me. The L Submarine, their damage for buildings is only the Pugna really, and it takes some time for them to really end it. Impossible is the weaker team, but they have a slightly better tower damage thanks to the Abaddon and the Primal Beast. But now, all right, here's a question. Here's a question for you boys. Do you guys think this game is going to go 50 minutes? Probably 50, but I'm not sure we'll go much more than 50 at this point. Next Roche is going to come. Whoever gets it might be, angling to end the game at that point. And there's the Hex from the Dark Below. Reminder, there is no way to dispel this on Yellow Submarine unless you Hex the Tide Hunter. But he has to be careful. As I mentioned, there's dual Lotus Orbs on the Yellow Submarine supports. Amano leading the charge there. Okay, takes the Rage and Ruin. Not going to do him too much. Future Man says, Impossible will win this game. Alright, we'll see how good his true sight is, or his future sight. As Bane finishes Acceptor, is Acceptor good in this game? I mean, you're up against a Tide Hunter and a Quap with Shard. It feels fairly easy to cancel the illusion, channeling ability. But we shall see. We shall see.
Dire are scanning.
Mr. Ellis has got that Gale Guard. Love a Gale Guard. Gale Guard is awesome. It's he's keeping it for tier 4. He's like, nah, I ain't switching. There's a crippling crossbow on the Pugna. From what I know, a lot of people have issues with this item because they forget to use it. I think in general, I always forget to use offensive neutral items. But I remember Essence Ring and Gale Guard. I press it, I jump in, easy peasy. But in the middle of the fight, I never use the Poland bag. I go up against a Morphling Necro. I'm thinking, I got the Poland bag, boys. Don't worry about it. And I never use it even once in the game. So yes, offensive neutral items are very hard to get to master. Hey, Amano. Seeing who he can find. Here's an idea. What if you can put a neutral item into your backpack, but it doubles its stats if it does that? Well, obviously it would take a slot, but it would double the benefit. I'm just going crazy, and so is Amano. Everyone's showing up on his ass right now. He probably is gonna have to use his ultimate here. Holy shit! He almost dies, without proccing his ultimate. Ravage comes out. That's just it. Amaz did 100 seconds. The team. I like how the team was completely nah, it's fine. Just leave him. Let him be. Apparently, he deserves to die. He's gonna have to be forced to use his buyback for this. Yellow Submarine, reminder, they've already taken the mid racks and the top tier 3. They can just go megas right now. Wow, they just went up to him with no backup, and they're like, oh, we'll just kill this guy. Very much underestimating what his team's backup speed, I guess. Lotus Orb on the Nature's Prophet. Okay. Guys, Amana buys back. Big pulverize here. That is a very big pulverize. It's level 25 talent is taken. They're trying to go for Bottega, but they put instantly the Hex. Then the Link is they use on the Link is on him. Primal Beast is down. He buys back instantly. Can they get anything out of this fight so far? They might be losing Garb. Garb will not have buyback, and Int is dead as well. Look at the heal coming out. It's not enough to keep Mr. Ellis alive, but does it even matter? Batrider's like, yep, I'll just come back through the buyback here. Inferno just running forward, scaring everyone. Kovo might lose his life. He doesn't use the Glimmer Cape to keep his out. But Amano has no such luxury. He's dead for 2 minutes. And all of a sudden, Yellow Submarine, they press the Let's Win button and just bring them all down. With 3 red, no buyback, GG is called, instant disconnect by Amano. And the NN comes out from it. He's like, no, not GG, bad game. Impossible Future Man. Looks like that prediction for Impossible not quite there this time, buddy. Maybe next time. But yeah, Submarine came in. I thought they were heavy favorites. You know, just based.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire victory.
don't know if it's a ban thing. It might just be that you guys need to like tighten up a little bit. Give it a couple of extra months of practicing, and I'll cook a little bit more, and you guys will be excellent, ready to take on these high-level teams. The Submarine, though, much more standard bans, apart from the Lycan, I suppose. Beastmaster, Shadow Fiend, Dawnbreaker. On the last side, they get rid of Morel's Ember Spirit, his most played hero this patch. What does Aim Possible want to open up with? The Beastmaster for Aleem is gone. And Aleem, that game too struggled in the beginning, but later on looked pretty good. And they're saying, yo, guys, Mr. Ellis on that Bad Rider was causing us issues. We can't really ban it. We already banned 2 of their previous game's heroes. We'll just take it for ourselves. It's a ban and a pick. It's a good pick. Bad Rider is a solid hero. Or good. Well, someone's like thinking, you know what? We like the Abaddon. You see enemies got a Bad Rider, you think Abaddon's pretty good. Why shouldn't I take Abaddon? Or Abaddon, as they say. It's Abaddon, 100%. By the way, guys, me and the producer were talking about our favorite Agatha Christie books. So you guys can write in chat which one's your favorite. And don't ruin it for anyone else, alright? Be nice. Meanwhile, Disruptor gets banned out here for Aim Possible along with the Puck. So again, Hakoda on his Disruptor one time, I saw him, I was like, this guy is like the best Disruptor I've ever seen. So obviously he's not, probably there are better players with Disruptor, but he's clearly highly impactful with it. That in 4 games of Yellow Submarine this tournament, I have seen Disruptor banned against him, I think, on every single one of them. They also get rid of the Puck, saying like, we're probably not gonna have enough catch to get this Puck down. So, we'll see about that. What we're working with here on the other side, they're banned here for Yellow Submarine. I wonder if they're going to continue, if they're going to focus on Aleem. They got rid of his Beastmaster. After his Beastmaster, a lot of teams seem to let him have what he wants in the off lane. Maybe not too worried. Maybe one day that'll bite them the blubber, though. Let's see. Dark Willow is in the pool. We'll see if either team wants to take it. Mr. Ellis could take... Dark Willow and Shadow Shaman are the 2 most played heroes for both teams. Of the 2, I think Abaddon struggles slightly more against the Dark Willow rather than the Shadow Shaman. Dark Willow does a lot of AoE disables. Shadow Shaman is a single target. You just shield or borrow time yourself and you're fine. But not so easy to do against the Dark Willow. They are taking their time with this one, though. This is just the ban they get rid of the Monkey King. They take the Shadow Shaman for themselves. Leaving the Dark Willow. Perhaps they believe that this is going to be a Koval Bat Rider, which means that it's going to be, position 5 is not gonna be a Dark Willow. We'll see. And they are okay. Alright, so there's Rubik being picked up. This hero, I think for a long time in the meta, teams have been sort of not liking Rubik. Here's the problem with Rubik. If you make his spells really good, like they're better than average spells, and it doesn't matter what he steals, he's already good. If you make his spells below average, which is what I think his currently are, then he relies on stealing spells to be useful. And you don't want your guy to be like, oh, you've only got like 3 spells and they're not really that good. It's a very odd thing. It's a very tough thing to balance the Rubik. You have to give him 3 spells that are as good as other people, but he also steals ultimates. Tough. But to be fair with you, Rubik is one of the most fun heroes in Dota to play. So I think the fun factor balances him out. They go for the TA. Now that's a heavy, big burst of physical damage. They're saying, despite the fact that you have a lift and a lasso and a potential silence from the TA, we're not worried. We believe that a Storm Spirit here is going to have a relatively free game. I think that's a bold decision myself. Now, are they going to take another support here to ensure the Abaddon is a core, or will they take some sort of carry off lane, flex the Abaddon for a little bit more here? What would they take for Yellow Submarine? Let's see. I wouldn't mind. Oh, Warta. Kind of a flex. The thing is, Mr. Ellis plays Shadow Shaman way more than Hookah. It is his most played hero. So I imagine it is a Shadow Shaman 4, which means that is it a Morta 5 or is it an Abaddon 5 or is it Morta 1, Abaddon 3, and a position 5 is left? It is very up in the air here for Yellow Submarine. Now, ain't possible. What do you guys want? You have. That's definitely going to be a carry, by the way. TA is how I'm feeling. You know you're up against a Storm Spirit. You could pick one of those non-lose mid heroes, like, I don't know, a Coddle, if you want to. Well, Coddle doesn't do. He's not like great against the rest of the team. I'm not sure how I feel about the call, but he's good in the lane against a Storm Spirit. EA could go mid, to be fair with you. Like, Int played a pretty aggressive Dragon Knight the previous game, and I liked seeing it. So he might be able to do the same thing with ATA. And to be fair, she can dodge like the Static Remnant, the what's it called? The E for him? Whatever. The passive for the Storm Spirit. Alright, they're taking their time on this one. Definitely feels like we need someone who starts fights though. I want to say Centaur wouldn't be so bad. I think Centaur is actually fairly solid. You can run away out of the Morta's hold. If, Shadow Shaman blinks in, is about to catch someone, Stampede comes out, they're out of range. Even if they're hexed, they can still be able to run away very fast. So there's, for me, benefits to the Centaur. But what else other than Centaur? I was gonna say Darkseer, but Darkseer is fine. It does make me think that this Bat Rider might be a 4. I mean, Bat 4 feels better than Rubik 4 with a Darkseer, because Bat Rider kind of wants to be on top of people to get the Firefly, so I'm kind of half about it. Okay. I don't know. I like that it's a Darkseer with auras. I still think he has a good combination. On the other side, they're thinking this is a more to Abaddon support, one or the other, plus Shadow Shaman support, and that they should get rid of carries. Probably they think it's going to be more to support Abaddon off lane. I don't know how confident they are in that. I do like the Darkseer against the Abaddon because you get those free illusions with the Radiance. It might cause the also going to think, hey, maybe we turn this into Abaddon support. Abaddon support, miserable illusions, like absolutely useless. Most illusions of heroes are kind of bad anyway. Like stat-wise, Medusa Luna are good, Morphling is good, Radiance Holders are good, and then everyone else is kind of like, oh, it's fine. They carry the Dragon Knight, as well as the Pango, so they are convinced this is a carry TA. I generally feel like Impossible will take a mid as well. I think TA is very well suited to go up against the Storm Spirit, but I don't believe that that's what they're going for with Impossible, because Hermano plays a ton of TA, and Int, I don't believe he does. But I could be wrong on that one. I just know that Amano plays a lot of TA. I don't know if Int does or does not. The other the Brewmaster, so definitely covering their bases. They're not actually sure if it's going to be a carry last pick or an off lane. So a mid against this. Now, to be fair with you, if they can get some sort of spirit, the problem is one's banned, one's picked. The best two, Earth and Void, are meh. It's not so bad for Impossible. Yellow Submarine's control is meh-ish, I wouldn't mind Nurse Spirit. Or Spirit builds Spirit Vessel. Spirit Vessel not good against Abaddon. No, I would want Pango would have been really good. Puck, of course, is also banned out. The usual suspects. Quap is gone. Do you want Void Spirit? I don't know. I don't know about that Void Spirit. They go for the tiny. Okay. All right. I'm all in for the tiny. I'm assuming it's a tiny mid. I like the tiny mid. I think the tiny mid is an excellent choice. Some nice lockdown. Overall, very tanky hero. Can blink in, burst people like the Shadow Shaman down. All very solid. Alright, Submarine. We expect a core, right? Because you have Shadow Shaman plus either Mortal or Abaddon. I think you have. Alright. So it is going to be. What's it going to be? Is it going to be position 5 Abaddon or Morta? Ah, it's gonna be the carry. Okay, so it's gonna be the position 5 Shadow Shaman, position 4 Morta. I'm okay with this. I miss seeing Abaddon support. Not that he's much to watch, to be fair with you. Like he walks out, he's like, oh, shield him, and then you wait for 6 seconds and he shields again. That's all he does. But he's fun to play. Honestly, when you play Abaddon position 5, it feels good. But it's core Abaddon. Dakota Mass Serpent Wars is going to be one-man army and Dance of the Dead comes to us. On the other side, it is going to be the Crash Landing. So not going for insurmountable, just wants to go for that fast, big burst damage on Tiny. I approve. And yeah, standard stuff from the rest. Frugal Filch on the Rubik, just to help with that early mana pool problems that the hero suffers from. Now, in the previous game, I thought the Impossible came out with way better of a draft. Much better. In this game, I don't really feel the same way. Like I like the tiny pickup at the end. I like that they have a dark story against that. I like a lot of aspects, but I don't think you're much ahead. You know, Yellow Submarine, they've got elusive heroes, they got saves, they got a great tower push. Um, and they are the better team, so I'm going to go for a 2-0 here in favor of Yellow Submarine. I do not believe that their draft is in any way inferior, and they are the better team. Oh, Morel is 14-6 in the last 20 games of Storm Spirit. That's a 70% win rate, ladies and gentlemen. That is very impressive. Alim's got a really good win rate on the Darks as well, 370 to 290. But that's not about win rates, people. All right, we got a game to go to, so we're gonna go in the game in just a few seconds to see can Yellow Submarine turn this into 2-0, or will Impossible live to fight another game? I just realized I have my Dota 2 completely muted, and I'm like, no wonder. I don't mind some sound in it. It's not a whole lot. Any last changes in the facets? Nope, the same one.
First time.
I'll be honest, I like facets as an idea, and the innate as well. I like facets and innate, the concept. I think the facets definitely need a lot. The facets need like 2 more years before you feel like most of them are balanced and real choices. Right now, everyone's got like one facet choice and one joke, you know? It's like, oh, do you really want the other one? You're like, no, not really. The other facet is not an option.
30
Like, I
seconds.
know Abaddon has other facet, Malignant Mist is extra damage on his Q based on your own attack damage. I know it. But to get 3 shields every time someone dies in a team fight is insane. So, is it really a choice? No, it's not a choice at all. Oh, Mr. Ellis, smoke breaks. Don't know if it timed out or broke, but nope, it definitely broke. Infernal also. Can they get it here? It's like Mr. Ellis, he sees where that ward is. He wants to be able. There you go. They have to time it just right so that it doesn't got denied. 3 bounties in favor of Yellow Submarine. Oy, 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 oy. Not an ideal start there for Impossible. And of course, they also got the wait. Yeah, 3 bounties and an observer ward. Ooh, tough start for them. Now, the TA and the bat do threaten the axe a little bit. You know? Like sometimes you're in a lane, the axe can actually solo at like 3 or 4 minutes, and there's nothing the team can do. But for Yellow Submarine, Infernal cannot be left alone later on because Bat Rider does massive magic damage early on, and the TA also adds a fair chunk of right click as well. It's like Morel's taking a couple of tower shots here. Overall, mid lane I expect to be a farm fest. I honestly don't know who wins the Tiny versus Storm matchup. I know I'm mid player, but I can usually have like I have a solid. I'm like, okay, I have a guess that this player based on this hero based on stats and spells should come out ahead. But Tiny versus Storm, I want to say it's a wash, but it's so far 6-1 to 6-0, so it is basically even at this point. Yeah, top lane. I think I favor Impossible slightly here. We'll see how it's gonna go for them. Bottom lane though. It's going to be the Rubik and the Darkseer versus the Shadow Shaman and the Abaddon. Definitely liking what Yellow Submarine has, as Hakoda's taking a bit of damage here. He is possibly... Oh, the shield comes out. They are being able to bring down Alim. Well done for them. Nice shield by RABOTYAGI. Keeps Hakoda alive just for long enough. By the way, because he doesn't have Shackle, he has no way of regenerating his life. Which is it's such a nice skill, isn't it, Shackles? It's like, yes, it also heals you while hurting them. Crazy. Meanwhile, top lane is even 6-2 for both here. The big victim has to be Aleem though on this Darkseer. Oy, oy, oy. Most times you don't want a melee position 4 on your team. You know, like those are out of favor right now. But when you're Darkseer, you kind of do, or at least someone can get close. Mr. Ellis is taking a lot of burst or burn. Sorry, it's like it reminds me of when I pee. Wait, that never mind. I didn't say anything. Although the Garb is using a lot of those sticky napalms, it is maxing out those magic sticks for both of the players on Yellow Submarine. Alright, I was mid lane looking as Morel, beautiful toss there by Int. And don't know if it's going to be enough, it's not. But it does bring him within an inch of his life with no bottle refills available. So for the next, I don't know, possibly minute, you might see Int start to recover here on the mid lane. As Shackle comes out. Already nice lift there on the Abaddon, drops him on top of Hakoda, and that just ends the Shackle. Looks like it's still 10 CS. It's not too bad. 10 CS on both the Darkseer and the TA. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. Hand of Midas? Is Bottega really going to be that greedy? He might be looking at Ain't Possible and thinking, those guys are going to need to, you know, like, some time to be active, and I trust my team to make space, so I can go Hand of Midas. Hand of Midas is incredibly good on Abaddon because when the quickening activates, it does not activate only on skills, it also activates on items. So having a Hand of Midas, the cooldown does get significantly reduced if you are able to farm. Now, every 5 creeps reduce the Hand of Midas cooldown by 1 second. It's not much, to be fair, but it's there. But yeah, top 3 CS, all Yellow Submarine. And for the cores, mid is the most even though, but even then it is still favoring the Storm. Win percentage, according to draft, is 57 in favor of Yellow Submarine. So, pretty good for them. Impossible? I thought they might be going for something here. It's not a big gap though, let's be fair. It's not that large of a gap. As top lane, I see Infernal taking a little bit of damage here, taking quite a decent chunk of damage in this top lane. They might be able to get a kill on Amano though, and they do. And look at that, those spirits. If Garb, he's like, I can't leave. If I leave, the spirits are gonna catch me. If I stay, I can't do anything either. Oh, Mr. Ellis. Like, we did say this top lane is... Well, I'm trying to think. I said that they can't deal with... They can deal with the Axe if he's alone. But Axe and Muerta? Oi, oi, oi. That's tough. Stack's coming out here. Hakoda, he spots the stack, drops a sentry so they know he may have put himself in a tough spot. Int is also coming. Hakoda going to the right, being burned down by this ion shell, and he is probably very dead. Can they get him? Oh, they try to deny themselves to Roshan. Meanwhile, top lane Inferno also loses a bit of health, but Hakoda does spot out the stack. Unfortunately, gets farmed up 2 seconds later, so doesn't really matter that he knows it's there. Garb trying to drag people away. Is he maxing Battle Hunger? Dude, how Battle Hunger slow level 1 is 18%? That is a lot. I wonder if Axe is still a viable support. You know, seems like he'd be quite a bit of fun. To try to get into that. I always love playing unorthodox heroes as supports. As top lane, Int is here. He's got Invis Rune as well. They don't seem beautiful stun. Inferno's gone. Can he get them more? Okoda. Yeah, they're going to be turning into a chicken, but it's not going to be enough. Wonderful rotation there by Int. Or INT. I don't know. I call him Int. You guys can correct me. And guess what? 20 seconds for the Wisdom Shrines to pop out. Yellow Submarine going to have to haul ass if they want to defend that. Because Int is there. He's saying, yeah, I want this. Why should I leave? Yeah, they're not even farming. He's just making sure that they're there. They put a ward. They are all in for this Wisdom Shrine. They leave theirs undefended, but it doesn't seem like they care as Storm's coming in. Storm ensuring that, oh, can they get Garb is dead. All of them in the shrine, not letting it proc for Int, and Int is, well, Int is dead. In the end, the shrine goes to Mr. Ellis, and they get 2 kills on top of it. Impossible after a very good rotation. Unfortunately, they didn't have the numbers for the fight like that. Rubik wanted to stay mid, and in the meantime, Alim is like, I don't want to go. I'm on the other side of the map. Oh, that was a pretty big punish. That was a pretty big punish there. But I do believe the Dire Shrine is still available. So, and should be an even trade in terms of Shrine. But Bottega, he's just farming. He's like, I got Hand of Midas. You know, why should I even ever leave the lane? I just want to keep killing things and proc Hand of Midas even more. As Alim. Okay, they have a shackle. They got the shackle. I think he's probably dead. Yep. Oh, ho, ho. The shield pop from Bottega gets the kill on Alim. He does deny the bounty rune with one of his illusions, but the damage is extensive. Oh well. As Bottega continues to be the most farmed hero. What's surprising to me is not Bottega, it's Amano struggling on this TA. You generally see TA at the very top, you know, of the farm list just because she's naturally built for. She's kind of like Gyrocopter, you know. Like, you are built to farm. But Amano at this current stage of the game, not feeling that. I also, Int is rushing for a blink. Some people like to go for a phase boots. He's like, nope, I just want blink, jump on people. But if he goes for boots of travel, it's good. The Yule Scepter after means that he doesn't really plan to scale. I know some people go for like the Phylactery Kanda build, that's fine. You can also go for like the Echo Saber build to right click. I think that's good too. But if you go Yules, you're going control, not damage. I don't like that part. I think, I mean, if only, oh, here we go. We have a fight here. Mr. Ellis, nice shackle coming out here. The flame break doesn't stop him. They should be able to get a kill on Int. Oh, that is a brutal kill to get. But impossible. That is the guy who's supposed to make space, and he's the guy who's got the least gold among all the cores. And is that a stack? That's parts of a stack. Bottega's like, yeah, I'll farm it. Look at the TA though. Just shoots up from 6th place all the way to 2nd. Just from a couple of minutes of free farm. So it's not really like Amano's is bad. It's just it tells you a lot about the state of the game that he was lowest net worth. Koval. Okay, the silence comes out. Mr. Else is there. Morel is jumping back in for Koval. He really wants it. That's a regen rune on him, by the way. And yep, he gets the kill. Meanwhile, Bottega shows up, just gets, oh, they get a kill on Int. The snake is there as well. They are running them raw at the moment. Like, impossible. I'm not seeing a way for them to fight at this moment. Their mid laner feels shut down. Their off laner is farming, and Garb is dead as well. There's this big jump from Morel. Solo kill on Garb for Inferno. Darkseid is trying to go for a Helm of the Overall. That's going to help him like push and farm, and it's just a nice, useful item overall. But, I mean, you are so far. Okay, bomb lane. Oh, this could be a really beautiful solo kill. Can you get him? He's trying. Oh, the illusion. It's not strong enough, not enough damage, not durable enough, even with the Ion and the Surge on top. Coda, you bit off more than you can chew there, buddy. Yeah, not sure about that one. Doesn't give the battery level 6, but he's close to it. Once he has that, it will at least be another way for them to control people. This is going to be, I don't want to say it's a late blink dagger for Tiny, because if you get like 13-14 minutes, it's okay timing. But it's 13-14 minutes with no phase boots upgrade. It's just blink dagger on the Tiny. So, in that regard, it is a slow blink. He's only got 40 CS on the Tiny in this game. The nearest is Storm with 67. Very far behind. Very, very far behind. Getting the tower bomb for a possible would go a long way towards helping the Garb. Shield Druid picked up on Morel.
Radiant's bottom tower
He
is
actually
under attack.
jumps as the flame break hits him. As Koval kills Infernal. Okay. Alright, we're seeing some blood. Storm Spirit wants to go for the Witch Blade, a nice bit of damage that they need. Soda just going for this kill on the creep. By the way, he's going Solar Crest on the Shadow Shaman. Doesn't feel like the Aether and the Blink are needed at the moment. Just wants to go more stats. It's a bold decision, to be fair with you. It's kind of like out of the norm for Shadow Shaman to go this item. But these stat items are really good when you're having a lot of brawls. Making someone a little bit more durable, maybe a little bit more faster. It all goes a long way. Bottega still just farming away. Interesting move by Impossible this game. They're saying, you know what? Let's just farm on our carry and our offlaner. They're not really involved in the game. Int has been struggling, but Amano and Aleem, they have good net worth. For a team that's behind, they're really doing well. Amano would like not to die Garb. And Garb looks like he's fine. They get call Mr. Ellis. And this is Miss Morel. He is out of mana. No. He is able to use the magic stick. That's a big toss. The toss doesn't reach in time. Still, it's a kill on Mr. Ellis. That's the most farm support in the game. They bring him down. They're happy. Mech on the Dark Seer. We talk about these early stat items like a Solar Crest to help your cores. Mech is huge. It's a massive heal for this stage of the game. Aleem. He grabs the... what the hell is that called? The Tree Pine? Tree Pine, War Pine Raider. But he's like, no. This doesn't look too good for me. Oh, there you go. Papavis on the Shadow Shaman.
Are scanning.
How do you guys feel about Shadow Shaman going Solar Crest instead of more standard item? I mean, I think it's unique and interesting, but is it good? It's cool. It's a cool idea for sure. Abaddon does have the relic. Throughout all this time, Bottega is 3-0-2, so he's been involved in half of the kills, but he certainly doesn't feel like he's a presence on the map the way some of the others are. It's like Infernal as well as Infernal. Okay, he's just farming. Once he clears out this camp, I think that'll get him close enough to. He's thinking that's a bit too low here. Bottega taking a bit of damage, but not proccing his ultimate. And bow to your lord, he says. Voice lines are cool, I suppose. I think a lot of players overdo the voice lines, but I like that there are voice lines in Dota. It's just I've never. Oh, Hakoda. Hakoda's taking a lot of damage. Where is he alright? Hakoda? Yeah, he's at top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Drops a snake somewhere. Huh. Trying to find where he dropped the snake. By the way, those are not only did he die, but he also fed away a snake. Those snakes are worth like 260, 230 gold. Not cheap, not a small thing to give away. As Garb is also losing. Morale gets himself his 9th. Sorry, what's it called? Remnant galvanized stack. My bad. Giving him 11 mana regen at this point of the game. Amano, he's there. He's melded up. They kind of have an idea of where he is. They're like, was he in this area? Hakoda? Does Hakoda even have detection? He does not. Oh well. I mean, just melds in one area. That's it. He's fine. Wow, Rubik's Telepathic Shield, one of the best spells you can get on a Rubik. I mean, not only are you able to reduce its cooldown significantly, what's the cooldown reduced to? Oh, you have to get it level 15 times to go for it, but still, you can bring it down to 4.5 seconds. Apothic Shield is insane. Or Aphotic Shield, my bad. It's a silent P. God knows why the letters E there. Just don't put a P then. Okay. I hope next CCT we have the live cameras. Amano! Oh man, yeah, you're not gonna get lucky for that long. As taking a lot bit of damage here. Koval is getting stunned up as well with the shackles. And he looks very dead for me. steals a stack remnant, loses his life. Infernal with the dunks. The Radiance is finished. You know, while it doesn't look that bad for Impossible, the actual game state is very much in favor of Yellow Submarine, you know? Like, you look at everything, you're like, oh, it's okay, Tiny's a bit behind, but the rest are fine. Like, no, Tiny's a non-factor. The map, like, the net worth is when they AFK farm on Impossible and give Yellow Submarine kills in return. That's not good.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Some people in chat are discussing, you know, the previous game. It's over, guys. Oh, just like Morel's over. Morel's dead. Are they? Okay, Infernal can use a TP. What a move! You guys see that? They use the bird to push him away from the tower. Oh! They get some cold on the other side of the map. Yellow Submarine. What's going on? And that was, by the way, that was another Serpent Ward being used, although not that recently. It's got 80 seconds on the cooldown. I'm not sure what Yellow Submarine is doing, but I do know that it's not looking good. You know, like these are not good moves that they're working on. Bottega gets caught, has the Radiance, has his ulti, but no Storm for a few seconds. Ulti is used. They decide, all right, that's as much of the chases we're going to be able to get out of this one. Now I have Boots of Travel on the Tiny. Looks like this should be a dead Koval. Gets up, surged up, he's fine. He has a shackle, by the way, he needs to be careful. Oh, the shackle now. Can they get a kill on this Storm Surge? Where's the damage? Morel, they did shackle him down for the full duration, but he wasn't actually doing too much. Hakoda goes up, falls in the fire, he's dead. And just throws the tree at the end, and they got him. And what was a 4,000 gold lead, what was me harping on about the many advantages of being a fan of Yellow Submarine, is disintegrated into nothing. Well, a little bit unfortunate here. What we're looking at in terms of items here, Guardian Greaves on the Darkseer, so you are able to remove the silences coming out, the Battle Hunkers, at least on you. Blink on the Bat Rider, long range catch is available as well if they need it, and the TA has a charge on the Deso and a Dragon Lance. No shard, which I'm a little like, I'd like to see a shard later on at least. Dollar Crest, huh? Against TA. That was good. Axe, of course, the Blink Blade Mail working towards the BKB, but it's going to take some time. And Mr. Ellis, he's got the Rod of Atos. I wonder if he'll consider upgrading to a Gleipnir. It does make a lot of your spells quite, you know, more useful and easier to land. I believe it makes the bullet, you know, girthier. Right? That's the word people use, girthy. Here we go, going for the Tormentor. I mean, I guess the Rubik Shard is pretty good. Yeah, Rubik Shard's really nice. You know, you upgrade any spell you steal that has a shard upgrade, and just being able to lift allies is really good. Doesn't mention that it reduces the cooldown for the throw, but wow, you can throw much further with the shard. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I was reading like the Rubik spells. I haven't seen his talents for a long time. I remember he had the landing talent, which I thought was going to be a big deal, but nobody really cared about it at the end. I was like, oh yeah, it's good, but no one. Oh, and he's dead. Koval's dead. We just talked about his landing talent. Yeah, and he's got the Might and Mage's damage and resistance. What's that? Is that his innate? Okay. That's kind of cool. I think it looks like a pretty trashy, looks pretty meh to me overall. Oh, Inferno walks into the Tiny. Can he actually get a kill out of this? Just trying to drag him back. Inferno realizing he bit off a little more than he can chew. The shackle comes out, and yeah, Inferno, you're gone, buddy. Looks like they might lose. Ooh, Akoda makes out, loses his courier, but I think that's a small price to pay overall. Oh, you know what? I do hear. Oh, they're gonna be able to catch someone. What else do they have? They have the stolen. A lot of Rubik spells are just cooldown dependent. It's pretty cool. I suppose. All right. Back to the game. Back to the game. Back to the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
2,000 gold and aim for advance for aim possible. The first time in this series that they have been in the lead and controlled. Must feel good. It's all they've been through. As INT or INT finishes the Yule Scepter. I worry about this Yule Scepter. Now, why am I worried? I worry that this Yule Scepter means that they're not gonna have enough damage come late game. You know, maybe yeah, illusions from the Abaddon are gonna help, but most of the damage is gonna come down from the TA. And if you have Solar Crests, you have Axes, you have Assault Crest, you have Aphotic Shield, like, you know, Muerta naturally dodges everything that the TA does. It does seem like you need a secondary source of damage, preferably magical, preferably from the Tiny, but they won't be getting it at this game at least. Roshan goes for in favor of Amano. Okay, all right. Killing the TA twice is not that. I mean, the T fight would be hard, but right now it's not like she has BKB or anything like that. As long as you're able to stop her from blinking when she comes back, a second kill on this TA is very doable. Koda bottom lane, just twin gating to the top. He's been doing this move where he tries to get to the enemy tower and drop a Serpent Ward. When he goes top now, he's going to walk through. Yeah, you can see he walks through a trap. Instantly, they know the dire side that this is happening. We'll see if they teleport anyone or not. And yep, there goes the Bat Rider. Garb was thinking about going forward, but he's like, nah. But that sneaks up. That's going to be the tower down. One more hit. He is, oh, one hit would have gone for them. But bottom lane, Infernal, he's in trouble. Storm comes out. They got the catch. The last was there. Infernal looking very dead to me. Yes, they got the tier 2 top. That was fine, I suppose, for the Shadow Shaman, but was it really worth it in the end for the team? So far, though, if only Infernal dies, you're okay with training a core for a tier 2. 24 minutes in. The problem is that this also tells Impossible, hey guys, we can take a fight. They don't have the Axe. Axe is really the big initiator right now. Bottega, he's got just the Radiance, the Midas, and the Mantis style. He's got some gold in the bank. We'll see what he can turn it into. And Koval, what have you stolen on the Rubik? He's stolen Berserker's Call. A very good ability for sure. Like, it is, I think they, you know, some guy made a tier list of stuns, and Berserker's Call is the best stun in the game. I agree. It's not best. It's easily top 5 in the stuns in the game. But at the same time, not for Rubik. You know, it's like, it's a great stun, but not for you, buddy. Bottega. Taking a few hits there. Fairly tanky, this guy. Walks up. Ooh, that ward's right next to a sentry. They might, if they send in a creep there, they could spot out, know something's going on. I do hear that Storm Spirit is pulling out, but it's just creeps. It's just farming up. The smoke looks like it's got half the duration left. Will it actually generate anything for the team? They are trying to. Oh, Koda gets caught. Nice blink there by Infernal. They are able to stop Garb. Oh, the wall on 3. Koda gets the snake off before he dies. So that's something for the team. But Bottega is going forward right now. Has the ultimate available. Is forced to use it. So far, they've lost 2 for nothing on Impossible. Aleem does at least lose his life. It's all right. It's a 3 for 2 trade right now for Yellow Submarine. But they do not have the ultimate available now for the Abaddon, and Storm is relatively out of juice. Can this be Amano's time to do something magical? Amano, there you go. Ooh, Ethereal. Let's go Scepter Strength right there. We mentioned this. It is not easy for the TA who relies completely on right click to focus people down. Koval taking a lot of damage here. Koval looking possibly a little, yep, looking real dead. Even refreshes the hand of Midas. And if you're TA, you need to get a nullifier to deal with the Ghost Scepters that are going to be coming out, to deal with these Solar Crests and stuff. This is why I'm really not liking. Int is now going for Octarine Core. It's fine, but it feels like it's more of the same. More control, not enough damage. Yellow Submarine choking out of their minds. They were definitely choking out of their minds, Ro. Or 13. Is it Rob? Is it like RO? 1-3 is the 1-3 is Rob. Either way, how are they going to be able to catch it? It looks like they catch Aleem. Aleem is gone. The Tiny is able to walk out of there fine, but Aleem loses his life. As Koda also dies. Amano, man. This guy's got crit. Sorry, Daedalus Deso. Do not mess with this man. He's got refraction damage as well. So now they're going mid, seeing if they can catch someone. Botega's not there with the team though. Botega's so farmed. The only reason Botega doesn't look so farmed is because Amano's kind of close to him. But in reality, Botega is hella farmed because he is ahead of a TA who, always farms well. Oh, my back. Sitting for a long time today. And Abaddon does have the Basher, so it's going to help against, once those BKBs come out. And don't think Amano is thinking about BKB. I agree with him, by the way. Nope, he is going to go for BKB now that he's got the Daedalus. Okay. Personally, when you're behind, more damage is really good. Because if you get a BKB and you're behind, you're like, well, they're just ignoring and kill other people. But if you get more damage, they really have to focus you down. At the same time, okay, that's a Yule Scepter. The Rune Stone by Gold to make sure the enemy team doesn't get it. And the way he uses snakes on Hakoda is like, I see someone, I drop snake. Aren't you worried about wasting it? What is waste? I just throw snake. As Morale, he sees Koval. Oh dear, Koval's dead as well. The bad news continues at the moment as for a second I was like, who's caught two? But it's definitely Inferno who's caught Garb. Garb just what an insane prediction. Yes, the man has Blink Dagger and he's gonna be fine, but no, he's not. The Blink Echo Saber. Dude, they are playing with them right now. Yellow Submarine. It was looking a little, a little sussy a while ago. I suspect that the Yellow Submarine aren't gonna win this one, but nope, it's never been outside their favor when it comes to the win rate, and a little bit of gold for Impossible was not enough to have them control the game. And now, we're going for Amano. Remember, you guys got no defensive items, really relying on just staying alive in these. Oh dear, the BKB was there in time, keeps him alive. Meanwhile, Bottega, those illusions, they've got Radiance, they've got Curse of Avernus, they are very annoying illusions to deal with. I did not realize that he had the BKB finish time. Last time I clicked on him, he was like 1,000 gold away, but I forget that TA, you blink and she has 1,000, a GPM. Rob thinks Yellow Submarine will have damage issues, or does have damage issues. I suppose so, but I think Impossible's damage issues are just as severe because only the TA and whatever Darkseer illusions you can get. Batrider's decent damage, but late game you just don't really do damage. You're most focused on grabbing people and using your lasso. Rubik's damage is depending on what he steals, which is usually not that impressive. So, I think if of the two teams, Yellow Submarine will have fewer damage issues than Impossible. And Morta is going to go for that big bullet. Almost has the Aghanim Scepter available. It expands and pierces through enemy tier. It pierces, expands, and does more damage. How much does it more damage? It's 100 more 125 actually more damage at max level. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. 125 more damage. I like it. Oval. Solid D-ward. The war was about to end, but you get that little bit of gold in the XP which you need. Roshan, let's look at the timer, boys. It's gonna come up in like 15 seconds or so. Wait. It's not 15 seconds. A little bit more than that. I forgot. It's not that one. But it's relatively going to be a quickish Roche. About 30 seconds more should get it. Smoke is used. They see those wards gone. Are they going to fight them? Amano smoke breaks. Amano blinks away as he gets called in by the harpoon. But oh, it's a tough one. I don't know who you jump on. You can't, anyone you jump on that's not Abaddon, there'll be a shield. If you jump on the Abaddon, he's unkillable. There's a BKB on the Storm Spirit as well. I think possibly a BKB on Infernal. Yes, a fresh-ish BKB. It's 8 seconds actually. Right, smoke breaks. What are they gonna go for? Oh, almost bring down Inferno, but it's not enough. Amano taking a lot of damage here. The shackle is there. The BKB is used. Amano's still dead. They bring down Inferno. That's still something for Impossible. Unfortunately, your main damage dealer is gone right now. So we'll see if they can do anything here. Morel just jumps away. Oh, the avalanche. The toss is there, but I don't know how much that's gonna do for you as a team. Surge is there. Oh, Morel. I'm sorry, Mr. Ellis. Oh dear, the shot in the back of Untiny just demolishes him. That's 2 cores. The big problem for me is anytime Amano dies. Anytime something bad happens to the TA, I feel like the game is closer and closer to being over for Impossible. Yeah, Submarine, they've got the overwhelming blink. They're going to go for Roshan as well. Rob, Axe from behind is useless. I don't know. I think as long as Axe can blink call, I'm relatively happy with my Axe off lane. I think that the Axe is, like, if Axe's net worth, oh my god, is the same as the Tiny, I think that's okay for the Axe, but not okay for the Tiny. And he's ahead of the Tiny. Of course, obviously there's a 6-minute delay from when you mentioned it, but as long as Axe can blink, if he has Blade Mail, that's even bonus. As long as he can blink call, I'm always like, yeah, that's fine. That's all I really need from the Axe. Obviously, I'm not a very good Axe player or an offlaner, but you can still, it's like Magnus. As long as you have Blink RP, you always have use. But Leshrac needs gold and to be ahead to be useful. Leshrac having Blink is not enough. Well, in the meantime, though, the crazy thing is that Mr. Ellis is ahead of is ahead of Int right now in terms of net worth, as that is a brutal thing right now. Seeing the enemy position for lap you in gold.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Did Amano get the shard? He's got the shard on the TA. That's going to be very helpful for them. As all Int jump on him. I mean, he could Yule to stay alive for a second now, but doesn't even get the chance to use it because of the control. Alim, just look at this. Like, okay, can he? The heck? Oh, the shot, dude! How is he getting them from a while away? He was off map, and he shoots him from, like, I don't know how he gets it. And this brings down Alim's net worth is good, by the way. So he's a juicy target. And you continue to shut down this Tiny, who frankly has struggled most of this game. What's Rubik got? Oh, Rubik's got a Photic Shield. That's kind of nice. A Photic Shield with the shard on top. That's a good bit of damage reflection there. As Botiga is like, yeah, I'm just going to go for the buildings, boys. He's got a big snake as well to help him out. Backdoor protection kicks in, but kicks out. I don't know why backdoor protection takes 20 seconds to activate. I don't know if it's 20 or 15, but it's way too long. What's stolen? I don't think it showed me what was stolen, but it's a Photic Shield. Maybe it doesn't show because he still had it. But yeah, he just refreshes the duration of a Photic Shield. It is a 4.5 second shield, so it's a very low cooldown. Woo! He almost brings down Amano actually mantas because he was worried that would be a crit deso hit. You can kill an Abaddon with borrowed that doesn't use borrowed time. Like, if you are able to bring him down from 500 to 0, that counts. Storm Spirit about to get that Acceptor, so even more control for the team. As there's a Blink Aether Lens on the Shadow Shaman. Muerta, nothing really to work with here. Axe is going, of course, for the Octarine core. So more jumps, more calls. One assumes more calls, of course. Oh, okay, guys. I'm gonna tell you the game-winning item on Impossible. It is the Bat Rider Ag Scepter, which he has. If he can jump in Lasso 2, I mean, I've seen crazier things. Check out Bottega. He's keeping his radiance off so that when the illusions are made from him, from the Dark Seer, they do not give the radiance burn to his own team. That is what we call very clever. Those bullets are huge. All right, they get their outpost back. Rubik wants to go for the Ag Scepter. I mean, he's got this. If with the talent at 15, that's not bad. Not bad. Oh, Amano gets caught again. Does have the PKB if he needs to use it. Does use it in time. Oh, he's gonna try. Look at that. The double loss. The damage is great. It is there, but is it gonna be enough in time? Amano gets the kill, Mr. but he does lose his life. They bring down Code as well. Mr. decides to buy back. He's ready to go in. Morel, he's relatively low, but he's strong enough to bring down Aleem. And in the end, it is a 2-for-2 trade. But it's 2 cores for a support, for 2 supports. They bring down Garb as well. Oh dear. Honestly, good wall, good lasso, good position from the TA, but the numbers, you're behind in goals, you're behind in items. It's not easy. And this tiny build, this item build from the tiny really is, it's really tickling my nipples. As Morel gets a kill on Koval as well. Is that a saying, by the way? I'm pretty sure it is. And they're thinking, oh, okay, guys, should we just end? Rupa buybacks, TA buyback, Rubik buyback. There's 10 seconds to the Bat Rider buyback. They're saying, like, Koval, you may have bit off a little more than you can choose. Yeah, he's dead. That buyback, a bit of a waste there. Then Barra is here, he's got Blink, he's got double lasso, but he needs the people to be relatively close. He wants to pull them into the fountain. Can he do that? He's got them, but the damage is just not there. And everyone's dead. Jaja, I expect at any second now, as Impossible knocked out of the CCT fourth tour here. A decent performance in game 1, and honestly feels like they're playing a lot better than the first day, but is not enough for Yellow Submarine. This is a Yellow Submarine that's firing on all cylinders. The laning phase and some of the itemization for Impossible. I've always had a bit of issue with the way they buy, like they pick items, and this one was the tiny. I really didn't like that he's going for the utility build, and he's putting all the pressure on Amano. Like he's like, yeah, you're gonna do everything. I'm just gonna sort of hang around here, which is very tough for him to work with. I like what Garb went for with the Blink Ags. It was nice, but this is a very expensive build. And, you know, Rubik, not great. On the other side, Morel, uncontrolled. Bottega, this is the second game in a row he doesn't die. He's 13-0-11 on this. Yes, Infernal struggled early on, but it didn't really matter because Bottega had the Midas, non-stop farm. Morel was doing really well. Hakoda also did a lot of that split push top. Got punished for it a few times, but didn't seem to matter at all. And the end is going to be, look at that. Our updated brackets. As Yellow Submarine advances to the lower bracket finals, they're going to be facing up against Yandex or Tenacity, whoever wins their match, which I believe is the next match, but it is going to be some time from now. So I'll tell you guys in just a bit how long that's going to be. But yeah, kudos to Yellow Submarine. Very clean performance today. Wait, I believe that their match is going to be tomorrow, actually, for Yellow Submarine. So we'll see who they're going to play up against. In the meantime, this is going to be the schedule. The next match, Kalmychata and eSpoiled, is been cancelled. eSpoiled has forfeited their match. I believe that they have another tournament that they're attending at this time. It's a scheduling issue for them, so they're saying, "I'm sorry, guys, we cannot complete in the CCT." We're gonna miss them. I would have loved to have them for another series, but it's Kalmychata just gets a free advance for themselves. But next game is going to be at 1600 CCT, 4 p.m. CCT. That is I believe, nearly 4 hours from now. It is quite a break we're gonna be taking. But that's gonna be Yandex versus Tenacity, then Liga versus Team Next Level. I believe Biomolf is gonna be casting that. Let me check for a second so you guys know. Yeah, it is gonna be Biomolf. Fantastic guy entering the Dota 2 scene. I'm sure he's gonna be killing it. But I'm done for today. I'll be doing another day later. I think one of the last days with Rob maybe. But I'm done for the day. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate you guys watching, and we'll see you guys in just a few days. So keep, tune in 4 hours for the next match. But I'll see you guys in a few days. Bye bye for now.
And going in for the last tier 3 of this game. Rubicon got greed up, nice bit of Malice catch. This Ursa is in danger, Will of Wonder, he's hexed up, coiled up. They are keeping him locked into place, but Nande, he's in the middle of everything, and he's gonna get jumped upon. Rubicon takes him down alongside with Palantimos. Oh, Zero Tenacity. It's a little bit of an overextension of Yunduran this time. As Level Up, they will throw everything they have as a counter response there. Thinking they could have taken down Ursa just like that. Well, don't forget the fact that he does have a BKB available, and just going in like that with nobody dead. It was an insanely ballsy move from Zero Tenacity. Ultimately, it was a really bad decision. They didn't have an Aegis, they didn't have anything, but at the same time, they do realize that things can go overboard soon enough. I mean, they did punish Jack severely, but if he's left unattended, just the flat damage that the Magnetize does by itself at level 3 is just a little bit too much to handle. They also pretty much walked into the beautiful setup that Level Up were looking for across this entire game. Bottom side. Quick takedown onto a Tooth. Mirage has a lock on to Palantimos, but can they get Dawnbreaker? The coil has been used up already. Mirage keeping up the pressure. Meanwhile, Rubicon takes down Essie, but this matters a little bit more. Solar Guardian, Wheel of Wonder doesn't go through. Palantimos will fall. Across the other side of the map. It looked like they knew where Jack was. But unfortunately, Zero Tenacity just walked insanely close to that target. A little bit of a rebalancing of the game in Zero Tenacity's favor, but they still need the next Roche to go in all the way onto high ground. And Roche is available already. But which side decides to pay him a visit? Ursa, he has been Aegis deprived throughout this entire game. It's been Nandi who's been walking around with an opportunity after an opportunity. This could be the last one. They are doing the best to prevent Roche from roaring. How low can they drop him before anything else happens? Level up. They are close by as well. With Zero Tenacity, they are gonna go in for the strike before committing into the Roche pit. Pawn low, found, gate across the other side, and boom, he is down. Outpost secured. Now everybody is aware that Roche is gonna happen, and now Jack commits for the jump. Nice magnetized with the Solar Guardian. They will get a lock onto the Ringmaster and onto Nefert. Nefert tries to get the hell out of there. Yamich looking severely low, trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, he will fall. Palantimo, Solar Guardian in place. Nande locked out, but he's keeping up the pressure. He's keeping up with the hitting. He's got the Satanic available. Keeps it up versus Rubicon, and oh, he's gonna fail this contest. It's gonna be just 2v1. With with Mirage, my bad, still left remaining. He will pop in a double coil to try to secure this. Meanwhile, mid-racks have fallen. At the very least, the creeps are holding on for something. As now this game, 40 minutes in, is looking like a standstill. the attack. Rubicon, has shown himself. And now the contest is on. Yamish forces out a buyback. Mirage dancing about. He won't be able to secure the Aegis. Gets locked into the grip. Wheel of Wonder. No, it's the escape act being used up. Wheel of Wonder is not available. Mirage has fallen. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is bad. This is so freaking bad. Zero Tenacity, they've been holding things on this entire game, and just this Roche fight turned things around really badly. We have the banner, we have the shard, we have the Aegis, and a refresher secured on the side of Level Up. Zero Tenacity, they only have 2 lanes actively pushing things out for them. And they need another minute to get themselves back together. It's enough time for Level Up to do some severe damage here, if they choose to do so. They have 4 minutes onto the Aegis timer. Finally, it's gonna go to Ursa. Can he make a jump onto Nande? Wants to go in solo, or no, it's just gonna be for this tier 2. Fortification popped up. They want to catch him, or maybe not. Rubicon, once again, commits and proceeds with the takedown. All focus now onto bottom lane. They want to push in at least one more. At least the lane that they know they have secure. Okay, Zero Tenacity up and operational. They will instantly regroup. Do they have the smoke available? Or will they use a hero as bait? Speaking of smokes, Rubicon and Ponlo. Double smoke up and available. Up and active, actually. But will they find somebody? They don't have much information of where Zero Tenacity are at, but they will find Mirage there. Nice blink away back to safety. Fortunately, it is a puck that you are dealing with. Look at that. Yeah, that was just one Roche fight, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Zero Tenacity, they've been a little bit too greedy in the past couple of minutes, and it's been costing them, even though Rubicon caught up, hypnotized. There's the Nimbus trying to fight things out, and with the Impalement Act, is he going to reach him for the takedown? Yes, Aegis' life is dead and gone, and meanwhile, Jack walks into the Pit of Malice, Solar Guardian lands and locks on to Nande. Nefrit as well, he's in danger, but there's the damage coming out from the Troll. He's hitting Yayo down, and Palantimos, can he fall here? They're keeping Troll safe and sound as much as they can. A couple of axes are needed, and the lady has fallen. Rubicon, he is on life number 2. BTV is about to expire. He's locked into a Bit of Malice, and Nande's gonna close in. He's brought back, and he's gonna die. Oh, my lord. Oh, this game is playing so much with my emotions, ladies and gentlemen. This is just game number 1 of this playoffs. And we're gonna be having playoffs all day. Holy, this time it's gonna be Level Up who are feeling a little bit too aggressive. As Zero Tenacity, they will bait them in. They can pretty much end this. Go tier 4s, go for the Ancient. It's been 46 minutes of slaughter. Nope, they will go for the Negus, respectfully, as all due to gentlemen know. You should first take down the Rex before you go in for the tier 4s. Ponlo, final buybacks are being called in for Level Up, but they still have only 3 on the field. Ursa is not coming back anytime soon. They have 50 seconds left remaining if they want to end this. Nande going in all in, second tier 4, about to go down. It's gonna fall. Drone exposed. Palantimos. Ponlo commits for a nightmare, trying to slow down Nande, but the rest of the crew are there for the response. The 2-fix will go down. Palantimos commits for the one last final jump, but he could be falling down with his life. Caught up into the Wheel of Wonder. It's gonna be one by one going down. I do assume it's time to call the GG if the throne doesn't fall first. And even after so much effort within those last couple of minutes, Zero Tenacity, they will claim game number 1. I was kind of conflicted from the level of drafting to begin with. I thought they could have made something happen, but unfortunately, Zeus has a really bad track record of being a support. As much as he is good, as much as you're getting a lot of information that you can utilize with a Dawnbreaker, ultimately, it's not looking that positive. For the Earth Spirit, it was a very shaky game, not gonna lie. He never had the chance to pick off. He had a good couple of runs while he was able to utilize the Blade Mail and with the Magnetize, but as the game kept on going, Zero Tenacity had one more strike to deliver, and this game was dead and gone. But the series is far from over, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have game 2 upon us. See you after the break. And hello once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with game 2 between Zero Tenacity and Level Up. And as you can see, we have Madsen back, so it's not gonna be an all of a horrible situation for Level Up all the way through, but we shall see. Madsen is back. That's already a good sign. Let's see if they have to keep things up with this game too, because game 1, it was not a bad draft, sorry, to begin with, but it was ultimately the collective execution which was a little bit lacking. The Earth Spirit as a hero did not prove himself to be that worthwhile to keep things up in the game, even though his damage output was quite decent. Level Up, they only walked away with a couple of lucky situations to keep themselves up into that 46-minute game. But it was not that good of a combination. Let's see if things are going to work better for this one. Opting in for the Dawnbreaker once again, they will bring about the Atufix special, and that is going to be the Mirana, along with the Ringmaster. So far, definitely comfort picks on Level Up. And for Zero Tenacity, it is a hero that they haven't lost within the past week. So they won 4 matches in a row as a part of EPL, and they have won one game just yesterday on CCT, which usually they have the tendency to complement. I was just gonna say with the Abaddon, who is gonna pop up in their draft, or maybe we're gonna be seeing the next hero being either a Meepo. There has been, I want to say that they did play. No, actually, they weren't the ones. My bad. They didn't play the Marcy Carey within this combination. But yeah, Meepo is definitely a comfortable pick for Zero Tenacity that they can work with. Is it banned out? No, it's not banned out. So it is a decent possibility. But it's kind of scary when you have the Turboblade onto the other side. With the Sunder, he will be able to take away one Meepo and pretty much execute it at very, very easily and very nicely. And Nande, he has played, well, the Turboblade himself within most of these games. He has played. What else has he opted in for? Within this type of a draft, actually, it's only been the Meepo and the Turboblade as a combination. In terms of him as a player, let me just do a quick check. Where is Nande? I mean, he has played Morphling. He has played Slark. There's also the chance for the Troll Warlord once again. He has actually played a Marcy Carey, but not on a Leshrac draft. So there is still that possibility. Actually, there's not. The Marcy has been taken out. Slark is going to be out of the picture. Darkseer is out as well. There's the Earthshaker and DK out of the picture, because also in previous scenarios there have been situations when Zero Tenacity have turned this Abaddon as a carry potentially, just to keep up with the punishment onto whoever is at the other side. And I would like to see the Abaddon Warlock combination either way, either as a safe lane combo or as an offlane combination, because you can proactively deal a lot of early damage and be ultimately really annoying. But I would like to see more is the Warlock to be utilized with something a little bit more extra. Fast on the farming, really annoying to deal with. They can bring in the Dusa here to put a halt to things if you know they need to. Or level up the ones that brought in the anti-mage offlane. Or was it somebody else who brought in? There was an insane game just like that. There was a Dusa being picked up as last, and the AM was not banned out, but they're like, screw it, we're gonna go AM as an offlane option. And ultimately, it did result, funnily enough, in a win. And yeah, actually, it was a Runa team versus Team Lynx with the last pick, Anti-Mage, as Luna was, the carry in those games. But yeah, last pick for Level Up, it is gonna be the Spango. So Terrorblade is gonna roll in as his good old carry position. Actually, it's gonna be a mid lane Pango. Feels a little bit more like it. Interesting choice here. I mean, you can actively keep up the pressure with the swashbuckle and the shield bash onto the Leshrac, because if you get in close and personal to him, he is bound to bleed really fast. But Leshrac at the same time, it is a hero who thrives at, others being in his close vicinity with the Diabolic Edicts, with the Pulse Nova, and of course with everything else. Last pick for Zero Tenacity, it is going to be the Gyrocopter, so they will opt in to enable a strong and very fast farming carry, so it is going to be Nande and Essie joining forces, Nefrit with Yamage going into top lane. For a level up, it is going to be Madsen, welcome back, going mid lane, Palantimos once more reliving his role as Dawnbreaker off lane, and Rubicon onto the Turblade. I do like the fast impact play Zero Tenacity can deliver here. I am quite scary of Nande's overall farm because overall farm and overall performance in this game, because gyrocopters, they can farm insanely fast. They can amp themselves up with insane amounts of damage and pretty much delete everything they find on the map. But you have a Terrorblade onto the other end who is bound to be insanely problematic until you can proactively counteract uh, his ultimate with something like a Satanic or a BKB or something of that sort. Maybe you can stand out to that contest, but you do have higher chances on the gyro in the early game. It's gonna be imperative for Nefrit to keep things up with the Abaddon, to make sure he's self-sustaining as well, and pretty much allow for the rest of the team to row in and rain damage, because they do have the Leshrac who is really annoying in that department. You do have the gyro as well, and that's already a lot of early damage being thrown in. For level up, they do have the more careful approach. I like the fact that they opted in for something that they're comfortable with, and that is this Mirana. They are going to have the Ringmaster as a second layer of comfort to set things into motion a little bit better with the Solar Guardian. And then there's the Pango, who can cause in a lot of shenanigans. The one thing that is I never like seeing in a draft with a Pango is when you have heroes who thrive on others being held up altogether. And this guy, he can just, throw things on the sides and mess things up and, a little bit too much. But ultimately, he's great for the catch. Potentially, you can find these nice arrow setups that you can follow up with. But you don't have a conventional method of having a rinse and repeat arrow setup, which is slightly worrisome. Palantimos will scout out a couple of targets as the smoke breaks. Madsen reveals the Warlock in the mid lane, so pretty much level up have a general idea of where Zero Tenacity are stationed at, especially with that beautiful observer being placed that deep there. They will take an early strike onto Mirage, but nobody will fall. 2-2 distribution of the bounty runes, and we are ready to go. But yeah, game number 2. Definite favorites popping up on both sides. I do generally favor the Zero Tenacity Leshrac being picked up. And it's gonna be really interesting if level up tries to focus him down. Maybe I'm putting a little bit too much emphasis, but Zero Tenacity, they've been yielding really good results, and they've been really proactive and annoying with this hero. And maybe they can keep it up. And if level up try to focus him down so much, they will lose track of what Nefert is doing, of what Nande is doing. Yamage being a little bit annoying to begin with. We'll throw in a nice sentry, and that's actually gonna block the camp successfully. Ponlo trying to force this wave not to get delayed, but it is going to be free farm going in for Nefert. mean, not too shabby for Rubicon. Still, it is gonna make things a little bit difficult for Ponlo. Courier? So close. Down bottom. SC and Nande. Definitely a scary powerhouse, and as we can see, they are diving pretty deep under the tier 1 enemy tower. And they don't... Yeah, they just got... Oh, actually, they kicked things off with the Fatal Bonds, naturally. So it does explain the amount of pressure that Level Up have received here. Bottom side, Yamich once again with his wave shenanigans. Rubicon will try to do the same. Now, the leaning is happening in the jungle, as it seems. Ponlo doing his best to disrupt this. It's looking a little bit difficult. Yamich keeping up the pressure. Will got to get away, as there's no aphotic shield for the save. Yeah, this is definitely looking like the tougher lane for Zero Tenacity, because Rubicon and Ponlo, they do have a nice amount of early control that they can counteract with. As you can see, Yamich is going in with all of these long-range rotations, trying to go in to pull waves, to body block the camps. He's doing a lot of God's work to keep this up for Nefrid. But Nefrid, he is kind of 7 last hits shying away from Rubicon, which could be worrisome. But if he stays up and alive until he gets the borrowed time, it could be decent. And in previous games, it's been so often that Nefrid has been left alone to be down to his own devices for the first 20-25 minutes of the game. But once he gets the Radiance in the early stages, he just starts chasing targets left and right. He's become the ultimate Kyrie Punisher. And SC rotating topside, drops the Fatal Bonds. Rubicon, he is locked into bonds. The damage is coming through, but it doesn't seem like he will fall. Ponlo, a little bit under siege. The imps are running about, but they won't take anybody. Nope. It's actually going to be mid lane, as the Tooth shows himself for the Water Rune steal. But Mirage does not hesitate to take him down. Topside. Tufix now shows up topside, as Yamich sticks around under the tier 1 tower for too long and will fall. Rubicon popping the Metamorphosis onto SC, throws the Fatal Bonds, trying to fend things away. Shadow Word across the trees. One more strike. Rubicon will get it. Quite the overextension here on topside. Zero Tenacity. I mean, if they brought in Nande, it might have been better. But they didn't. Unfortunately, Nefrid does not have good early damage, so the rest of the crew can amplify it. And neither has the Tusk, so this was a mission for Nande to get a little bit of solo experience. Has the Falcon Blade completed, and will be getting the brown boots soon enough. Also, things are running great for Mirage. A nice and easy solo kill going in his direction. How is he holding on in terms of items? I mean, he's still sticking around with the good old bottle, going in for an early rod. On low, Nefrit almost drops the Mirana down to 0. Nande, and a little bit of danger. The blood grenade is ticking, but he will stay put. Won't venture out far, and he will live. A tooth. Might have a chance of a courier takedown, even if the courier does not carry anything. But for now, the bigger problem that he has is the chance that he is going to be sandwiched between SC and Nande here. Oof, blood grenade miss. They will call in the rocket. Essie keeping up the pressure. Atuf, they know he does not have the escape act. Snowball. Nice jump forward. Oh, it's not gonna connect. The whoopee cushion. Was it the whoopee cushion? I don't think it was anything else there. That was so nice. Yep, I do believe it was that one, since he does not have any souvenir slots left. No, Yamage still sticking around. It's minute 7 shrine time. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a 3v1. Yamage still sticking around, doing his best. Snowballs away, will give away the shrine. At the very least, he will try to take Atuf's life, but it's not gonna happen. Meanwhile, Madsen shows down bottom. Yamage will fall, but unfortunately, Madsen won't find a safe passage to jump on the bridge. Still, they will put Essie now in a stand position himself, and again, the Warlock will be forced to juke around the trees before accepting certain death. Good game so far for a level up. Zero Tenacity, they are feeling a little bit too aggressive with this draft, which is definitely expected, but they are unfortunately suffering these losses. At least Nante is kept safe, Mirage is kept safe. So that early damage could show itself, could present itself soon enough. But at the same time, level up, they are proactive. They brought in Madsen with the Rolling Thunder, they have the Solar Guardian available. And they could get the Sunder as well. Madsen, oh nice Amplifier Rune find there. Shard, Solar Guardian, they will land onto Yamage, but nope, actually the Snowball for the save. However, he's still locked out away from his team. Swashbuckle forward, they will take him down still. The rest of the targets, they are locked with Fatal Bombs. Jumping in the middle of things, Mirage takes down one. Essie Atuf will fall, call down for the kill. Will be 3 for the price of 1. See, this is what I meant. The Zero Tenacity, they do have the damage, they just gotta show for it. A beautiful setup with the 4-man Fatal Bonds, and they will take 3 out of the picture. Even though Yamage has been lost in the process, it did demonstrate for a very nice, counter setup. They level up were forced out to drop the Solar Guardian and a quick snowball out, and even if a Tusk dies, he's able to waste sufficient amount of time away from the enemy team. And time is always of the essence in Dota. That's why we hate pauses so much. Beautiful stacks being set up topside. And it's gonna be soon enough time to secure them, but for now, there is a chance for a kill there. Pawn low, scouted up, rooted down, splitter, stunned down, no way, no chance for this poor lady to leap away. At the very least, her job is done. She will secure the Terrorblade, who is right in the vicinity, trying to keep up with his farm. Meanwhile, mid lane, Madsen looking for a chance to strike. Yamage, he will make the shot first. Snowball forward, does not have the punch, but they will get a beautiful log. They won't allow the Rolling Thunder to go through. Oh, actually, they're not going to be having that chance twice. Yamage locked out. He will secure the Arcane Room. Nice play with the shard, but still, now it's Mirage who's endangered. They won't connect with the Solar Guardian, but they will connect with the Golem. No Fatal Buns available, but who cares? They got Palantinos with ease. Another attempted takedown on Yamage, and it's gonna go down in the takedown for Palantimos. Very nicely played out from Zero Tenacity, and of course, you can always proceed with the good old, let's use this Golem for the tier 1 takedown. Madsen, hello, Rolling Thunder is not available now, and this time, he's not gonna be able to get away. Fatal Bonds connecting him with the Creep Wave. As Mirage keeps up with the siege, can they take him down? One more strike is needed. He's gonna jump away, but he's no longer connected to anything. He is gonna survive. So close yet so far. Unfortunately, it's gonna be the tier 1 tower that won't live to see another day. 11 minutes in. And it's gonna be the first.
been killed.
Nefret eased out from the pressure. Oh, please come back. Come back. We only... I don't want 11 minutes of Madsen only. This is really bad. Or maybe not. Hopefully it's just a minor hiccup that he can come back from. But yeah, Nefret has been chilling topside for quite a while. The Sabaton could have a good timing onto the Radiance just to amp himself up a little bit better. So more farm, more a little bit of everything. Ponlo, 3/4 of a level away from the Moonlight Shadow, so level ups, they still don't have that extra flavor for the good setups. For now, they have found a couple of good kills, but ultimately, in the past couple of minutes, they have been baited by Zero Tenacity to make these awkward movements and awkward rotations. Oh, but yep, we have Madsen back. And also Mirage is getting out of control. And he has proven what he can do on the Lesh. So, good when ready. Welcome back, Madsen, for yet another time. Hopefully you're not going anywhere today anymore. Hopefully you're gonna be the shining star to get this game, team into game 3. Meanwhile, Ponlo, Mirana, one last leap available, but it's not gonna be enough for her to get the hell out of those shards. Bye-bye.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, speaking of the devil, there's Mirage. Just needing the Rod of Adas for that extra setup, because what Level Up have, at the very least in their favor, is this extra mobility. They have the Mirana who thrives of jumping around, and they do have the Pango. If they go in for an early Scythe of Vice, it could be even better. Just, you know, to add another layer of lockdowns to prevent the Pango from going through top side. We are seeing the illusions, and everybody is seeing where everybody else is. Zero Tenacity Golem just got off cooldown. So they can fight if they're willing to. Level Up, they are doing their best to protect this crucial tower because, as always, losing mid lane and safe lane tier 1s, it is going to open up the jungle, and you don't want that to happen, especially not for a Terrorblade, who is still very in a dire need for a farm.
Radiant are scanning.
As the Gyro, he can get involved into kills, and Level Up, they do know that. Eyes on him, Madsen. Rolling Thunder, they are closing in. Nande, he has been locked out, but the TPs are coming through. Can they take him down before anything? Wheel of Wonder has been used up, but they won't make a catch. Damage. Nice lockdown, cooldown, Madsen, uh-oh, looking bad. Yayo will reinitiate, they want to take down Mirage, and they will do so successfully. But Rubicon, Yayo, they've been locked out, Sunder used up, now they will take down 3. Adding up to the total of 4. I mean, look at all those spells used up by Level Up, and they only had the chance to take down Mirage. Moonlight Shadow, Sunder, Metamorphosis, Solar Guardian, Wheel of Wonder, everything. But the Gyro lives. And yeah, Nande walking away as he did last game. I mean, last game it happened at minute 0. Now, at 14 minutes 8, he gets a free triple kill. And he is gonna eye out for the Scepter BKB right afterwards. Already kicking things off with an early Crystallis, which is generally interesting to see because often there's not that high prio and Gyros for going in for a Crystallis. They want to go in for Daedalus when they know they have everything needed, or they just go in for the Scepter Rush to amp up the farming just a little bit more.
Dire's top tower
But currently this Gyro is feeling a little bit more comfortable. As I said, he is a part of the team fights. He is being used up by the rest of the team. He was just the target set up by Level Up, but unfortunately, their positioning was really bad. Mirage. Do they want to jump onto him this time? Madsen. Oh, there's the commitment. Wheel of Wonder. Nice setup to counteract the jump. A tooth. Now Yamage. He's in danger and Payment Act with the blood grenade. But it's just gonna be overall one big ultimate used up for the safety of Madsen. Yamage. If only he has a sentry there, he would have seen that beautiful observer, because it was it pretty much looked like he knew, but not 100%. But yeah, we are down into the farming stage, 16 minutes in. It's 11 on to 6 in the favor of Zero Tenacity with 2k net worth.
Radiant are scanning.
Primarily, we're seeing scepters being queued up on all sides. There's one being queued up on Madsen. There's one onto Palantimos, almost completed. There's one on the gyro that we spoke of as well. And I do believe I saw one more. 16 minutes in. There's the Radiant Song to Nefrit. And there goes the final tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, down bottom, Nande will finally be taken down. At this time, Zero Tenacity, they won't be having that clear of an insight to save their carry.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Of course.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
And yeah, I guess we need to change some of our descriptions, because some of them might have been left copy-pasted from Twitch. As yeah, now we are on Kick, which is gonna take some time until we build up some good audience here. But yeah, we'll be sending out info back. Actually, I do have moderator privileges, so I might as well change it after in the break, but I don't want to do anything outside from the TO's permissions and abuse my authority. But yeah, it's been pretty chill for now. Level Up, they have began... Oh, on low. Zero Tenacity. Going in for the deep dive there. But yeah, Level Up have begun to work things around the Moonlight Shadow, which they got their first chance and they failed. The second chance, it was a success. But now, Zero Tenacity know that every 2 minutes there's a chance and a will that they will strike. And they gotta keep themselves protected. They lost Nande once in a very horrible fashion. But until they get the BKB available, they're not gonna be doing anything more. Which should be up in a given amount of time. I wouldn't skip on the opportunity of completing a BKB, because there's so many things happening here that can kill you as a gyro. And the rest of the team, they do require your help and they do require your damage. Mirage can be easily mitigated with the first BKBs being popped up. The gyro damage cannot be. But he will need to protect himself from the Solar Guardian. He will need to protect himself from the Ringmaster and all of his shenanigans and all the lockdowns he can deliver. Because every misstep and every possibility to kill a gyrocopter is not going to go to waste. 20 minutes in. It is time for Tormentor number 1, and both sides are willing to take that contest. Who will close in? Moonlight Shadow on top of the smoke.
top tower is under attack.
Level up. They are sending damage. Well, actually, my bad. I don't think it's damage.
Dire are scanning.
It's a tooth. It was damage last game. Yeah, but yeah, they're sending the Ringmaster pretty dip in to see what's gonna happen. But so far, nobody has appeared. And nobody is willing to take the first strike just yet. Zero Tenacity with having the upper ground. They will commit for a jump, and it's gonna be on to Madsen, who will be deleted on the spot. Madsen, however, not in a good position as he's pulled back with the Wheel of Wonder. Nice save there onto Yayo. Nefert keeping up the pressure. He gets a tooth, and he will take him down. Yayo as well will fall. Yamish keeping up the chase onto Ponlo. Leap away. Is it gonna reach? No, it won't, but the Rod of Eight as well. And there goes another one.
Dire's top tower is under
Rubicon. The imp scouted him out, but Zero Tenacity won't commit. $17 on to 7. 20 minutes in with a 9k net worth in the favor of Zero Tenacity. Things are looking pretty decent. It's been two team fights that they have won in a really strong fashion. And unless Level Up find a way to strike back with the equal manner, it is looking like a 2-2. So what can they do here potentially? You're obviously building up Madsen to counteract the Leshrac. So with the Diffusal being brought in on his end, I mean, that's your ideal target, but how can you close then onto the Leshrac is the bigger question. Maybe you can utilize the Rolling Thunder, but primarily we've seen the Rolling Thunder in a couple of pickoffs, mostly used for the run and mostly expended in for absolutely nothing. So you cannot go for that. Unless you go in for the Moonlight Shadow and catch him and strike him down while he's unprepared, maybe there's, you know, a chance to make things worse for Zero Tenacity. I don't know, it's a really big problem that you have to work with. And again, if you refocus all of your resources onto taking down the Leshrac, you're allowing the Gyro to walk free. And he's got a Satanic, a Scepter, both up and operational 22 minutes into this game. Just absolutely bonkers. While the Turblade, he is working his way towards the Scotty. Manta is available, Dragonlance is available as well. But he's still not out there, given the fact that the Gyro has the Satanic, puts him in a really comfortable spot. Maybe he won't even need to make a BKB as this game keeps on going. Maybe he can go in for a full data list before he commits. Palantimos, aka Yayo. Scepter upgrades, Aghanim upgrades are completed. So he is looking good, but he's had a lot of items to sacrifice in the process. He doesn't have a Blade Mail, he only has a Soul Ring, and he has been taken down 3 times already. So it's definitely worrisome, even though his experience hasn't really suffered. Oh, the entire team looks like it's going on down the suffering end as well. Hanlo, swift and easy, and a beautiful catch for Zero Tenacity. As Level Up won't be able to scare them off in the next 30 seconds, unless they force out a buyback onto the Mirana, but that's gonna be obvious as hell. Rubicon, he is busy topside, Metamorphosis used up for the tier 1 tower takedown, so it is indeed a 3 Roche number 1 for Zero Tenacity. I want to say Zero Tenacity can comfortably use this for the push to be a little bit more aggressive. But let's see if that's gonna be their idea, because they can farm anytime, every time. It's not really, it hasn't really been a problem for them throughout this entire game, but it's just this objective taken, which is a little bit worrisome. Yeah, they have taken a lot, but they can take a lot more. And hello, Palantimos. Solar Guardian on the spot. Maybe he can't take Yamish here, and it's gonna be a success. Ooh, nice blink away. Mirage, can he get him? Yes, he will. No TP out for you. It is gonna be a goal on with the borrowed time used up for, well, 3 big ultimates in the attempted save for Palantimos. But now Zero Tenacity, they have to push bottom side. They have the golem. And they don't have the solar lady just jumping out from the sky and making, well, allowing Level Up to make any proper plays during this game. Bottom side under siege, mid lane under siege, and Ponlo once again. Oh boy. 2 tier 2s have fallen. Zero Tenacity. Again, at least with 1 hero away for level up, they do have a really control of the upcoming team fight. No Moonlight Shadow, no Solar Guardian available for at least the next 30 seconds. And they can push in high ground, as they have 3 minutes left remaining onto the Aegis timer. Nande goes in for the high ground commit. Where's everybody else? There's a fortification being used up, but it's gonna be instantly counter up by the Radiant one. Is it gonna be enough for the tier 3 tower takedown? I do believe so. And jump onto high ground. Hello? A tooth? More like a poof. Matson keeping up the charge. Gets a lock onto Yamage. Ringmaster forces out a buyback. Rubicon enters into play. They have all the focus onto Nande. They want to take down this Gyro, but this Gyro does not budge. He doesn't care that he's locked out into the wheel, but he's saved by the snowball. Nobody has died just yet, aside from a tooth. But these drags, they are slowly melting. Nante doesn't care who's hitting. He's hitting targets. He's dropping targets pretty low. And he's still alive. 2 more minutes left remaining on the Aegis timer.
How much damage was that, by the way?
It was almost 6k damage output coming out. Just from the Gyro. And nobody was able to touch him. Zero Tenacity, they are gonna opt in for more. They have the time, they have the power. There's no more pesky fortifications to be used on either side. It just needs to take down that tower before the creep dies, and it's gonna be successful. Matson setup was right, but unfortunately the entire team were not really put up for a fight. And at the same time, they did expand the Moonlight Shadow, they did expand the Wheel of Wonder. Unfortunately, they were forced out to use a buyback. Every minute, an entire lane is being taken down by Zero Tenacity. As again, now they have taken mid-racks, and they have 1 more minute solidly remaining onto the Aegis timer. It's definitely not looking good, even though with this draft being a lot more solid on the side of level up. It's definitely something that they generally have a lot of comfort playing with. It's feeling like it's 1 step away from what Zero Tenacity are doing. They are jumpy, they've rotated a lot. Even though it was Level Up who called in the first rotation of this game, they weren't able to keep things up. The Terrorblade is kind of AFK, doing his own bidding until he's able to fight. And even with his farming, he hasn't been able to keep up with what the Gyro is doing. Currently the difference between them is about 5k. So that's pretty much a full item.
Radiant's
And with the butterfly now completed, this gyro is going full-blown damage. Doesn't care about a single thing in the world. And in addition to that, he does have the gunpowder gauntlet, just to amp up his upcoming attacks with a little bit of an extra magic damage. "80 seconds without the Moonlight Shadow. Level up, they have used this opportunity to try to set themselves a little bit better for the next Zero Tenacity Siege, because they know they're gonna go in for Megas. Maybe they can get a long detour to try to catch them, but it's kind of really heavy under Zero Tenacity vision. It's a little bit too heavy under their control, and they are committing once again. Nande going in for the high ground jump with the rest of the crew of Espeli and Timos is actually gonna be deleted. Nande was used as bait, but he doesn't need to fight heroes anymore. He's there for the objectives. 50 seconds without the Dawnbreaker. Nande, Rubicon commits. It will lock him in. The shards call down is being used up. Nice 4-staff for the save. Maston jumps in behind. He gets a lock onto Leshrac, but nice save once again. The golem will pop. Snowball going in back onto Ponlo. Mirage, Pulse Nova. There's damage flying around everywhere. They will be getting a lock onto Rubicon, who doesn't even have a chance to sunder. Final buybacks are being forced out. Madsen falls by the hands of Nefert, and there's the borrowed time being used up. Root onto Palantimos. One by one, they will be falling. Level up. They are losing heroes. They are losing Rex. Rubicon, Snowball closing in. Nande is still unscathed, untackled, and unchallenged. He will find Madsen. It's gonna be a triple kill, and there's the GG being called up. The level up. This has been an insanely unfortunate series on their end. They lost Madsen for the first one, and for the second one, they were a little bit out of momentum. Possibly, I mean, they had the better idea during the drafting stage, but unfortunately, they didn't have the right execution. Possibly, the entire situation got into their head, or maybe they just got completely outplayed by Zero Tenacity. It was a very good game. It was a really solid performance from Zero Tenacity, and they were definitely proactive. Once again, it was this Leshrac that turned out to be insanely problematic. So yeah, for us, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be a little bit longer of a break. Actually, it's gonna be about 26 minutes 30 until it gets on stream, as we continue things off with the second playoff game for today for Pirates and Team Next Level. See you in a bit. We have returned, ladies and gentlemen, with the second series of today, Team Next Level versus 4 Pirates, as they enter into the playoffs. European Pro League Season 29 upon us, and we have some very fun picks to see. 4 Pirates, they will be opting in for one of their more favorable heroes, and that is the Naga Siren. Unfortunately, we haven't really seen a lot of games from this team, as 2 of their matches ended up with a forfeit from the enemy side. So it was a little bit of difficult to see how this team realistically goes against, the other teams in their group, but I guess the test will be now. They have met with Team Next Level multiple times. So last encounter that they had was July 29th, if I'm not mistaken, with 4 Pirates winning on CCT with a solid 2-0 victory. But they've had previous encounters before, but overall, I do believe that it's been 4 Pirates predominantly winning the series. So yeah, aside from getting their all-time favorite Naga, they will amp things up with the Snapfire, with the Tidehunter, and they will be taking a page off of Zero Tenacity's book, as they are claiming the Leshrac on their side. For Team Next Level, things are looking really interesting. I do like the Marcy being picked up. They have the Ursa, they have the Shadow Shaman, and they have the Chen. Predominantly, we are seeing the Satyr Convert being picked up for... I keep on forgetting what these guys do, because I'm not a Chen player. I don't administer to what the neutrals are doing. But yeah, you are getting the enemy, the burned mana, and you're getting some extra damage coming about, which is annoying to deal with within the early stages of the game. But as the game keeps on progressing, you can throw in a lot of auras. You can throw in something that, a lot of creeps that the Ursa can utilize from maybe even the Mercy and whoever you're going to be bringing in as your final mid player. I would like to see the Storm being picked up for that extra catch, for that extra control. As 4 Pirates, they won't even administer him as a good ban. It is going to be a little bit difficult to fight things against the Lesh, but I do believe it's the hero that has the highest level of management over Lesh, as you're pretty much... You can't throw in your right click for that extra burst damage, and of course you can farm about and not be forced in to stay, close to the creeps. So that's always a big benefit. The thing that is kind of worrisome about Team Next Level is they do have a very nice team fight potential, but they gotta find the right balance between doing that and fighting, because they do have the Chen and they do have the Shadow that they can utilize. Maybe if they... What could be interesting here? I mean, Marcy is definitely going to be a core play here. More likely to be the mid play, as it seems. Or is she our offlaner here? Is the Chen the offlaner? That's feeling kind of shaky to see. I would have liked to see the Beastmaster being picked up for that extra additional push and aggression, but Team Next Level are going to be the ones who are going to ban him. So no Troll, no Sniper. For 4 Pirates, their last carry option is going to be interesting. So Invoker stepping up. So it's going to be an off-laning Marcy, as it seems, with a Shadow Shaman by her side, and a Chen going in as 5 with the Ursa, and Invoker going in mid. So it's a lot of things happening for Team Next Level that they have to worry about. I don't know, it feels kind of shaky, because they have a little bit of everything, but they're kind of lacking the control. They're feeling a little bit iffy with this place. I mean, I'm getting a hard time positioning this Marcy as an offlaner. It could ultimately allow 4 Pirates to pick off something like, I don't know, like a Gyro or anything of that sort, just to keep up with the pressure, because the Marcy will like to thrive to be in close quarters, not only for the farming, but to her potential prey. And if you are able to disrupt that, if you have a rocket and throws a lot of damage afterwards, you're looking at a pretty decent time. So I'm looking forward towards that being an option for 4 Pirates, and it's gonna definitely complete the entire setup, which they're definitely not shying away from. They have the Ravage, they have the Song, and they have a lot of issues that can be caused by both the Snapfire and the Shrek. So a lot of lockdowns, a lot of burst damage, and Team Next Level, they can either prolong this game for long enough for the Ursa to thrive, or they can go in for some early shenanigans just to throw four pirates off guard, maybe going for some early pushes, maybe going for some early control. For four pirates, the last hero that they're going to opt in going in for is going to be the Medusa onto Otaker, which is definitely not shying away from being close to the gyro, and I do prefer actually completely rather than that, because you do have the Stone Gaze entering, you do have the Gorgon's Grasp for the extra slow, you have a very fast farming hero which can pretty much outrun the Ursa before he has any chance to pop off. So I want to say confidently this is a four pirates game, just because I like this draft so much. For Team Next Level, I'm not really seeing this as a very, very solid game, as Ursa can be definitely taken down within the early stages. The offlane feels a little bit shaky. Norma is definitely going to be taking the Marcy for a stroll and as a position 3. So, I mean, it's good for the setup. You are having a little bit of a higher prioritization onto the Marcy, which is definitely welcome. You're not throwing her into something higher as a mid laner or as a carry. But what are you giving into your entire team? Yeah, you're going to be getting something like some early maybe pipes, early Guardian Greaves, maybe going for an early Shivas, but those are pretty expensive items for a hero who does not have the general tendency for fast farming and is very heavily reliant on what the rest of the team can do. So if Marcy jumps in and is able to throw in an execution for into shackle, dispose a hero into the shackles and then allow for Yowai to go in for the takedown, it's looking like a pretty sweet possibility. But being able to keep it up feels a little bit problematic, because I don't know, Team Next Level, they have a little bit too much of a single target focus, which could work out, but four pirates are a little bit more comfortable with these types of team fight oriented drafts. They do have a lot of damage output, they do have a lot of control. Maybe it's gonna take some time until they get their big ultimates, but even during that duration, they are definitely able to do a lot. Yeah, we're still having the Cedar Convert being picked up, so for that extra mana burn, it is the best solution that you can have here, but you cannot heavily rely on that to take down or control the Dusa. And you definitely don't have anything that can casually wield a disperser, a diffusal, or anything of that sort. So maybe going for a late game diffusal on the Ursa, but I'm not really sure if late game is even possible here. I don't know. I might be a little bit too pessimistic here, but I definitely do like the four pirates draft. Team Next Level, they had a decent group run themselves with 2 wins and 2 losses and 1 forfeit. I'm not really sure what happened to Runa team by the end of groups, and generally their group performance has been really bad. But at the same time, it did allow Team Next Level to propel themselves into the playoffs, which is definitely a good sign. I don't think they had that opportunity. Actually, no, season 28, they did qualify for the playoffs. Maybe it was season 27 when they failed. No, actually, it was season 27 that they won. Well, yeah, pretty much being in the same position as they're currently, so has much changed? Nope, nothing has changed in terms of player composition. So it's always very good when you see the same amount of players just, sticking together with each other and just actively progressing from season to season. And of course, getting better. We've seen the same progression going in for four pirates, but they did lose a couple of seasons really badly, even though they did win the European Pro League 2 seasons in a row. There's the horn, team next level. I'm going in a little bit for that deep scout mission. And it's gonna allow them to secure... Well, it's gonna be 2 for 2. I thought they had the check for the one in the mid lane, in the river, but no. Norma going in a little bit deep here to try to get Otacur into control, and they will make the catch. Verdansk on the side, keeping up the pressure. Shackles. Damana is dropping low onto Otacur. A couple of strikes are needed to take down Otacur. Deduce is trying to stay alive. Maybe she can take Fernandez before she falls, but nope. Fernandez will deliver the final strike for the first blood. Verdansk still keeping up the chase. Can he at least account for something here? Fernandez walking really close to that tower. One more strike is needed. The illusions, can they reach him? 24 HP. Verdansk. He's getting there, but nope. There's the cluster cluck, making things a little bit better, and Fernandez will live. Once again, turning around for the Shackle. Flacco's creep is still here to make things even worse. But Otacur is back in the picture, and the Satyr will be taken out. Well, first blood for team next level. And Verdansk, he's still not giving up, keeping up the chase with the illusions. At the very least, he will try to keep Fernandez in check as an aftermath. Down bottom, Mr. Morale and Ariel hitting things off versus Flacco and UI, Chen and Ursa. I do like the micro plays coming in from Flacco, as he did keep the creep proactively there for the early first blood takedown. And of course it's a direct counter against the Dusa, which puts her in a really awkward position of staying up and available. As Flacco, he can actively throw satyrs across, the twin gates. If Ariel and Mr. Morale can take them and, keep them as farm, it is gonna be good. But at the same time, Dusa's gotta be protected, and you gotta take down UI. Those are two really big tasks. And if you focus on, one and fail, it's gonna be team next level walking away with a bunch of early advantage. So yeah, we're gonna be seeing a little bit of a chill standstill, because both sides definitely... Oh, let's see. Ariel caught up here by UI. Nice cookie jump away. We're not having any glimpses this game, but we do have a Sunstrike, which is gonna land on Ariel. Fairy Fire used up. One more strike from UI. Is he gonna get it? Yes, he will. A nice and easy kill. Going in for the second time for team next level. And yeah, an additional layer of control aside from the creeps is your Invoker, who so far is doing a really neat job at keeping farmed up above 90 Narwhal. And of course, you'll always have that participation across the other side of the map. Verdansk has fallen. It seems like the Marinth combo is not doing such a good job at staying alive and well. And Otacur is not getting a lot of farm, which is kind of feeling worrisome. Yeah. It is so far so good on Marcy's end, and she does have a good support to keep things in check for her. You do have the Shackle, you can easily draw out Verdansk, and everything else is easy peasy. If you catch one of the ladies, it is looking like a sweet kill afterwards. Down bottom though, UI keeps up the pressure onto Uriel, refocuses onto Mr. Morale. They will connect with the Sunstrike, but the damage will be shared. Mr. Morale is gonna survive. Ariel going in for the cookie, but not realizing he was stopping the Sunstrike from throwing all the damage onto Mr. Morale. Topside, again, is this Naga who is falling. Disposed into the shackles, and now with the Ether Shot getting a lot stronger. Aerial, meanwhile, Yawai going in for the deep dive. Okay, team next level, already kicking things off with a 5-0 score. Less than 5 minutes into this game. I was definitely anticipating things to go the other way around. At least for, you know, the kickoff of this game. But we'll see. 4 Pirates, they do have bigger team fights to worry about if they even get there. Danaga being taken down almost, well, twice for sure. Maybe even 3 times. It's still just 2. But still, it's slowing down the song big time. And you really need it as the game keeps on going. And as a support, you're never going to be getting enough experience. You're always going to be the scapegoat. You're always going to be in trouble. And speaking of trouble, it's once again, but this time it's on to Norma. It's not Nettie. Forces out a rotation with Diabolic Edict chasing on to front ends. But on the other side, the chase is on by Otakar and Perdanchik. Norma looking so far so fine. But it seems like the Shaman won't survive. Norma, however, will make the cut. It is a little bit weird that the focus was onto the support, but oh, there might be a change onto that. Norma, locked in, ensnared, and caught up by the cookie. Now it's definitely worthwhile for 4 Pirates. Maybe isolating the Shaman was the easier Q and easier kill for Natty, hence he went for it. And of course it did leave Norma by himself. 4 Pirates calling in yet another rotation. They will secure both, but now the problem is mid lane. As Natty, the focus is on to him. Fernand's closing in, as well as Flacco. They will hold him up with the shackle. Even as Fernand soaks a lot of the tower damage. Doesn't care. A kill's a kill, and it's a beautiful one for sure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Top side.
Dire are scanning.
Nice takedown. It's 7 minutes in. So it's time to go in for the Wisdom Shrines. Yawai going in for the steal on the 1 and 4 Pirates side, but Ariel will reciprocate. So it's gonna be the same ultimately. Norma pulled back, it's caught up in the snare. Gordon's grasp, Cookie, they have everything, but they don't have any more damage. Fernandez, however, will stick around, throws in the shackle. He will pop the foul play, but it does not matter. Meanwhile, Dual Race has fallen in the mid lane. It's just a solo kill coming in from Natty. As soon as the Pulse Nova is up and operational, things are a lot simpler. And Ariel, he has fallen, but the eyes are on Flacco. Perdanchik keeping up the chase. Pulse Nova pumping and melting Flacco down to 0. However, backup is coming in. Team next level, they want to punish this. As Leshrac does not have a lot of mana to expend here. Walks in behind the tier 2 and tier 3. More TPs coming out. It is Marcy. It is Norma. Perdanchik will need to join in as Norma catches on. Natty, they will have to give this up. A little bit unfortunate, but it is the cost to pay. Especially since Team Next Level have been angered with that solo takedown onto Dual Race. However, even with all of those early takedowns, 4 Pirates are holding on quite well. And they have opened up topside. Otakar, he has been able to push out just a little bit and provide himself with a little bit of an extra security to start things off. And now it is the force, it is, you know, the challenge to get
To the mount as soon as possible.
It feels a little bit early that he's forced to roll back into jungle farming. But his early laning stage has been a little bit difficult. He hasn't been able to keep things up over Norma as he's been actively harassed. Perdanchik was destroyed on many occasions just to keep things in check. But still, he will be able to stay safe as long as he has that tier 1 tower available. Focus now on bottom side. Ravage is available. Mana is kind of short, but we have the stick available. Ariel, the jump has been committed, but the cookie goes through. So it is fine. It is fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, Dual Race commits and takes down Perdanchik with ultimate ease.
Dire structures
As Natty, I do believe they've spotted him as well. He's gotta be careful, as he is completely surrounded. I was gonna say there's at least 3 supports here, but Norma has been holding on quite well. Tier 1 mid lane,
Dire's middle
dead and
tower
gone.
has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So going in for the additional creep plate. We have seen this before. Not sure if Norma played this before, or is it a first time appearance, and going in for the Helm of the Dominator onto the Marcy. So he not only will be having that extra support, but he will be having a target to commit with the jump altogether. So he does not need to have another support by his side. He can just jump in and make things a lot easier. And of course, this entire draft is about the jump, as things are getting a little bit more transparent of how Team Next Level are playing this game. For Pirates, they are still on the reserved note, but they are taking whatever objectives they can this early on in the game. Still, they should call in for a bigger team fight, because now Team Next Level are going to have their first one-up, let's just call it. Ursa, he has completed his Battle Fury, so with that, he's going to become a lot faster. The Helm is completed. BKB will take some time to be completed onto the Marcy. And we have Fernance as well, queuing up the Blink Dagger. For Dual Race, there's going to be the Boots of Travel to get him a little bit more present during those team fights. And it's looking quite well. But still kind of scared that 4 Pirates are a little bit reserved. And they do have a tendency to do this. Still, if they allow UI to get out of control, it could be worse. Their Dusa won't be able to stand the chance. And as well, imagine if UI, after the Blink Dagger, chooses to go in for a Diffusal Disperser rush. It would be insane, but it would ultimately cripple down the Dusa. What can you do in this scenario? Smoked up and willing to strike. Team Next Level, they do realize 4 Pirates are nearby, and they will make a jump onto Mr. Morel. Hexed up, locked into the shackles. He will pop the Ravage very last second, but they will use the Song as well. 0 damage will go through. TP out from the Snapfire. And oh, the Naga is trying as well, but she will be disposed. Caught up, destroyed. They won't even claim 1 hero in their name, as they will unfortunately lose 2. Top side under siege. This is definitely a really big problem for 4 Pirates, as now Team Next Level, they can venture even deeper. They will crown their Ursa with a little bit more farm than previously, and they are able to punish the Deuce even more. 4 Pirates, you gotta start fighting a response, because this game could be over sooner than later. Maybe they'll find their play, maybe they'll find their momentum. We won't know for pretty sure for another minute and a half until the song is available once more. It's enough time for Otaker just to keep up with the farming more and more. Blink Dagger will be completed and bought onto UI, so this is gonna be a little bit scary. Personally, it would have been better if they opted in for the Disruptor. Not really sure if he was banned out or not an option. We've seen a lot of beautiful Disruptor plays, as he's an insanely proactive and all over the place type of a support, with the Glimpse allowing a lot of things to be set into motion. And against Team Next Level, it would have been really good. It would have been drawing back the Ursa into awkward positions. It would have allowed the Marcy, you know, to step out while she's on the run. And of course, you do have the Static Storm and the field built in, so the Invoker is going to be less of a problem. But still, that ultimately makes your team Omega focused up onto the team fight and not allowing them to fill in the gaps. But there's not much of a difference with this Naga being present. Norma, topside, committing on a jump as Ariel will be caught up here. Nice jump back right into the hands of the enemy. Mr. Morale on the run. He does have the Ravage available if things go bad, but the lock is on to Natty in the backlines. He will burn by the Flaming Meatball. Mr. Morale caught up in the shackles. Once again, Ravage will be popped up. Mortimer's kisses flying through, but they won't take down anybody as Ariel gets caught up in the shackles as well and destroyed by Yowai. Beautiful team fight by Team Next Level. Once again, they're catching and executing targets really fast and really efficiently. Yowai, being enabled by the Blink Dagger, allows him to do, well, pardon my French, but shit like this. And 16 minutes in, almost, we are going to be seeing Roche number 1 falling. Definitely, I mean, this was a very bigger of a team fight for Team Next Level, as they easily kept 3 heroes in check from 4 pirates. There was absolutely zero problem in taking down Natty and taking down Mr. Morale. The Tidehunter was not a target. The Leshrac was insanely easy to take as well. Leshrac, the BKB is gonna take some time until it arrives because it seems like Natty is opting in for the aggressive approach. He will go in for the Sanjin Kaya first rather than trying to defend his own life. So unless 4 pirates find a way to utilize it early on, so it's gonna be the next, transfer for the next big item, it's gonna be good. But if not, it's gonna be bad, like Mr. Morale right now. Once again, caught up by the entirety of Team Next Level and executed by Yowai.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it definitely feels worrisome that they're not playing together. But in the meantime, they are taking objectives. Tier 1s have been claimed across all lanes. The Leshrac is trying to push in, but Team Next Level, they are committed for going into high ground. They have the Aegis for 3 more minutes, and they are bound to make things worse. Otaker going for the butterfly, which Norma instantly responds with an MKB queued up. BKB almost completed onto Ursa, which is gonna pretty much negate everything that the Leshrac has to offer. And speaking of, it's gonna be the Marcy getting hers first. So Team Next Level are gonna have barely any issues with setting things in motion. Not that they did up to this point, but it's gonna get a little bit worse for 4 pirates. As now the Marcy, she can handpick whichever target she can without, any disruption. Maybe even going for a second one during the first BKB duration. 2.5 minutes left for the Aegis timing. Team Next Level, they did commit for a push topside. They're just taking what they can. They're using this Aegis safely. Even though not even farming is a problem for them, things are looking really smooth. Maybe it's in the favor of 4 pirates to wait it out as well. First up, it's gonna be 1 more minute till the Torment responds, so maybe they can open up the top side a little bit more and try to secure at least one objective without causing Team Next Level to respond. And speaking of responses, there's a second MKB queued up, and that's on the Ursa. So mana is no longer going to be a problem for Otaker, it's going to be pretty much everything else. Norma. Finance, they are pretty deep into enemy territory. As 4 pirates, they are nearby, but they're kind of shy in numbers. The Pedantic illusions, they have spotted out Flacco. They do realize dual race is here as well. Question is, do they want to commit? Bottom side, Aerial once again taken down by Yawai with ease. Natty's just keeping up the farm, and this Tormentor will be challenged by Team Next Level and their penultimate Zoo. Gonna take some time, but nobody will die. Flacco getting the shard upgrade for the improved Holy Persuasion. And with that, smoke up, go bottom side, and let's see what we could find. 30 seconds left remaining for the Aegis. Doesn't matter, or it might matter actually, because Yawai is all the way in the back as 4 pirates are closing in on him. Do they want to commit? Verdansk, Ursa. Gorgon's Grasp will reach, but now Team Next Level are closing in on from the other side. 5 seconds left remaining. 4 pirates, do you want to commit? As Otaker is out in the open by himself. They don't realize that 4 pirates are lurking in the vicinity. Fernance claims the shrine. Are they gonna go in? They realize the shrine is gone, but where are the heroes? Where are our enemies? Are they close by? Are they not? Otaker, they will find Flacco close to the bridge. It is a worthy sacrifice. As Team Next Level, they will give up on, just sticking around there. They took what they wanted. They did secure Yawai at the end of his Aegis timer in case he was, jumped upon. But 4 pirates, they're not giving up. They want to fight, and they want to fight now. As they are feeling ready, no Aegis, no nothing available. And they are all together. Mr. Morale committing for a jump onto dual race. The Invoker locked out and destroyed. It is just the Ravage committed. But better be safe than sorry. As you don't want to use any more resources there. Not sure if... They gotta have dusts, right? Actually, they don't. Kinda yikes. Bottom side secured. 4 pirates. They are pushing in bottom side, but Team Next Level, they are in the close vicinity, and they will find Natty first, instantly eliminating him on the spot. It does reveal the BKB and the Q up for the MKB. Otaker is definitely in danger here. Goes in for the Scotty himself. But he will need a lot more. He will need his entire team. Even with the advantage that Team Next Level are getting, ultimately 4 pirates, they are leading a little bit in terms of objectives, at least for now. Or you can see that they're keeping the late lanes in check. So at the very least, there's a little bit of a back and forth between these two. And it's keeping 4 pirates in a healthy position, even though their cores are a little bit underfarmed. They are underprivileged, and they have suffered horrid deaths throughout this entire game. It will be difficult for Team Next Level to push into high ground in a 5v5 scenario. They can bring in the Zoo, but they have the Deuce on the other side. They do have the Leshrac, they do have the Snapfire, so they can throw in a lot. Beautiful catch there onto Flacco. A little bit of something to work with. Will they find anybody more? Fernance commits for a jump, gets a lock on to Nettie once again as he's gonna get obliterated by the Cataclysm. So will Aerial and his courier. That was... that looked way too easy. It was absolutely insanely easy. Roche number 2 will take some time until he shows up. Without 2, it is a possible chance for Team Next Level to push in at least one lane, but they will respect it. They have built themselves up a really decent advantage, but as I said, with Bottom lane being pushed in. 2 more tier 2s left remaining on their end. If they make the wrong move, 4 Pirates can get this. Verdansk in danger, UI keeping up the pressure, and bye-bye. 10-0-3. He's got half the kills off this game. Half of them. That's absolutely insane. It's a nurse game so far. Still, this Zeus is completely, out of order. She's got her Scotty finally available, but she needs to find the catch. The catch, Norma, Mr. Morale, Natty, they're bursting through, but they won't get the kill. Oh, that's unfortunate. At the very least, they have expanded one use of BKB onto Norma just like that. And it's down to... That's big. The first one, actually, is down to 8 seconds. Still the decent timing, but that 1 extra second, that is always valuable. Another BKB. It's gonna be up and operational onto the Invoker. Any sign of a BKB onto Natty? He's not opting in for it. Nope, he's not. He got a Ghost Scepter, so he wants to mitigate only the physical damage coming in. The rest is... I don't care. That's a really ballsy move on his end, but... yeah. Sunstrike reveals the siege onto Roche. Team Next Level instantly jump in. In the backlines, first up to be caught up will be Fernance, as a sneaky surprise is actually going to be spoiled. Team Next Level will be forced to jump in with 1 person less into this next Roche contest. 4 Pirates, they are trying to clear out whatever is sticking around the pit, but in the backlines, Mr. Morale, beautiful catch onto Dual Raze and Flacco. BKB used onto the Invoker, he's trying to get away. Cataclysm, UI jumps in, keeps up the chase onto Mr. Morale. There's the Stone Gaze popped up as well. Norma jumping in, but he's gonna be caught up and stunned. There's the Song as well to keep things in check, but they will call this off. 4 Pirates, they don't want to stick around here anymore. As UI, he is out of control. He will take 3. Reinitiate into the Roche pit once more. The setup was quite commendable. Unfortunately, the damage output from 4 Pirates was non-existent. They never had the right setup for the Dusa. And once again, it was UI just jumping in, in and out of the team fight. Things are, if they weren't problematic before for 4 Pirates, now they are certainly looking bad. They're having a really difficult time keeping their heroes up, and during that, they're not throwing any damage across to the other side. UI is absolutely intact. We saw the Invoker escaping at the nick of time. Norma as well. It was only Fernance that died in the back lines, but it was an easy catch. How much more farm do they need before Team Next Level just jump in onto high ground and destroy the base? 4 minutes left remaining onto the Aegis timer. UI, he's been harassing Ariel throughout this entire game. And it's all been poured into beautiful... I mean, you don't get 100% of the farm that way, but hold up. Autacur, caught up. I don't think he has anywhere to go or hide. He will try to get the Stone Gaze to go off, but chances for that to happen, they're absolutely 0. Natty also joins in, but will call a TP out back home. Insanely unfortunate here. This is absolutely horrible. But yeah, whatever control you had so far in this game, it's about to severely go down. I thought Team Next Level were gonna commit for that bottom side tower. Was a fortification popped up or something? Nope. Again and again. free farming. But yeah, I thought they were gonna take down that bottom tower, but Perdanchik has done a successful job in cutting off the lanes. Flacco will do the same with his creep, so not much of a change. However, he will scout out Mr. Morale in the vicinity. Natty walking in the wrong direction. If he shows himself there, Team Next Level can call in reinforcements to take him down, as he has fallen once there. Don't want to go for twice. Get the hell out of there. Team Next Level, they've already picked up their trail, and they're headed in that direction. We have Dual Race closing in. He will make the catch with the tornado. There's Perdanchik locked onto, and dead and gone. Nettie will survive the catch, but I do believe Norma is still right behind him. If he gets a connection, Natty is dead and gone. Pings are going through. Team Next Level, they are incentivizing that they have found and caught and destroyed Natty Narwhal. Why is he going for such a greedy build? It's still beyond me. Of course, you are getting some safety with the Ghost Scepter, but ultimately, you have to worry about a lot more things. You do have the Invoker, which is making your life absolutely miserable. You are having the Shaman as well with the Shackles. That BKB was much needed, at least to avoid those little spells. Otaker jumped upon right under the tower. Norma keeps up the pressure. The Shackles will be put to a stop. Stone Gaze goes through, but Otaker looking low. Will he survive this onslaught? He is getting the hell out of there. Mr. Morale, Song, Perdanchik jumping in. Oh, he'll barely make it out of there alive. The Naga is gonna sacrifice her life so the rest can live. Courier in chase. Ariel shows himself again. What? Why? I mean, yeah, he did try to protect the gem. But again and again, he's falling victim by the Ursa's claws. And with 20 seconds left remaining on the Aegis timer, Team Next Level, they will commit for high ground. Ariel forcing out a buyback. They have Otaker, but they need about 45 seconds until they get the Stone Gaze available. Team Next Level call off their siege, as they will respectfully step away and find different ventures across the map. Not really sure. I mean, I did not believe in this Team Next Level draft, mainly due to the fact that I felt a little overconfident regarding the 4 Pirates, you know, cohesion as a team. But on the long shot, they are slacking in terms of damage. They are slacking in terms of synergizing their itemization, because they're not getting any benefit from each other. They are getting... Well, they are pumping a lot of damage onto the Leshrac, which is ultimately not good because he cannot survive. The Dusa, she's defenseless as well. Mr. Morale, he's going in for the aggressive build. I mean, we have the Scepter upgrade onto the Tidehunter, which is a little bit too much. Otaker, meanwhile, caught up, hexed up, locked into everything from Team Next Level, as he won't have a chance to budge nor do anything. 80 seconds without a Dusa, no buyback available.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Team Next Level, they can go in for one last final strike as they find Natty in the mid lane. But he will TP out back to safety. Still, nothing stopping them from keeping up the siege. They have mid lane pushed in, and UI will make the stance. Even though he is harassed from high ground, he is not scared, does not have a single worry in the world, and with the Roche banner, they are going for that tier 3. Even with the creeps out of the way, they will commit for the takedown. 35 seconds left remaining. Do they want to go for the Rex? Absolutely. UI committing for the long range jump onto Mr. Morale. They will take him down as he was shackled up. Natty throwing whatever he can to keep his enemies at bay, but Team Next Level They're not buying into it. All they want to do is clean down this base. It's 16-0 going in 4-17 onto Yoi. This Ursa, I don't know what to say. He's absolutely unstoppable. This was a very, very easy game for Yoi. Otaker, he never stood a chance. He is going in for the BKB completion as pretty much his last item in his game. Verdansk jumping in with the song. Is their last chance, or is their last, chance to harass them? Meanwhile, in the backlines, there's a catch. It's gonna be Fernand's BKB shackles on everything they have onto Otaker as this Dusa will fall. There's the GG being called up. It was absolutely too much. Team Next Level with this was a very fun draft to watch. I didn't expect much because it felt a little bit too heavy on the single target orientation, but they absolutely made it happen. Ever since they kicked things off with the 5-0 results up to the 5th minute, it's been just smooth sailing since then. They found executions left and right. They covered objectives insanely fast. For Pirates, they were clinging on to whatever pressure they could have delivered. They pushed them through a couple of lanes, but eventually they never had the team fight potential that they were looking for. They were forced out to be satisfied with only 10 kills so far. And it felt like, I don't know, it felt like they had the upper hand, but their execution was not there. Still, series far from over, going in with the first break of the series, and I'll see you for game 2. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game 2 between 4 Pirates and Team Next Level. One of these teams is closer to joining Zero Tenacity into the upper brackets of the playoffs. One team is bound to go down to elimination tomorrow. Uh, so yeah, let's see what these guys are cooking. For 4 Pirates, I do like the Pugna and the Abaddon combination being brought up, as it provides in a lot of healing, a lot of frontlining, but it's a very fragile combo at the same time that you actively need to protect. And currently, it feels like the damage department is a little bit lacking. So, uh, as much as I like the Monkey King, for the long reach, for the amount of control that he can bring in, we have ultimately seen him fail a lot if he does not have anything else to support his Wukong's command. For now, for Pirates, they don't have much of control, they don't have much of damage that they definitely need to compensate with something strong, something. I would rotate the Abaddon to go in as a carry and pick up something like the Primal Beast, but the Primal Beast is away. Underlord is out of the picture as well, Beastmaster. So strong offlaners are pretty much being pushed away by Team Next Level, as they personally will opt in for the Dawnbreaker, Disruptor, Muerta, and Sniper. I'm really curious on this Muerta positioning. It does feel a little bit more in the lines of a support, but it could be a surprise that she does have the capability and she does have the potential to go in as a carry, but you're ultimately sorry, losing a lot of early game potential. You don't have early damage that you can utilize, so henceforward the assumption why she would be into the support role. She can easily punish down the Pugna. Same the Disruptor can do, because you do have the Glimpse, you do have the Death Shot to displace heroes left and right. You also have the Bane. So with two supports who are thriving on channeling spells, it's really bad to have these two onto the other side. For Team Next Level, there's a lot of control that they can force out left and right. I do like and I dislike the Sniper at the same time. I do like the fact that he's being brought up because you're always going to be having that extra range required to take down your targets, and currently everything is manageable aside from the Abaddon on the side of 4 Pirates, but you are ultimately insanely squishy. So if the rest of the team cannot protect you, the Team Next Level will need to find something else to compensate for their damage. So Terrorblade is going to be out of the picture, Ursa is out of the picture, Dusa is still available, but I wouldn't opt in for this hero for either side. Last ban from Team Next Level is going to be Pudge, which is really interesting to see, but it does co-align really nicely with keeping things in control. If 4 Pirates drag out this game until they're able to throw in a lot of health and a lot of sustain onto the Abaddon, they could be having a really decent time. But it's this Monkey King scalability which is feeling a little bit shaky. For both sides, we are anticipating the final carry pick, as much as I assume, and it's gonna be DK for Team Next Level. So Sniper going in as mid, DK going in as carry. It's a lot of pushing power and a lot of early objective taken enabled by Team Next Level, as of course you're utilizing the DK and the Elder Dragon form just to push in left and right. We could be seeing Dual Race picking him up, which is also a valid option, as he could have a decent time against the Monkey King. But let's see what 4 Pirates are going to opt in for, as they can also rotate the Monkey King to be a carry if it's working, along with their strategy. But I do anticipate to see something either with a strong AoE lockdown or either something with a heavy amount of damage. I don't know. I feel like seeing Sven, but it's still really difficult of fighting it, of frontlining against Team Next Level, because you do have the Dawnbreaker, which is really problematic, and you do have the DK, which is also really problematic and has a natural durability, improvement as time keeps on going. And the last pick for 4 Pirates, it is going to be the Timbersaw. So they will indeed rotate the Abaddon to be the carry hero within this game. Oh, it's an interesting pick, not gonna lie. We have and we have not seen. Abaddon carry games have went into extremes. It has been good sometimes, but it has been absolutely devastating at other times. So That's a very, very heavy 50-50 on this hero, which I'm not 100% buying into. But on the other end, you will be having Fernance, you will be having Norma. It is going to be the Muerta and the Dawnbreaker combination that you will need to be facing against. And we are going to be having Coach Velhier joining in as well. Instead of, who is he changing actually? Let me do a quick check. I do believe that he's changing Ariel, because I'm always confused between who's going under the second name of Q. Yeah, that's actually Ariel. So he is going to be switching in for Perdanchik instead. So we have Coach stepping in. It's always difficult to keep things up when you have changed somebody from the team, and now that you're having your coach as your pos 4, it could be good or it could be ultimately bad. Depends on how long 4 Pirates have played alongside with their coach. Looking at their entire draft, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit scared because they do have a lot of burst damage that they can deliver. They do have a lot of these swift and easy single target takedowns that they can deliver. They do have an early push enabled thanks to the Pugna and thanks to the Timbersaw. But I don't know. As an overall team fighting entity, it doesn't really feel that good. I do prefer the team next level draft that you're bringing up, because the amount of damage that you're receiving in your offlane is pretty big. You are having the DK as well, which is absolutely annoying to deal with, and you do have a lot of early damage being brought in from the sniper. So if 4 Pirates fail to catch and execute for whoever they want, team next level, they have a really solid follow-up. And it's again one of those times where my voice decides to shut down on itself, but I guess it's going to be fine for this one. So it could be the last, it could be the second to last matchup that we're seeing between these two. We shall find out soon enough. For 4 Pirates, it did feel like an underwhelming performance on their end. And then having a switch, it's, I don't know, it's always scary. It's always unfortunate. We did see it in the first series as well, as Madsen had some unfortunate internet issues, which forced him to forfeit game number 1. He did join in for game number 2, but ultimately Level Up were kind of beaten down. An early reveal of 4 Pirates as they were attempting to go across the river. Velhior, Yoi, they are closing in, and they will give up the siege for the bounty rune. It's going to be 3-4-1 in the favor of Team Next Level. I mean, overall, both lanes are looking very toxic. I'm always really favorable about teams picking up the Disruptor because he's insanely proactive. He's insanely annoying to deal with. He can always glimpse back whatever target he needs for the takedown. And at the same time, 4 Pirates, they do have a good amount of control to try to prolong the duration of the borrowed time. You do have the dead shot. You can throw away the Abaddon away from taking damage, so you can take him down for a second time, which is not that big of a problem. It's still worrisome, the fact that it is an Abaddon carry, but we'll see. He does have a very good support on his side, who is really strong on the damage, really good when it comes down to contending. But if he fails to get the Drain Life really early on, it could grow to be a problem. Yoi and Flaco is the DK along with the Disruptor that we spoke of versus Timber as of now, and there's Velhior jumping in from the side. It is a fun combination brought in from both sides. 4 Pirates, they're definitely packing in a lot of early damage, especially if they utilize the Brain Sap. But the good thing for Team Next Level is that they can easily disengage. They can throw in the Dragon's Tail, they can throw in the Glimpse if things go a little bit, too much. And it's also this mid lane that we've been watching for quite a while. Dual Race versus Natty Narwhal. It was... Oh, hold up. Mr. Morale dies his first blood. as Team Next Level will get a beautiful catch. Valkyr still caught up, glimpsed back. Is there gonna be anybody helping him out? This could be a second execution as Flacco, he is running low on resources, body blocks the camp, with a very high chance of losing his life in the process now that the Timber has returned. But Flacco will find the safety back home. Well, not back home, at least back under the tower. For now. Relieve the tension from that earlier pickup as he's looking pretty low himself. Valkyr, Nightmare, nice catch. Mr. Morales closing in, he's got the brain sap available. Yawai will break the Nightmare to save his buddy. Valkyr glimpses back into Yawai's hands. He does have the brain sap if needed. He will use it onto Yawai, but Valkyr is still in danger and he will be caught by the breath. Another nice execution in the top lane for Team Next Level. Even with the disruptor looking low, they did make it happen once again.
Curious on the build.
From the Timbersaw, so he's going in for 1 Whirling Death and 1 Reactive Armor for some extra early stability. But you gotta make up your mind. If you're being taken down multiple times as the Timbersaw, you should be prioritizing the radioactive armor. The reactive armor, my bad. But if you feel like farming, and if you have a good chance to do so, you gotta go with the QNW. Eventually, at level 3, I do anticipate the Timber Chain to be used up. But even so, it could be counterproductive because of the glimpse being present. So if you manage to bait that spell out, or, some awkward decision making, it could be good. If not, it's ultimately gonna make Timber's life a little bit more difficult. Down bottom, Fernand's actively under harassment here. As bottom side, it has been Norma and Otaker just keeping up with the farm. Fernand's forced to use up the South. He's just throwing on these death shots just to keep Otaker in check. Looking at the fact that there's at least 10 denies coming in from the monkey. Natty Narwhal is doing his best to try to contest the farm against the sniper. Meanwhile, topside, lanes are being pulled in, camps are being taken out of their rightful places. Again, all in the contest for farm, and so far, it is these laners that are looking really good on the side of Team Next Level. Already kicking off with a very decent farm, and of course with the 2 kills going in for Yawai. That is ultimately a really good start here. Mid lane, dual race, keeping up the pressure more and more onto Natty. As the range keeps on building onto the sniper, it's becoming a little bit more difficult for the monkey to keep things up. And as Monkey wants to venture out, Fernand's, does he see him? Maybe, maybe not. Now they spot out the Muerta for sure. As Ariel closes in from the side, they will drop the ward. Fernand's throwing in the dead shot, but it won't connect onto anything. And unfortunately, Muerta will live up to her name. A little bit unfortunate. But it's usually that 6-minute rotation that we're seeing. And we are having the other supports joining in. Now that we have the Muerta back in the picture. What will they get is the big question. Yawai left out by himself for a little bit. We are having the Dawnbreaker left out, so we could be seeing the level 6s popping up for Team Next Level quite soon. As mid lane, oh, we might see something happening. The Bane is looking very bad as he's caught up and dead and gone. Valkyr, even if he's standing in the Wukong's command to try to get himself some safety, he is facing off against 3 ranged heroes at that given moment, so no safety can be provided here. It's gonna be the first Otaker going in for the deep dive. They will find Norma and will claim the shrine for themselves. It's gonna be a double going in for 4 pirates, as unfortunately Team Next Level will miss out on a double opportunity here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
For Pirates, they saw everything that was happening here by placing that beautiful high ground ward. And they will, of course, utilize the Nightmare. Bays are pretty good in a 1v1 contest for the shrines. Yes, you can just call up somebody and it's gonna be enough time for you to secure the zone. Still, this was for the cost of taking down Mr. Morale, and the fight is still on, as now Yawai jumps in with the Elder Dragon form for the first time. Natty joins in to keep up the pressure onto Flacco. They're throwing everything to keep TNL in check, but even in a 2v4 contest, they cannot commit for an execution. At the very least, the Elder Dragon form will be wasted to some extent, but Yawai doesn't care. He is converting it to farm either way, so for him, no time nor resources will be lost. As he will get the Orb of Corrosion soon after. Otaker, bottom side. It's been pretty decent for this Abaddon. And he's going in for an early Midas. Always I have mixed feelings about this item. Especially if the other side perseveres a little bit too soon. You are going to be falling one item behind. Just to try yourself in a financial stability. Norma, realizing he's been scouted out by the Pugna, he is gonna fall back. As the rest of the crew topside, Flacco, they're keeping up the siege. Valkyra looking low, one more pop and he will be gone. Mr. Morale locked into the field. He is trying to get away, but not a lot of trees for him to bounce off of. Was focusing on to Flacco for a little bit there, but unfortunately, they got outnumbered and they got outrun, and 4 Pirates' stacks will be scouted out. 4 Pirates, they are looking for the challenge, willing to jump in with the Wukong's command. Eyes on to Muerta. Fernance, he is in danger, but the Solar Guardian will land on top of the monkey. Fernance tries to walk away, and he will do successfully. As Natty, he's still locked into the pit. Yawai closes in, keeps up the chase. And the Wukongs will eventually expire. Assassination Hammer, they will find him in the trees. Flacco picking up a bone with Velhir, almost dying for yet another time, but set things up for the support to be taken down. How many times did Disruptor almost die? It's been way too many. And he hasn't been executed for a single one. He has a score of 0-107. That's 100% kill participation so far in this game. A hell of a start already. Nope. Catch. Yeah, Fernance. It was a lose-lose situation. He chose to try to break Ariel away from him with the death shot, but eventually he's having quite some difficulties in staying up, and Team Next Level having a beautiful pick-off potential every single time. I'm curious what this Abaddon this game ultimately. Yawai, nice catch onto Velhir. We'll get the Nightmare. Oh, that shot for the miss. Nobody saw that. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Ariel, haste, but it's gonna get glimpsed back right into the static field. We'll pop the Decrepify before he lands, so at the very least, no damage will be coming in from Dual Race. And that's a really big ultimate expended just like that. You know, Otaker, now he's on the path of getting the Radiance, which could take a while. He is able to substitute some of the missing gold thanks to the Midas. But until he picks up the Radiance, until he's able to actively farm, Team Next Level, they can cause a lot more damage. Top side has been pushed in. They are going in for mid lane as well. Meanwhile, team 4 Pirates, they are utilizing the bottom side of the map if they manage to find something, or at least they're just gonna ward it out for now. Mid lane under siege, and it's gonna be a successful takedown. As 4 Pirates, they are eyeing out for a potential jump, but Flacco, he is scouting any possibilities. Glimpse back, Natty has been caught up. He will lock him in the field, just enough time for Yawai and Fernandes to close in. Assassination, Fernandes will take the kill. Beautiful catch from Flacco.
Tower is under attack.
It's again, this freaking glimpse, it's such a broken spell. It's not a broken as much as it's annoying. But if you have like a lifestealer or something of that sort, or maybe some early BKBs, they can be expended as well. Even if you're not going to be getting the results, you are causing a lot of problems. Otaker chased up. He is going in for the minute 14 Wisdom Shrine. Unfortunately, he will be caught red-handed and has to give up. Dolary secures one on his side, and it's going to be Otaker claiming the other one. Amplified damage. Ooh, onto Ariel from all people. Some extra Nether Blast for the lane push. Thank you very much. Unless he uses it for something, it's just a waste, and then we're going to be watching a farm fest happening. Yawai, very good job onto the DK. As always, every single usage of the Elder Dragon form has resulted either in a kill or an objective take. Static field, Static Storm with the field, swift and easy execution. Yawai, he got the kill, and now he can proceed to do a lot more damage down that lane. Or maybe he can move down bottom and go in for Mr. Morale there, who has been picking up bone with the Dawnbreaker for just a little bit. And Dawnbreaker looking fine. And they will give up the chase. Still, Yawai, he is looking for trouble. Or at the very least, he is looking to take down this last remaining tier 1 tower. Yep, it's gonna be the latter. TPs are coming in. Otaker. They will get the Nightmare off on the Dawnbreaker. Norma, he's in danger, and he will pop within the Wukong's command. Yawai is in danger as well. Oh, nice team execution from 4 Pirates. They will get a lock. Well, on to 3 and deliver a very beautiful execution. They won't allow that tower to fall as easy as the rest. And yeah, it was a very nice focus. They got a beautiful Fiend's Grip onto Norma. And after that, it was smooth sailing. No disruptions coming in from the Dawnbreaker. Yawai, he was at the end of his Elder Dragon form. The Disruptor had used up the field and the storm already, so he was not that big of a problem. And there were 2 missing from the entire team fight, so beautiful odds to work with. A very nice strike from 4 Pirates to push away Team Next Level from going in for their objectives, but they're not giving up. They've dropped that tower severely low, so they're not gonna allow it to be lost or denied or anything of that sort. They are gonna be ganging up again. And will they commit for a jump? Be careful though. Otaker, he does have the borrowed time available. Norma, cutting in the wave. All of this happening right out under Observer, so 4 Pirates, they are not surprised. Even though Valkyr, he will be caught up there. Oh, they'll utilize even the Solar Guardian to prevent this Bane from going through. A little bit of an overextension, but better be safe than sorry. Tier 1 tower taken as well. So now Team Next Level, they can push in a little bit more. Or maybe they can go in for a Roche kill if they feel like it. It feels a little bit early, but they have the Elder Dragon form and they have everybody in the vicinity. Or maybe not. I mean, 17 minutes with this draft, it's a little bit too hopeful. For Pirates,
Under attack.
they have been working as a team for quite a while, which is definitely great news. They are farming together, they are fighting together, and it's keeping them in a safe spot so far in this game. But it's gonna be bad if they get caught up 5v5. As Team Next Level, they are definitely dangerous. Hello, Flacco. Put to sleep, and he's gonna get surrounded 4v1. Swift and easy. Beautiful pick-off. And now they have their eyes on a little prize topside, and it's Norma. Can they reach him before he gets to high ground? Nope. Velhior, he will be spotted. As Team Next Level, are they gonna push in? They don't know if this area is under vision. So they can hand themselves in for 4 pirates, or they can claim a couple of kills of their own. Fernand's going in for the vision. Ariel is gonna get spotted out. Rod of Adas with the silence, assassination, death shot, everything. They want to take down the Pugna before anything happens. One more shot, it's gonna be enough. Mr. Morale picking up the chase, but lands right into the field. He is silenced up and locked away. They can glimpse him back, as he is a little bit of a difficult cookie to crack, but he is dropping severely low. That shot for the reveal, it's gonna be enough. The glimpse goes through. They will catch Mr. Morale and execute him as well. Beautiful reveal there. Even if, you know, the dead shot does not connect, you are getting enough. And if your target was there 4 seconds ago, it's always gonna work out. Keen's grip, Norma locked into the Wukong's command again. Is the same execution as last time. Kinda sad, but definitely a worthwhile take for 4 pirates. It's a small victory. At the very least, they are keeping 1 core close to theirs. I mean, currently Norma is at 8.7k, which is close to Natty Norwell. It is close to the Timbersaw as well. But Sniper and DK, they are getting out of control. Otakar has passed through the over the 10k mark as well, but we haven't really seen much from the Sabaton. He's got the Radiance, so at the very least he can keep up with the farm. Pretty decent of a timing, as now it's time for Tormentor number 1 with no contest and safely. It is gonna go to Velhior.
Dire are scanning.
How are we looking in terms of items so far? We have the Hurricane Pike and the Maelstrom up and available on the Sniper, as he is going in for a BKB. The DK that we see right now, he's been wielding the Mage Slayer for quite a while. Blink Dagger has been the latest addition, and he's going in for a Hurricane Pike as well. Force Staff is completed and on its way, and 21 minutes in, we are seeing the first takedown, attempted take down onto Roche. 4 pirates, they don't really realize that that's happening, even if they do. No, actually, they are focused on finding somebody lurking in the side jungles. So they don't know that this has been happening until now. Scan used up second before the Aegis has fallen. So yeah, now about 5 minutes of safety onto the Sniper. Team Next Level, they should utilize this advantage. As 4 pirates, they're actively pushing in topside. With having 1 lane exposed like that, it could provide for an easy opening when the chance is given. And as the game keeps on progressing, Mr. Morale, he is getting a little bit tougher, but at the same time, Team Next Level, they are amping up their damage, which sometimes it could be bad, but if Team Next Level isolate Ariel, or if they isolate Bane, which, yeah, there are the supports, but in this scenario, they're insanely big supports. They are taking away all of the lockdown and all of the health control away from the team. Monkey King, he will be able to land in a boundless strike or two to maybe heal himself up, but ultimately he is susceptible to damage. He can be caught up, he can be glimpsed back and assassinated. Four pirates are insanely lucky given the fact that Solar Guardian hasn't gone through, aside from now. Ooh, that's a sniper Aegis just falling down. Meanwhile, in the backlines, Belchior will die within the storm. Ariel tries to TP out. He will, but Natty, he's caught up in the trees and will fall. A nice opportunity for four pirates, but ultimately they will fail to deliver. Giving the chance for Team Next Level to push this bottom side and at least mirror out the situation between top and bottom.
Radiant are scanning.
It was a little bit of a mistake that Team Next Level allowed the Aegis to slide like that, but it has allowed them to pick up an aggressive course of action. And if they can keep on punishing this, it could be good, but this could be bad. Sniper caught up into the... Advantage has grown a little bit more balanced in terms of heroes. Even though Team Next Level are a little bit better when it comes down to the farm and coming down to the damage output. But unfortunately, when it comes down to setting things up for a team fight, it hasn't been that spectacular, and they're still leaning on this early advantage that they have obtained. But they gotta go in for more. And going in for more, it's gonna be four pirates. But they are just smoked up, trying to secure their own position. Or maybe they will venture across the river. Which they'll do. But unfortunately, nobody will be lurking within the ancient camps. But they have a close idea of where Norma could be. And this Dawnbreaker will never know what hit her. It's a big hero to take.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But Norma, he will walk back behind the wall and into the base. Time lost, unfortunately, for four pirates. And not being able to get a lock on to Dawnbreaker is definitely going to be problematic. And even though she's been a little bit shy in terms of teamfight activity, she hasn't shied away from keeping up with the items. She does have a scepter completed. She is going in for the refresher.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Bottom tower has been taken.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Meanwhile, the DK is doing his best to try to cut off the lane. And this is a very dangerous game being played out by Team Next Level. As now it's four pirates who are actively aggressive. Team Next Level, they're trying to, call out these disturbances left and right. But
CCT Season 4 here, or I guess it was Series 4 in Season 2. We're getting ready to move into the winners match between Zero Tenacity and Yandex. But before we get into that, it's probably important to talk about where we are over the course of the progress of the day, what's going to be happening next a little bit. We did unfortunately have a forfeit earlier on as eSpoiled decided to not continue the losers match, which was our break that just happened. But coming up next, it's going to be Zero Tenacity. It's going to be Yandex, that solo stack coming on against Zero Tenacity. And then later on, well, it's going to be Liga Team versus Team Next Level. Always stalwart, standard teams playing in the CCT this season. I'm really excited to see what Yandex is going to do, considering the moves that they've been making up until this point. But yeah, 2 more series are going to be happening today. Liga versus Next Level coming up after this. the dominated creep and therefore get a couple extra ult stacks. And it's a really cool idea. It gives you a lot of playmaking ability, speeds up your farm by quite a bit as well. Not only from the creep helping you farm, but also the ability to get like those additional overpower stacks with the facet. That can be pretty good. But of course, spanned out, so not worrying about that a ton. Bat Rider gone, despite any nerfs that may have happened. Bat Rider still, it's one of those things where you look at pubs, bottom 4 win rate, bottom 6 or something, not all that great. But at the pro level, this ability to go and just reposition something at the blink of a hat, especially once blink is done, and the ability, it's a very good stacking hero, is incredibly valuable. Now, I'm a little surprised that when we take a look at these bands, we're not seeing like the Naga band down. We're not seeing the Dazzle band out, which has been very strong recently. We're not seeing the Axe band out, although it has been nerfed a little bit. All these blade mail heroes have been nerfed by, what was it, 5%? By just a little bit. There's the Naga getting banned out, which is pretty solid. Dawnbreaker going to be the first pick. Even though blade mail has been nerfed, Dawnbreaker was not really, not in any significant way. And that still means that you're picking Dawnbreaker for the Axe. You know, you are losing a little bit. You're losing 0.2 seconds on the solar charge buff, which is something, right? You're losing 0.2 seconds of cooldown reduction every single time solar charge gets procced, which is, if you're in a wave, that's like a 1.5 seconds that you're missing out on because you're hitting a bunch of heroes with your Starbreaker. So that is something. But even still, this ability to go and have a BKB piercing stun on a 1 second delay is incredibly impactful. And is still the reason that they are picking this Dawnbreaker, even though the fast is not quite as good as it used to be. Even still, the ultimate is up pretty consistently, and it's worth playing around. I'm a little surprised to see Leshrac this early in the phase. Leshrac has looked very good at times. Misanthropy wins a lot of lanes. You can flex it. This is something that you can play as a position forward, just try to run the 5 down. But little surprised to see Leshrac this early on. It hasn't really been a high value target for a lot of teams. Hello there. Hasn't been a high value target for really a lot of teams. So we're gonna have to see. This could just be something that, you know, that Mirage wants to play. We have seen in the CCT, not from Zero Tenacity, but we have seen some like position 1 Leshrac on occasion that just looked good in the right draft, of course. But that was specifically, I think, Team Next Level and their carry, who really likes playing these mid laners as a safe lane. We had a series, it was like safe lane Lesh, safe lane Quap, and then something else I'm forgetting. But again, this kind of desire to play off meta, like more tempo based ones, and try to play with your team a little bit more and play around that. For now, Nature's Prophet. Doesn't matter how much it gets nerfed, still in the pool, will get banned out second phase. Not a hero you really want to mess around with, and it pairs really nicely with Dawnbreaker, by the way. You just TP in, Dawnbreaker comes in with the global. As long as there is some support follow-up, it's going to be very strong. Now, speaking of the Dawn, I'm a little surprised we're not seeing Tusk get a little more focus. Tusk Dawn is probably the scariest single lane that Dawn can play with. Being able to go and get bonus damage on your Starbreaker is very impactful. Now, it might just be that they plan on putting Yamich on the Tusk and taking that pretty early on in this phase. It would probably have to go right now. And just go with that one and say, you know what, Yamich is going to have the Tusk. He's a good Tusk. It's going to enable a lot, and there we go. All right, so it's going to be denied pick. I'm a little surprised they took a full minute on deciding to pick that Tusk, because I think Yandex snaps it up. I think Psyche goes on that Tusk, or excuse me, yeah, Problems goes on that Tusk very, very quickly, given the option. So now that easy lane pairing is out of the pool, and that's not going to be as much of a thing. No, great. There's no like really standout lane pairings here with the Dawnbreaker anymore. Warlock is solid. It's stable. It's another BKB piercing stun. It can be really nice with the Tusk. You just go, you hold Fatal Bonds up until the point where the Tusk goes in. You bring a lot of heroes to Fatal Bonds together. You have the soup to put on top. It's solid. And okay, so Shaman, that's going to be the Dawnbreaker pairing. Dawnbreaker is often nice to play against a Shaman because it just cancels the shackles. And playing with the Shaman, you have this setup. Dawnbreaker really wants to set up stuff. Warlock doesn't really count. Slows can be good, but you're not going to have enough likely to make that happen. But having the Shaman with the multiple stuns is a good setup. This should allow +1 kills around the map, which is nice. And it also means that you don't have to be trying to pick your 1 or your 2 based on the stuns they have. It's nice to have control, absolutely. But having the Shaman here with multiple stuns does give you that kind of flexibility to not pick a Quap in the mid lane because Quap is banned. But pick something that is not, you're not picking it for the stun to play with the Dawnbreaker anymore. You're just picking it because it's good for the game in other reasons. So we have Beastmaster here. So we're not quite sure where these lanes are going yet. Likely Beastmaster off lane. Could be a mid. We don't see that a ton right now. Leshrac could also be mid, right? But likely Beastmaster off lane. This could be Tusk 4, Leshrac 5, Leshrac 5, Tusk 4, Leshrac 4, Tusk 5. Could be a support that we're missing. It really is wide open at this point. And this next pick from Zero Tenacity and the 37 seconds they have remaining is going to be kind of interesting to see where they want to take this. I think it will answer some questions. At the very least, as to, well, I guess you could just go your carry here and keep the flex still pretty wide open. But no, it will be the Enchantress. So likely then, that's going to be the Say Enchantress, the Yamich Tusk, probably, which means Track is first pick mid, most likely. Could be the Beast, but likely Leshrac mid, Beastmaster offlane, waiting on the carry for Nande as we try to figure that one out. So you got a decent amount of stun, you got a ton of magic damage. You're looking for something to pair with the Tusk, I think. Some sort of melee hero is the answer here is going to be Weaver. Well, you really only have the Roar as the hard lockdown. And you have the Dawnbreaker as the save for that. You have the Warlock to really break open these fights. I don't hate it. Weaver, of course, with Geminate as well to actually be able to do damage to the Enchantress in a way that a lot of heroes can't. Leshrac is pretty low armor, so the bugs are going to be very good there. Yeah, I like the Weaver pick. I think this is, we don't see a ton of it, but it's pretty solid. Also gives you a way to get out of the Tusk shards because you can just kind of ult your way out of there. You can scooch your way out of there, and it solves a lot of problems. Doom's going to be the man because Weaver does not want to get doomed. That's very easy. Monkey King in response. Now this last ban, we're looking at carries, I think, most likely. And this is, unless this is a Nande Leshrac, which I doubt. But we're looking at carries here as something that plays with the Tusk. Could be, I like Lifestealer here. Lifestealer's good, decent against the Dawnbreaker. BKB piercing stuns, though. Maybe not. Jug has actually been something that has been rising up the ranks of the pub meta. It does go well with the Tusk. I don't know if that's, I don't know if doing well in pubs is enough to find its way into pro play, though. Sven seems solid. Players are ready to go, and we are going to find our way into game number 1 here between Yandex and Zero Tenacity in the winners match of Group A here in the CCT Series, or Season 2, Series 4. Winner moves on to the playoffs. Loser has to go and play tomorrow to determine if they're going to qualify on through. So as we take a look at this, seems like it's going to be late smoke from both sides. Smoke on the Enchantress. Actually, no smoke on the Warlock. So gonna be a late smoke from Zero Tenacity, looking at maybe looping around to where this Weaver is, and everyone else just clustered up. Minor. Never mind. It was on a courier, I guess. I could have sworn I clicked on Psycha and saw no smoke. But late smoke's going down both sides. 4 heroes. They'll get rotating a little bit north, but a long wrap around here from Psycha, F-Fall, and Problems. It's stuns, it's damage. You can absolutely kill the Meepo if you find him off. That is going to be the question. Is this hit squad going to go find the Meepo, or anyone really, the Enchantress, but Psycha, unfortunately, he's the one that's going to break the smoke, and you really wanted to break smoke. Well, actually, Nande's still here, but F-All on the rotation is going to force Nande off of things, and Nande knows better than to go and get aggressive there. So it's going to be 2 for 2 on the runes. Nothing super crazy. There we go. Nothing incredibly crazy here. You know, we saw some opportunities, a little bit extra pressure as F-All is going to go, and I love when I see offlaners do this. He's just going to go block his opponent's creep wave, because of course the first wave does not aggro against anything up until it hits the tower, up until it hits the other creeps. So you can go and force this into tower. It's going to force Nani to body block as well, and he's going to be the big winner here. F-All forces the first wave under tower, which means it's going to debounce very nicely and put that second wave in a position that is very nice for him. So Nande say not super happy about this one. Is, well, you have this option as well from Problems to be able to go, and any sort of CS that would be missed by F-All, you're fine. You're totally good. So wave now in a marginally better position. Nande doing a good job of pulling that one back. And, well, that's the way this is going to go. Decent start for the Dawnbreaker as this gets moving on. As we take a look at the mid lane, Mirage versus the Ember Spirit. Early wave should be pretty fine on both sides, as our Ember is going chain gang, as pretty much everyone does. The other one is not all that great. 044 most likely, maybe, well, not 044, what am I saying? But we'll be getting more points in chains early enough. But for now, you get a point in Slate of Fist just to be able to go and get damage, to get secure CS. Make sure you got Flame Guard. It's just nice for some harass. Make sure you don't get poked out too early by the Leshrac. As we took a look at the top side, Yamich is just being obnoxious with this Tusk, really messing with the creep equilibrium by quite a bit, just pulling them all around, which means they should debounce and ideally should go back Nefrit's way eventually. Talking about the mid lane, by the way, we're talking about that Slate of Fist. Not only is it nice to secure range creeps, as we're going to see, the Tusk is, there's just no stuns in this lane, so Tusk can do kind of whatever he wants. It also means you can dodge the Lightning Storm. So Slate of Fist, not only, again, a little bit of harass, nice little bit of harass, the ability to secure range creeps also means that you really will not take too much harass from this Leshrac in a decent portion of the game. So Ember really should be going fine here. And if we're looking at kill potential realistically, we're looking at really both off lanes. Mid lane probably shouldn't go down, it shouldn't die unless there's some sort of rotation, unless something goes horrendously bad. Safe lanes don't really have stuns. You know, Meepo does have a net eventually, does have Earthbind, but other than that, early level's not going to do a ton. It is a Shadow Shaman versus Say, who can harass certainly and be annoying to Problems, but is not really going to be able to go and get too much of a kill down, I don't think. That's going to be a block creep camp and pretty much de-warded immediately. Kind of annoying there. But F-All's going to be able to go and get himself the Lotus. A little bit more regen into this lane as he's looking to go get really harass on multiple heroes, trying to go take down this Meepo before level 3, but that's not going to happen. Level 3 is done now, and now the Earthbind goes on top of Problems here, and this is where it gets a little bit problematic. But now under tower, Nande not super happy about this, taking a lot of damage from F-Fall. Does he have the cooldown on the hammer? One more hit. The heal, though, very solid from this Enchantress, and now 2 heroes very, very low here. F-Fall is going to get taken down for first blood, and Problems seems certain to follow. He's going to get popped into the foul play, but it will not matter, and Nande should be able to get this last Meepo out on 39 HP. And that's the main Meepo, by the way, so it can TP back in, and only downside, no points in Poof, so it won't be able to go teleport its way back and have to make the long, long run. But good job from Nande to break open its bottom lane on that tier 3 timing that we were talking about with Earthbind. Working very, very nicely here. By the way, oh, never mind. I was going to say he's held a point, but he is not. Nefert now very solidly kind of just bullied out of this lane. Not super interested in going head-to-head with this Weaver with the damage that it has. And Warlock just making it hard. So he's now way back, taking the back creeps as Tusk continues just really trying to mess with these waves as much as possible. But D2000 he's having a great time here. 26 for 11. It's going to continue to get all that much better. He's now starting to go pull waves into camps. So he's getting the creep camps and the wave. That's always going to be very nice as Chiro Jr. gets a little aggressive on top of Mirage, but not a ton of mana. So not really going to be able to do that much to him. But man, this Weaver, I'm a little worried about the Earthbinds on the Weaver eventually. This is absolutely a BKB game. But this Weaver is top of the charts, totally uncontested in CS. And even though he has no kills to really start to get him snowballing forward, this Weaver he's going to be big. Going to be a significant problem for all for the entirety of Zero Tenacity, and specifically for the backliners. For this Tusk, if you can get on top of him, is Problems now just getting bullied out by the Enchantress. We talked about how Shaman really doesn't like summons heroes, and that's Problems actually noticed is rotating over. Kind of an interesting rotation, all things considered. Is he going to go on top of Nande, trying to go chain this damage together, but it's not like there are any stuns. And Problems is very far back, so you poke him out a little bit. You give Weaver, well, totally uncontested XP as well, because there's no one there. It's a dive onto the mid lane. Mirage one side, Nande on the other. Everyone rotating onto this one before the level 6 timing, looking for the stun. Chiro Jr. is just dead on the level 6 from Mirage, who's been having just a bit of a better lane. Now dives under the tier 2 and takes down the Warlock as well. Mirage hits level 6, gets so much damage done. I mean, look at the denies. Yeah, 6 denies versus the 2. That's the big deal. Early levels, we're going pretty well for the Ember Spirit, all things considered. It's very even. But now, we take a look at the CS once again. Ember Spirit 24 for 2 versus 41 for 6. This Leshrac has just dumpster. From the moment we stop paying attention to it, this Leshrac has just taken things over. Now, we are on the 7-minute timing. Nefert does have 6. So as much as TA2000 would love to be able to go and contest the 7-minute rune, that's not going to be a thing. It's going to be 2 for 2. Middle lane tower dead at 7 minutes in. Oh, this is dangerous for TA2000. The Hawk catches him on the route. Now we just get to take a moment here, pause, think about things. Determining who is going to win this. This is pretty scary here, right? We got 3 points in axes. Aurora is available. J2000 already at about 80, 75% HP. This is a interesting scenario. Okay, so taking a look at this. He's going to be rooted for like another second or so. How long does the Hawk root last? Half a second. So he's going to be rooted for the next like quarter second. Enchantress is not particularly close to add a ton of damage in there, so it really will be on whether Nefert can get this kill on the roar timing, whether there is enough damage there, and how many stacks do we have? Okay, no stacks on things, and it looks like TA2000 is just going to run out of there. Never mind. I thought we might have a kill potential. I thought we might see this Weaver going down, but that's not what happened here. And Weaver just going all stats early, by the way. Falcon Blade into a Dragon Lance. Looks like actually his boots are on. Yeah, I know. His treads are on Courier. He's got an Orb of Blight as well. So this is going to be our nice physical damage Weaver. It's fantastic into this pretty low armor lineup. Meepo's going to have some, certainly, but it's not like Leshrac has a bunch of armor before he builds it. Not like Beastmaster, same deal. It's a decently low armor lineup. So this Weaver's going to have some very tasty opportunities available to itself. Is now Psyche and Problems looking on the rotation. But again, we're leading with the Warlock, which is not what you want to do. Problems needs to be the one that gets the start of the stun, as F-All is going to move on top. And we do have Fatal Bonds going down. Nande drops the Earth Spike. One Meepo gets low, as in the mid lane, Ember's dead. But on the bottom side of the map, Meepo will be taken down. Ember already having a bad game. It gets even worse. But you do take down this very scary Meepo. But now Mirage's in here. He TP's in, but there are 4 heroes from the side of Yandex, and Mirage is going to show up right now. T2000 thinks about going on top of him. Bugs will connect, but they can't get onto the other side of things. No stuns available, no level 6 available for Psyche, and not enough charges on the Black Grimoire to make that happen either. So he's only level 4. Nanda's going to have to TP back home. Did force Mirage out of the mid lane, though. And that is... it's something. But we are going to need to start to force Tier Junior to actually join the game. This is not a game where you just kind of can afford to farm on your Ember Spirit and be content to get yourself up to items in like a slow comeback. This is an Ember Spirit that is going to have challenges this entire game. He's going to have multiple Earthbinds. He's going to have stuns that chain into that. He's going to get roared. He's going to get Walrus Punch into a roar. This is not it's not the hardest Ember game ever, but we're seeing what's happening here. He's very far behind the curve. 2 deaths, 3,400 net worth at 930. Not the end of the world, but this is, a 5,000 net worth Leshrac who's getting himself. Ooh, I like this. Generally, we see Leshracs go 1 of 2 builds. They either go Akaya first if they want to go and just pump out the magic damage, be really efficient there, or they go for a Blink Dagger, just blink on top of things and just absolutely burst the damage out. But this Leshrac is going Atos. That's very interesting, as now the Roar goes down on top of this Ember Spirit, but Sleight of Fist is going to be able to get on out of here on the bottom side of the map. Here comes in our Dawnbreaker, trying to take this Meepo down one more time. Is the damage? Absolutely. The damage is there. TA2000. It takes 4. It does take 4, but this should unlock the tier 1 tower on the bottom side of the map as well. And Psyche now, 3 charges, 600 XP on the Black Grimoire. Far less than that to go to get to level 6. Not even going to spend it. So level 6 on the Warlock going to be coming out at a really, really nice timing. Also potentially on Problems as well. He's gone for the big snake, so the Massive Serpent Ward is going to start to show up here. And now rotation topside. I like how fast Yandex is playing from this deficit. Trying to see if they can go punish things as quickly as possible. T2000, though, is going to show, and that probably is going to tell Nefert that he should just back the hell on up here. Helm Dom, pretty close. About 100 gold or so. Just a little bit less before he's going to have that one. And again, it is a little surprising that we have gone beast mode off the Helm Dom. Like, he still is going for the Wild Hunt build. But I guess beast mode does let you scale into the game a little bit longer. A Wild Hunt, it can fall off. As we see this Ember not really involved in the game just yet. Closer and closer to the Blade Mail, sitting 1,500 or sitting about 800 gold away from that. I guess that's really the timing that he's looking for. Up until that point, life is extremely scary for him. But with it, against this Leshrac in particular, you are very scary. Leshrac hates Blade Mail with a burning passion. So we're going to see another one on the way from Dawnbreaker as well. But Leshrac hates the Blade Mail with a just burning passion. And with how Blade Mail works with Flame Guard, you return like 1,100 damage for like the 300 you actually take with Flame Guard. Forget exactly how the math works, but it's very, very solid. It is a... all of a sudden, this Leshrac is not going to be all that scary, but he does have the Atos done now. Atos into Blank, of course, you can go for Gleipnir eventually, which gives you insane AoE on pretty much all your spells. So that's always going to be really nice. But in the meantime, Atos is a great way to lock down this Ember Spirit. Ember needs a Yules. Ember needs a BKB, something to get him. Manta, you know, something to get out of that one. And it's a really nice tool to be able to chain up into the stun, specifically on this high mobility Weaver, this high mobility Ember Spirit. So I really like the build, even if it does slow down the amount of damage that's happening, as a Helm Overlord or Helm Dom Creep's going to go get taken down there. And Beastmaster, so he has gone beast mode.
Dire's bottom tower is under
What I'm tracking now is whether this is going to be the full Overlord creep or whether he just goes Helm Dom because it's good enough. And then go something else. I just continue to be surprised by the Helm Dom with the build because you get no benefit. Like right now, Helm the Dominator is really Beastmaster. It's Lycan, it's Marcy, it's Dark's here to some extent. And very occasionally it's an Enigma, but really it's just the Enigma there because you want some more playmaking ability. But in general, it's these heroes that have something that directly plays with the beast with the creep. But this Beastmaster is up until right now 1 point in inner beast, so he's not really doing a lot. They're gonna find Mirage on the high ground here. Looks for the chain gang, not gonna have the root until they do. Running away, but there's the Golem gonna go down. Dawnbreaker goes down as well. Mirage dies immediately. Not a lot to do. By far the most valuable hero that you can get, but Nande, ooh, nice chain gang on top of 3 now. Ooh, TA2000 shows up, tries to get on top of Nande on the backside, looks for another Sakuchi. There's the poof right back into the fight, but Nande's gonna fall down, even if you trade problems for it, which they won't because foul play is there. That is a beautiful dive on the tier 2. This Enchantress gets out of here, I think. Fall runs at her though. Yeah, seems like the Enchantress is going to get on out of here. As Nefrit almost loses the Overlord creep. There we go. 100 gold in the pocket of this Weaver as he's going Manta after this one. So I thought we might just see quick Dezo, right? Dezo Ag Shard. But with the Earthbind, with the Atos now on Mirage, all of these things, it's not easy. You got to be careful. So you do need some sort of dispel to make sure that you don't just go get Chain soft disabled into a hard disable. And now Cheer Jr. trying to get on top of this. It's not working out all that well for him. You can't even get the magic damage from Flame Guard because you have a free dispel on enchant. So that's not really doing all that much either. But now, game slowing down just a little bit as the dust is not gonna get TA2000, so he's gonna be able to play very nice and defensively here. But the game slows down a little bit. That nice 3,000 net worth lead that existed for Zero Tenacity for quite a while, it's now back to 1K. It still exists, still a net worth lead, but it's not anything that is massively significant. Now Mirage sitting here, he's got an amp damage rune, he's got a shield rune as well. I mean, looking for some moves. Blink Dagger on the Courier, not ready just yet, but at the very least he's going to be able to go and steal a double stack. That's pretty nice, but they're going to find this Tusk on the other side. Yamich is going to get taken down. TA2000 gets the kill on that one. I don't know that they're going to be able to get Nefrit, but it's another 100 gold for TA2000. He's killed like 4 Helm Dom creeps this game. He's got himself extra 400 gold. And is that his entire lead over our Beastmaster? No, it's not. But it's about half the lead in this game that he has over the next closest heroes. That's pretty good. Now, Dawnbreaker, Blade Mail done. About halfway, a little bit less than halfway into the Ags, which is what makes this hero so very strong. But it does have Solar Guardian ready to go. And now T2000 thinks about getting on top of Say, but that's not really going to happen.
Radiant are scanning.
So a decent amount of pressure around the mid lane is really what they're doing. They're trying to close the map out. Even though this is a 1,000 net worth lead for Zero Tenacity, this does feel like a very strong point for the side of Yandex. They have a Golem ready to go. Dawnbreaker ults here. They're all clustered together. This is a lineup that is pretty coming online very nicely right now. So I can just pump fakes the rock. Come at me, guys. It's going to be fine. Go on my Ember Spirit. But no, I just pump fakes it. It's going to be okay for there. It is a little inefficient that we're seeing this Yandex side run around as 4 for as often as they are. As it seems they're looking for some level of a fight. But, you know, it's really hard to go on top of Say without a BKB, with Untouchable now ready to go, with Nature's Attendants and Overprotective Wisps. It's just hard. So instead, they're poking at Roche. They got some decent minus armor here. You got the big ward, which no longer does quite as much damage to Roche as it used to. That has been nerfed, but they're going to be able to try to find the Dawnbreaker on the other side. Blade Mail's really good, though. Now the Solar Guardian's going to go down, kills off this Tusk eventually, and the Roche is still getting targeted. So that goes on the Dawnbreaker with the Blade Mail with 22,000 HP. I mean, Leshrac does not want to go on top of a Blade Mail hero. It's not a thing. It's not legal. But they're thinking about re-going a second time here. And this time, Blade Mail's still here, ready to go. The Rock's going to get dropped. No, Mirage. That's not... Well, it looks like he's actually going to survive just barely. Depends on how much damage still Fatal Bonds does. But it looks like he's going to be just barely out in time. They will be able to go and take this Dawnbreaker down on the re-go. We'll trade an Aegis for it. It's not going to be Aegis on this Ember Spirit.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
That almost. Mirage almost died to that. That is, that's dicey. They were able to pull it off. Enough heroes were there. Be able to go bring the Meepo in as well. And we're able to go and kill off the Dawn. But Dawn now 2/3 of the way or 3/4 of the way into their Ags. And Mirage gets on top. There's the Roar as well. A lot of damage here on the Blade Mail. But that's going to be the Aegis popped pretty much immediately here. Do we have anything else? There's going to be the Root looking for the Slate out. Not going to happen. So Ember thought he was safe with the Aegis, but not safe enough. Not really. That's not how that works. When there's this amount of Roots and Roars, doesn't really matter. Now they're going to try to find T2000 as well. He's going to go pop his ultimate, try to get out of here. But this Death Ball with all the Roots, the stuns, the slows on top of Psyche now on the backside here. There's nothing he can do. 3 dead off the Aegis timing. This was supposed to be a point of power for Yandex. This was supposed to be the moment where they're starting to take over the map, starting to build a net worth lead. But Zero Tenacity doing a very nice job of playing around this Solar Guardian cooldown, which is longer than it previously was. Yes, we are in this setup where the Solar Guardian is, it's always hard to go and track exactly what the cooldown is. Give me the shard on the Enchantress so you can go and apply the impetus that you don't have, but so you can get out of things a little bit. It's not the most valuable shard. Tusk would probably be a little bit better, but it's a repositioning tool. But the point here is Zero Tenacity doing a very nice job of playing around the cooldowns. Now they're going to go find Nande. There's the Solar Guardian and the big ward as well. Do they have the damage? Yep, they do. So this is a game where Meepo was supposed to be the one that kind of takes over here. Doesn't have his Ags just yet. He went Dragonlance and Diffusal Blade before the Ags, which is not insane. But we're 21 minutes in, and you don't have this kind of get out of jail free card of the Ags on this Meepo, which is a little bit unfortunate, as we're going to see Nefert, though, gets taken out. Well, not Nefert, but he does lose his Helmdom, his Helmdom creep once again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still looking at this inner beast, and we have no Ags in sight. I guess it really just is for that late game scaling, theoretically, in a way that Wild Hunt just doesn't necessarily give you. So Nande now about 48 gold away from the Ags. That all of a sudden means that this multi-micro hero just becomes one big, powerful, really boss fight that you got to go take down. You can fling Meepos at people. That's always kind of fun. A bit of rotation around the mid lane once again. Ember Spirit doesn't have Sky Yasha just yet. It's on Courier, so they're not going to do too much of anything just yet. But this Beastmaster is top net worth. He's got his Crimson Guard done, which is very nice. into the Shaman ward, very nice into this Weaver that, you know, multiple attacks is where a lot of the damage comes from. That can be very nice indeed. They're going to find this Ember Spirit, take him down. It's just been a rough game. It's 1-4-4, involved in 5 kills, 4 deaths on the side of Chiro Jr. It's just, this has not been an easy game for him whatsoever. And every time that you think he's like, oh, great, you know, he's found this timing, it just really has not given him what he wants. He's got the Aegis, he dies twice. He's got himself Kayayashi, he dies twice. Now Weaver's going to go and runs out of here for now. There's the Hex on top of the Shadow Shaman. That's going to be the sacrificial target. He's going to die to the Meepo. But now Ags is done. So the Meepo is much stronger than it used to be. Mirage thinks there's someone there, gets vision. Not quite enough in time to go break the TP. So Psychic gets out. Still only level 1 rock, but Wisdom Shrine is going to get him very close to level 2 or to level 12. If it 3 XP away from the level 2 rock is just unfortunate. But now all of a sudden, this is a 7,000 net worth lead on the side of Zero Tenacity. The funny thing is, though, is this is like Dota Plus that says this is 52-48 with a 7,000 net worth lead. This is a game where Dota Plus still thinks that, yeah, Yandex have a very 50-50 shot. Which I think is fair. There's a lot of team fight on the side of Team Yandex. This Weaver can do a lot of damage if he's allowed to do so. As Say's going to go pop the smoke here. Chain Gang goes down on top of him. Dispels the Flame Guard, so not nearly as much damage getting brought in. And you don't want to chase this thing down. You have your Sprink ready to go. Hurricane Pike is here, and multiple points of impetus, and now there's just going to be a roar going down on the backside. But hey, we do have the Solar Guardian going down as they're going to try to chase down Mirage. Yamich as well. TA2000, who's your target? You have to be the damage here, but he's just getting low. Now he's going to go try to get out of here, pop his ultimate, but that's 3 dead on the side of TA2000, or on the side of Team Yandex. And Fall tries to do what he can, like live as long as possible here, but with no mana, no life. Not a lot he can do. 4 dead for nothing on the side of Team Yandex, and TA2000 was just not allowed to play that fight. It's funny. Actually, Yandex did more damage. 14,000 versus 11. But at the end of the day, they just were not able to secure the kills. And there's a Dezo 25 minutes in that has 0 charges. A little surprised, by the way, to go Dezo into Revenant's Brooch, because Dezo, of course, amps physical damage. Revenant's Brooch doesn't care about that. It's magic damage. So that's very surprising, especially considering we're not... Well, the Beastmaster is getting a AC. So there is that. At least the Beastmaster is getting himself some armor. But overall, it's not a ton of armor in this game. I guess as a Weaver, you're going with this because it's pretty gold efficient. Maybe not the most damage efficient item, but it's gold efficient. It's significantly cheaper than getting a Daedalus. He does give you that opportunity. Now we're going to start to go and do some out of split push onto the north side of the map here. It should be a tier 2, at the very least, taking a lot of damage. Even if it doesn't go down as... There we go. Retargeting on top of the ward, and Say does not do enough. Well, actually, we'll take... Tower's not going to go down. And in the mid lane, he's a Warlock dead too. So Tower doesn't die, Warlock gets taken down. And this is pretty much what's been happening for a while now. Yandex keeps trying to make a move. Zero Tenacity not only counters the move, but they also get a kill of their own. So FL still very far away from this BKB. And the Weaver, they're going on a rotation. They're hunting for a bug. They're not going to find him just yet. Nullifier, okay. I like this one a lot more. Nullifier is going to be Nullifier is the next target for our Weaver. It's not like there's a ton to dispel, but a Crimson Guard, very, very useful thing to dispel in this game. Even if there is, and technically you do have a Force Staff on the Hurricane Pike as well, so that's fairly nice. But being able to go and remove the Crimson Guard from whoever you're dealing with is... FL, yeah, there we go. You're going to be able to go get the Enchantress. Everyone working together on that one. TA2000 and problems as well. This Enchantress, I think that's the first time. Yeah, that's literally the first death of the Enchantress this game. So it's worth a decent amount. Almost 800, 900 gold on the side of the Enchantress. Now, unfortunately, Nande's just going to run in like he's hasted with the Diffusal, with the Disperser, and assassinate this Warlock who's just not allowed to play the game. Theoretically, Warlock can be good against small amounts of summon heroes because you have Fatal Bonds, and that can be great. But otherwise, you really don't like it. You have no way to get out. And now with Nande here and Nefrit as well, pushing up onto the high ground, and these towers go down very fast. Barracks as well, especially with the Assault Cuirass done. So Chain Gang goes down on some of these Meepos. Can we get the damage we need? Well, we're seeing just how anemic the damage is from the Weaver right now with this Crimson Guard ready to go. It's just pumping through it with the amount of HP, with 3,000 HP that this, with the fact that this Beastmaster is almost 3,000 HP, 2% of that is what? You're blocking over 100 damage. It's 70 plus 2.2 of almost 3,000. So yeah, you're blocking like 130 damage a hit. When the Weaver's sitting here and the Weaver is doing 210 or 220 plus the Geminate bonus damage, that does matter, minus a little bit of minus armor, but do all the math. At the end of the day, it's blocking a significant percentage of this Weaver's damage, especially on the Geminate attacks. So it's just making it really hard for this Weaver to do what it is that he wants to do. And now, on a 15,000 net worth lead, we are seeing finally a reasonable advantage. Saika's going to get found out once again. TA2000 is going to lose his Iron Helm as well. So that's not great. Miragi's going to be able to go take that down. So TA2000, at the very least, didn't lose a Sacred Relic, and you can rebuy the Iron Helm if you need it. But with the Warlock dead, this is going to be the second barracks. Also going to go get taken down as Weaver just is trying to go split push. I got to do something, but this is going to be a second laner attacks, I think, for Zero Tenacity here. This Meepo pick, funny, Dota Plus did not give it the respect that I think it deserves, but this Meepo, especially a Nande Meepo, was incredibly impactful in this game. It makes Weaver's life very difficult. It makes Ember's life extraordinarily difficult, and it's good against the supports as well. So that's going to be a second laner axe going down. Warlock looking to TP in here, wants to maybe drop the rock, but not just yet, as we see Weaver think about it. But yeah, too many units. They take down the bugs way too fast here. Now the Weaver has just bought it. Okay, he just bought the Revenant's Perch. You know what? If I can't get a Nullifier, I need some item. I need some way to cut through this Crimson Guard, this armor that has been built up by Nefrit as well. Look how fast this roast goes down, by the way. We've been talking about everything else. We have not been talking about how much damage you get from this, from the Meepo and Yamich with Tag Team. They just shred this Roche nearly instantly. And now Nande looks in. Earthbind doesn't land. More poofs go in. That's not Earthbind that's going to land either. And Cher Jr. will be able to make the space off the Chain Gang. Now the Scotty is complete whenever he wants it. Realistically, as 2000 moves in, Rock is gonna get dropped here. There's the Solar Guardian as well. There ever was an opportunity. This is the one, but now the Roar on top of this Ember Spear just chunking him down. He's gonna fall. Nande still has the Aegis, still ready, fighting for him. Now pops the Meepo, pops the Ags, and is just gonna sit here and soak so much damage. TA2000 not getting the damage that needs right now. They will take the Tusk down, and the Yensei looks like he's gonna get taken down as well. Backside, Lashak doing a really nice job. T2000 getting low dead, and you only get the Aegis. Nefrit's gonna go take him down as well. The supports fall, but it's only the Dawnbreaker. Only the Dawnbreaker that remains, and there's one set of racks. Creeps now pushing in through the mid, so there's nothing that's going to stop Nefrit and Nande from just shredding this tier 3, shredding the barracks as well. There's no fort. It's already been used. So a buyback on the Warlock to try to convince them to back up here, but this Warlock has to be very careful. And yeah, tier 2000 is just going to tap out here. They don't have the damage. They don't have the control. They don't have anything that they need. And Z10, Zero Tenacity, we'll take a 1-game lead over Yandex. little bit of a surprising result, I think. Yandex is absolutely, or I look at this lineup, I see TA2000, I see Chira Jr., I see Saika to some extent, Problems. Of course, they are lacking their offlaner. They are lacking Noticed, but FL had a solid game. He was impactful. And I look at this lineup and I say, oh, you know, this has got to be, I'm looking at a 2-0 here. This is a very favored, or this is a lineup that would favor significantly over Zero Tenacity. But Zero Tenacity has been playing together for quite a while. Mirage, Yamich, Nefrit, all very solid players, and they look great. Last Big Meepo did everything that it had to do, and for now, that means the Yandex now looking at a 0-1, a one-game hole. They try to move on into the playoffs where they're going to fight even better teams. But for now, it's going to be a bit of a break as Yandex looks to sit there and figure things out and see if they can send us to game number 3, or whether Zero Tenacity is going to 2-0 straight into the playoffs. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you there. where we have a 1-0 lead for Zero Tenacity in the winners match here of Group A. Loser of this series, they go on to face Yellow Submarine later on tomorrow, if that happens. Well, when that happens. But for right now, Team Yandex, they got first pick. That's their priority. It looks like Radiant has been the choice from Zero Tenacity in response. But we are straight. One of, in any particular role, is necessarily the best hero of the patch or one of the best, but it is very good in two positions. So that's why we're seeing it banned so often. It's a very good safe lane hero. It's a very good mid lane hero. And it pairs well with a lot of stuff as well. So yeah, Shadow Fiend is going to be removed. Pugna is going to be the response as well. And now when we look at power picks, of course, you know, Axe has not been as impactful. Blade Mail heroes were nerfed, but Axe is much more of a Blade Mail hero than like Dawnbreaker is. Blade Mail on Dawn is still fantastic, but he doesn't need, but she doesn't need to get it every game. Axe needs Blade Mail. Axe is not really a hero without it, so it makes sense, right? That we're seeing a little bit less of that hero in high priority. It's still probably viable, but as it stands, Dawnbreaker is going to be the first pick. Makes sense. This global BKB piercing stun, the heal, it does pinch things quite a bit. And it's one of these heroes, like conceptually, global heroes, when you have access to them, it's are we just going to run this back again? The bans are pretty much the same. I think maybe, Puck was banned, I think, last time too. So I think the bans are identical. The picks in the first phase are identical. Are we just running this back? Let me take a look at the bans from the first game. Satafine, Quap, Batrider, Pugna. That was that because of course Yandex had first pick last game too. Those were the bans from Zero Tenacity. Marcy, Puck, Naga. Yeah, this is the different order, but we are starting to deviate now a little bit. Okay, and this Enchantress is going to get a respect ban out of Team Yandex. They don't want to deal with the nonsense that Say was pulling around in the last game. Beastmasters are going to get taken out as well. Okay, so the first phase, the exact same as game number one, but game two is going to go and give us at least some marginally different second phase band, which is always nice. I am surprised that Dazzle has not been given as much priority as we've seen in the past. Maybe it's just the Yandex and Zero Tenacity don't like it. I don't know. But Dazzle is a hero that has this incredible ability to break games. You just run out of damage. In a lot of these games where Dazzle's being played, you get a Holy Locket, you have insane healing amp with your Shallow Grave. If you can go and you get a shard for free at the 20-minute timer and you get an additional 20% healing amp, it does so much. Of course, you do have to be careful about being jumped, and it's not always incredible into games like that. But regardless, Zero Tenacity is going to go pick up the Tusk as well. We talked about why you want to make sure you pick up the Tusk when Dawnbreaker's on the field in game number one. I love, by the way, the bans are the exact same for Z10. Yes, Yandex is evolving a little bit, but Z10 is exact same bans, exact same picks through the first two picks as we were, as they would otherwise, as they were in game number one. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Although I am pretty sure we're not going to see a nice, like, glaring Meepo game again. If that is left in the pool for a last pick, and it looks like a decent Meepo game, I can guarantee you it's getting banned. Absolutely, it's not going to be allowed. So now, and it's looking at the first of their two picks in the second phase, and there's been a decent amount of time on it. About a minute here now, gone 40 seconds, as they're looking to see how they want to respond. I thought their early stage of their draft was fine. It was just kind of this Ember Weaver that did not have good answers to the Meepo. They were like the biggest problem. So Disruptor is going to be an answer here. If you're winning the lane or you're winning the game, Disruptor's great. But it's not massively good against Leshrac. Leshrac can get a lot of its damage started before the Static Storm goes down. It is nice to make sure that Tusk is almost never going to have a save. that is pretty valuable. So I think that's kind of more the logic here than anything else. You can pair it with a strong laning position of 1, and you have a decent amount of kill threat. You can go and get a lot of damage done. Hero runs away. You glimpse the hero back. They take even more damage. More cooldowns available for the carry, and you get a kill on the position 4 or something. That can be pretty nice if you're able to make that happen. This is a bit of a flex DK here. I don't know that we've seen too many carry DKs as of late. We really haven't seen too many mid lane DKs either. So we're gonna have to see. DK, of course, decent laner. You have the Dragon's Breath to make it rather hard for a lot of heroes to lane into you. But yeah, we can take a look at the setup here. DK, long gone are the days of just DK being this incredibly stable lane that's going to get something out of any lane matchup. It's just the way the passive scales now. The way your HP regen and armor, you're just not nearly as tanky in early levels as you used to be. So Abaddon's going to be the response. This was banned out in game number 1 by Yandex. We're going to see Warlock. Okay, so that's a steal. But yeah, when we take a look at the Abaddon here, you have, it's very nice to be able to remove the stun, whoever DK goes on. The fact that you don't really care about Static Storm at all. You have this ability to chase down Dawnbreaker. You can actually find a Dawnbreaker really well with your Aphotic Shield. So I think this is probably going to be the carry version of the Abaddon. We're not really seeing a lot of offlane Abaddon anymore, and so this ability to go to keep your friends safe, to have this extra save. You don't really care again about Static Storm. Oh no, you're forced to pop your ultimate eventually, and you're fine. Now the one exception to that, of course, is if you can go and get a Silver Edge on this DK. Eventually, you can get a break on someone, and then Abaddon goes Static Storm. You get the break on. Abaddon will die because it's massive AOE silence. Abaddon can't get out of it super easily. You don't get to pop borrow time for broken. So you have to manually cast if you're silenced. That is maybe something to look at eventually, not for the first 30 minutes or so, but maybe something to pay attention to. Is this Undying? Okay. So 4 Undying, 5 Disruptor most likely. Dawnbreaker Undying is a very scary lane. You can go and you chunk a lot, and now the hero has less HP. It's also pretty good into this Abaddon. You can kind of force borrow times a little bit earlier. Abaddon is not a hero that... It's not like Aphotic Shield really keeps you safe against losing your strength. So it does take a decent amount of power away from this Abaddon lane. Of course, Abaddon's still going to be pretty good at killing the Tombstone, but with the passive. But other than that, it is a solid Undying. Dawn lane can be very scary if they play it right. And that just means we're waiting on the 1 or the 2. TB, but it's certainly laneable. It's certainly viable. And in the mid lane, in the mid game, you're very happy with how that goes. Leshrac into TB is fantastic. Gyrocopter, wouldn't be surprised to see like a level 5, level 6 rotation through the portal to get on top of this Terrorblade. Yeah, I like the pick. Maybe I have be a little worried about this Undying Dawnbreaker lane, but again, you do have flat cannons. You don't care about hitting the tomb quite as much as other heroes do. Yeah, okay. So taking a look at win conditions here, Gyrocopter has to be big, Terrorblade has to be big, really are the two ones. Abaddon gives you a lot of utility. I'm very curious to see what this is going to be in the Abaddon that is rushing Radiance like a lot of Abaddons do in really all positions. Reflection's probably not going to be enough to convince him not to do so. Just a question of whether there is something that is more valuable. You could like rush Crimson, but Abaddon with Crimson just really does not scale very well at all. So I don't think you're going to do that. For now, though, we're just about ready to get into this game. As Z10, Zero Tenacity up 1-0 on the side. Well, up 1-0 on Yandex, as they're looking to see if they can move on to the playoffs. Looking to see if they can make that happen, or whether Yandex are going to strike back with this last pick, Terrorblade. Let's see if they have what it takes to make things happen. Game number 2 is here. We're taking a look at things. I'm not massively sold on this Terrorblade. I think Mirage at like this 12-minute, 10, 12-minute timing when you get the quick blink dagger, you smoke up with the Tusk, you run into the Terrorblade's jungle, you just blink on top of him and kill him. I don't know if you're going to get him before he gets his level 6, but you got enough stuns. You can chain him together with Split Earth, with Walrus Punch, with Snowball and everything else that I think for the most part, you'll be able to pretty consistently prevent Sunder from going off in the early to mid game. Now, late game, that's a different question. This Terrorblade is going to have a Scotty or something. He's going to have a decent amount of HP, and whether you can cut through that amount of HP before the Sunder, that's a different story. And we talk about this Terrorblade, if he has a good lane, if he doesn't get hunted too much in the first 15 minutes, Leshrac can be a little scared against him. Leshrac, of course, magic damage incarnate. That can be very nice. As Nande here is going to break the smoke. That's going to be fine. Other side, Nefrit thinking about getting aggressive, but Tia 2000 is there. So we're going to trade 2 for 2, just like normal. Ooh, Problems gets caught out here a little bit. Afterburners not going to be the facet, though. So not the easiest thing to chase down, especially with the slow Problems. Taking a little bit more damage, though, is going to get first blooded by Nande. And it's still 2 for 2. So Yamich is able to go retreat back. You get that dangling bounty rune as he makes the long run onto the other side of the map. But they get first blood on this Gyrocopter, who already had a pretty good game theoretically. And now he's going to be able to get boots quickly if that's what he wants to do, to be able to chase down some of these heroes. Almost surprised me. Actually didn't see anything else. But looks like he is just saving up for boots. Quick as you please. Trying to see exactly what he wants to go spend this bounty bonus, bounty bonus first blood gold on. As Nefrit's not having a good time, though. The lane creeps are getting pulled all over the place. He's sitting here about 40% HP. Terrorblade, interesting, took meta level 1. Generally, we see like a level 2 meta to go force off the second wave, but Nefrit, because he knows Nefrit is not going to take Curse of Avernus for a while, so Reflection's not incredibly valuable. You take it level 1, you force Nefrit totally off the level 1 wave, and that can be very, very nice. It means you get to quick level 2 much faster, and that can be a solid timing eventually. So for now, Nefrit sitting here, missing a decent amount of HP, fighting against Saika and being upset about it. Is now Sei is the one that's going to take a lot of damage, healing up as much as he can. A fall, trying to chase him down. What are our cooldowns like? 7 seconds for the hammer. And Sei, running around the rosy here, is going to have another heal just right now, bring himself that much further up to full, and Sei is still not dead. He will eventually die, I think. I don't think there's anything stopping, but man, this is so much space for Nande in this game as a Tombstone, or as Nefrit is going to be able to kill Psyche on the other side. This is He's not going to be able to get the deny, but I don't think that was worth it. This Dawnbreaker has lost about a full wave of creeps.
Tower is under attack.
And sure, it's always nice to get problems level 2, but this is now, it's a level 2, not as, man, Nefrit and Yamich are doing such a nice job on this other side. Now they're going to go be able to kill off the Terrorblade as well. I'm just looking at this bottom side and about how good of a game Nande's having, which he is, by the way. Say dying there was absolutely worth it. That's a level 3 Gyrocopter versus a level 2-ish, 2.5 Dawnbreaker versus a level 3.5 Gyrocopter. I mean, this is going to become pretty unlaneable for F-Fall very, very quickly. It's not just playing a ring around the roses. We take a look at this Abaddon, who has the wave way far behind, exactly where he would like it to be. So Nefrit has died. He only has 5 CS, which is the one downside here. He's got himself a couple kills. 2, 1, and 0 is very nice. It makes up for a lot, but, you know, he is lacking a lot in CS. He was struggling a decent amount to go and address waves early, but he's getting the wave pulled back behind tower. He's going to be pretty fine there. And Shira Jr. is having a much better game in this game number 2 than he did in game 1. He got annihilated game 1 in lane by Mirage. It was just not particularly close. The Ember was technically Ember's supposed. Oh no, misses the rich creep there too. Technically, it's supposed to be good, right? Ember's supposed to be fine into this Latrak matchup, but it was 41 for 10 versus like 27 for 5. It was the 8-minute mark. It was really bad for this Ember, and he was playing catch up like the entire game. Never really allowed to make that happen. Really never allowed to do that. So, say, trying to find this ward. Trying to find this sentry. And Chira Jr. in the mid lane, you're taking a lot of damage with the Maledict. Not the Maledict. With the Diabolic Edict. There we go. Chira Jr. and Problems rotates over. Do we have any Misanthropy left? 10 seconds for Diabolic Edict, 4 seconds for the Lightning Storm. Not a lot of mana, though. Are they going to be able to get him in the mid lane? That's the question here. Problems and Shira Jr. both very, very low. Yamich, 14 seconds for Ice Shards. That has been used recently enough where that's not going to be in the fight. You could maybe snowball in, but snowballing under tower with no creeps feels not great. Taking a look at other lanes for, oh, never mind. Psycha says, we're ready to go. So we're back in the mid lane here. It's just as soon as Z10 says they are ready to go. And now we get to ask ourselves the question of whether, well, really, who dies in the mid lane? Because I think someone will. As now Mirage, a little bit more damage, but there's a TP in from Psycha into the mid lane as well, and that should force everyone back. Yamich cannot get glimpsed. He can just go snowball dodge that one. Looking for, there, oh, there we go. There's going to be a courier. Yamich takes him on a bit of a ring around the rosy, looks for the snowball, goes in, goes out, dodges the glimpse, nice shards as well. So that's a TP in from Psycha in the mid lane. He's going to get a second courier. Yamich, he is a damn good Tusk, guys. He is playing this perfectly here, making so much space. Do we have a glimpse? Not on cooldown. Or not off cooldown. So, kills 2 couriers, ring around the rosy, forces everything around. Now, Nande will lose his courier to the side of F-Fall. I don't know why couriers do this. You're sitting there, you're under tower, and it runs through the jungle and runs straight into the offlaner. And it is the most annoying thing. The most obnoxious thing that exists in the game of Dota. So Nande's going to lose out on pretty much his Falcon Blade for the next minute or so, which does take some of the strength out of this really strong Gyrocopter, but losing out on the Falcon Blade, a little bit less mana regen, a little bit less everything else. So you're not super happy about that one. Is now Nefrit on the other side. Did actually steal his passive, so he's just dead. You really hate to see that one. And he's just going to standard Abaddon build, 0-3-2. Gonna get a point ultimate, well, hold a point at 6 to make sure you can pop your borrowed time when you need to, but T2000 with Reflection, with Metamorphosis, with the glimpse as well. Yeah, you're just not getting out of that one. So This is an effort that's having a decent game, but not an incredible one, is everyone rotates mid. This is 4 heroes in the mid lane. And Mirage, very... Why do I keep saying Mirage? It's Mirage. Yeah, Mirage in the... Mirage in the mid lane. You know what? It's fine. No one ever accused me of being smart. But Mirage in the mid lane, totally out of bounds. There's not really going to be able to do all that much. As the DK on the first ultimate is trying to see if he can go and take this tower down, at least do some significant damage. Now it goes in on top of this level 3, say, Warlock, and is just going to go... It's going to fall down. And Mirage, though, what are we going to find? Anything here? Well, no, not really, because Sheer Jr. level 6 with the Dragon form, with the bonus Dragon, or the bonus Dragon Blood Dragon Blood effects. Yeah, it's not going to do all that much. But Nande on the other side of the map doing a very nice job fighting away against F-Fall. Will be able to claim the Wisdom Shrine for himself. And now Yamich has to be a little careful because he's going to fall down here. TPs go in, but there's the glimpse. Nande does so much damage to everyone on the map, but not enough to kill any of them. And he's going to go get taken down. So gets the Wisdom Shrine, but it will be 2 dead on the side of Zero Tenacity for that cost of that one. Say did get the Wisdom Shrine on the other side, so it is 2 for 0 on the Wisdoms. But Nande has fallen down here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Interesting. Mirage is going for the Atos once again. I understand. I respect the Atos, right? It gives you this soft lockdown. It gives you setup for the stun. But I think in this game in particular, the ability just getting that quick 12-minute blink, running in, bombing on top of this Terrorblade, that feels really good. As now we're going to see a glimpse go down. Say is going to get taken down for the 3rd time in this game, and bit unfortunate. There's nothing he can do whatsoever. He's not particularly close to it. It is giving him a Black Grimoire charge. Well, actually, when he dies, he doesn't get a charge. It's when other friendlies die. But now maybe getting on top of Cheer Jr. here. It is a very nice Fatal Bonds. There's going to be the Soul Guardian trying to keep him alive as long as possible. And it's really good. Oh, look at the damage coming in from F-Fall on the Starbreaker and the Celestial Hammer. But Nefert's in as well. That's going to be a dead Tombstone. They should kill off Psyche here as well. And surprisingly enough, actually, it is going to be 1 for 2 on the side of Z10. They lose Mirage, but they get 2, including this big, beefy Dragonite. I thought that was going to actually be a lot worse for Z10 as Nande's going to show back in once again here. Glimpsed in just... He's going to get saved on the Snowball for now, trying to get on top of T2000. There's going to be the Sunder. Is it going to be enough? No, TA's dead. They will be able to get the Gyrocopter in response, but Nefert just sitting here doing so much damage. The Rock's going to get dropped as well. Is that enough to kill off Chira Jr. with Mirage in? Absolutely it is. Z10, they bring the bodies, and yes, they do lose their Gyrocopter. But this should be the tier 1 tower going down as well. They do not take Mirage down. Well, they do once, but they don't get Nefert at all. He's going to be the massive winner in this fight when he gets really a decent amount of gold. Now, what is this Undying doing? That's not what you want to do here. Is F-Fall? He's going to go and force Mirage back. He'll get the vision for Mirage to get glimpsed, but it doesn't really matter. He's got Nephotic Shield. It really is not going to go down. There's going to be the Staff of Wizardry at least. So you could still go Akaya if you wanted to, but seems like he really likes the added HP, the everything that an Atos gives you. So big fight in the mid lane. 10 minutes in, the tier 1 tower will fall. They get a lot out of that, and now 2,000 net worth lead on the side of Z10. What's the gyro doing though? We're just going straight. Okay, we're going Crystallis Axe. No, sometimes we see Gyrocopter go like first item BKB, and it just feels like they fall off. So I like here that Nande, especially with the lead that he has in this game, has opted to just go Crystallis Ags. You get the Crystallis, it speeds up your farm by quite a bit. It gives you a fighting item. It's very nice. And then just go in this Ags, and you farm quite a bit. You fight as well as you need to, and just gives you everything that you really want as a Gyrocopter. So always going to be very nice. So now we're going to see Yamich is going to get found out. Actually, he's going to be able to go and snowball. There we go, onto the creep. Dodges the glimpse. Makes his way on out of here, and Yamich is going to be fine. A-okay, man. It's funny. You look at the items that everyone has. You'll take a look at the neutral items. We got three sister shrouds in this game, and that's not even the craziest one. Man, this item. I'm a little surprised they didn't nerf it in 739D. I kind of expected them to, with how everyone is getting it and how strong. Well, okay, I guess they did. It's still too strong. It's still really good. Now Mirage has the Datos done. He's going to go into Blink and just about 1,800 gold or so. And well, there we go. This is certainly not something that the Undying thought was going to happen. Damage here as well. There's going to be the Static Storm, so this should be a dead. No, he's not at all. Rock's going to get dropped by Space Jam. She's going to be able to go get on top of problems. He's dead. Psycha continues to run after Mirage here, but well, maybe with that fall coming in, Mirage is going to fall down. Psycha's dead. It's not a good Guardian, though. You get Mirage, but at the cost of the cost of everyone, really. You lose your dying, you lose, which is fine, you know, it's in a dying, but you lose your Disruptor, you lose your Dawnbreaker. This is a Dawnbreaker that's really just not having a great game. 2 games in a row. It is a first pick Dawn, but we're 13 minutes in. Blade Mail is still very far away, as now DK gets on top of Yamich once again, but there's the punch. You're going to be able to go and drop the shards and gets just straight on out of there. TP's out once again. Yamich is playing this guy to the limits. His Tusk has been impeccable in this, not just this game, but in this series. For now, Nande about a quarter of the way, a little more than that, about halfway, a little bit less than halfway to this Aghanims. And when I'm looking at this Dawnbreaker, still sitting about 750 gold away from the Blade Mail. And realistically, Blade Mail's fantastic into this lineup. Don't get me wrong. Into a Gyrocopter, into a Leshrac. It is incredibly value here. So now we're just going to see, there are no stuns. They've all been used. Static Storm, Glimpse, and you just TP the hell on out of here. You're not going to kill him off before, I mean, borrowed time lasts 4 seconds. A TP lasts 3 seconds. You're just not going to kill him. So yeah, they did pop borrowed time on Nefrit, but he's more than happy with that one. And now he's going to have like a 16 minute, he's going to have like a 15-minute radiance. Sitting here 300 gold away from that one. They have a very easy 15-minute radiance. He's just having a great time. 4-2 and his lane was not good. He had like 5 CS in the first 3 minutes, but pretty much untouched from now on. He's sitting 220 gold away. He's like 2 waves away, couple camps away from this Ags. And on the other side of the map, it's going to be a dead F-fall once again here. Cheer Jr. gets on top of Mirage. Going to try to make sure that happens at the very least. And the Glimpse should be able to take him down. So 1 for 1 here. You're not super happy about that if you're RZ10. Mirage does want to be able to snowball to deal with this Terrorblade. AM damage, though, on the DK. Probably not going to. That's going to be a very difficult kill. It does force 4, though, onto the bottom side. Gives a little bit more room. Nefrit does just about have his Radiance in. Well, now, actually, he has the money for it. There we go. Buys the Radiance. 14:58, 15 minutes on the dot.
Radiant's middle tower.
And that farm is just going to really accelerate that much more. As we take a look at the other side, looking 1,500 gold away. So about 3 minutes for Gyrocopter, maybe a little bit less for him to be able to go and get himself up to that Ags, where all of a sudden he's going to do that much more damage, farming that much faster. 2,000 net worth lead hasn't really been budging. Now, of course, this Terrorblade, he's having a great game. He's got himself his Ag Shard right around 15 minutes. He's got two parts of the Manta, just missing the recipe to be able to get into that one. Some more illusions, more damage. Nice dispel against this Fatal Bond that has been so annoying. And this Terrorblade is going to be a problem as these mid-game fights get started, especially with the minus armor that the Corrosive Dragon can give. So now Blink is done for Leshrac. He's doing the same build he did game 1, which of course Ato's Blink into a Kayayasha. Or Kaya Sanji, excuse me. So that means that he's going to be able to bomb on top of this Terrorblade pretty soon. Do have to be a little careful, right, with the glimpse. It means even when you blink on top, you're not guaranteed to stay there. We got a big move from the side of Yandex onto where Nefrit's playing, but he just TP's out of there. He Star Sense. He knew what was happening. Steals the Ancient Creeps away from where this Terrorblade was and just TP's back home and steals the side, starts to farm the side camps. And is just very happy with how his game's going. He's been involved in 11 out of the 14 kills. He's got his Radiance done well timed. He's just about got the Yasha done for his Manta. He's doing everything he wants. We're close enough to kind of the next round of items for a couple different heroes that this game has slowed down a little bit. There's no like key timing that you're looking for. Is now the Ags is going to be complete here for our Gyrocopter, so he's very happy. 17-minute Ags Crystallis is reasonable timing. Sitting here top 2 net worth, just 200 gold behind the Terrorblade before he properly gets his farming item. Interesting TP. 4 heroes TP onto the tier 2 on the north side. Oh, he's just going, okay, just going for Ancients. I was going to say, this is not necessarily a fighting timing for Nande. He does want to make sure he's got his BKB after this. But we'll be able to go start to farm the Ancient Creeps. Smoke goes down, though, from Yandex. Nefrit in a very nice position to break it. He's going to be scouted on the ward. But Nefrit's not really your target. He's just baiting around, says, hey, come on. Go kill me. You sure you're not going to get through my 5 seconds of borrowed times. Come on. It's going to be fun. But seems like not really taking the bait here as the side of Z10. They're moving on to the right side of the map where they might be able to try to go and get this Dawnbreaker. But Don's realized that he is very far away from the rest of the squad and that no one is showing on the map. So he's just going to back up, farm the back creeps, and it's going to be fine. So a couple smoke moves, a couple less smoked moves, but at the end of the day, nothing really comes of it. Outside of Nefrit continuing to be insanely farmed. Nefrit has so much money. Sitting here, top 2 net worth. Yasha done. Diadem just about done. He's getting into that Manta pretty soon. I mean, he's just going to carry a Batten. And I don't blame him. He's level 15. He got 40 Cursive Avernus DPS on the 15 talent. He is just really strong. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Is now Blinks on touch. Here Junior's like, I don't want that target. That doesn't feel good. There's heroes behind him. So he's just going to have to run away from this rocket. And now Saiya's going to get found out here. Rocket goes down on Junior. There we go. Can we get anything more? Do we have the movement speed? You're probably not diving. Well, maybe you are. Actually, Nefrit doesn't care. He's going to dive on top of the tier 2. And we will lose the Disruptor as well elsewhere on the map. And Nefrit continues. Is like, hey, Cheer Junior, come on. You want to fight me? But it's not going to be enough. By the way, points actually taken in Miss Cole. We generally see a lot of these, certainly these carry Abaddons. Maybe take 1 point to break a Lincoln's or something, but he's taken pretty much all points in Miss Coil. Oftentimes it's just going to be for stats, but it's going to be pretty good with the Shard later on if that's what you want to go for. But now the top tier 2 is going to get taken down. And remember, this is while Gyrocopter's just farming the entire time. Abaddon is top net worth. With it, there's a Terrorblade in this game. That's really important to remember. There's a Terrorblade in this game. And he's not really pulling ahead the way he would like. So now getting on top of the Tormentor, 20 minutes. That was what this move was for, to set up for that. Yamich is going to get himself some shards, which is, well, shard for shards is going to be very nice here. It means that he's going to be able to farm that much more, get himself into some more defensive items, whatever he feels the team might need. Probably just a BKB so he can blink in and save even through a Static Storm. And now gets on top of this Undying, and well, Mirage is here, but Solar Guardian's going to come in, and now Mirage is just annihilated. Yeah, the power of the Blade Mail is a pretty significant one here. So 5 heroes in the mid lane. Tier 1 tower should finally fall down. Mirage maybe overforced his hand just a little bit there. I understand why he'd go for it, and really that was Yamich trying to make that play, but Rotation is just a little bit too... The response is just a little too fast. By the way, Manta Style done in 60 gold for this Undying. This absolutely massive Undying. In fact, he's got it done right now. So level 16 on Nefrit. Taking over the entire map, farming everything. He's got the Manta now. That means he's going to farm that much more. As Nadi tries to chase down problems, but he's not really going to find him. Even still, though, the homing missile is going to go where it is. And yeah, now Glimpse is on cooldown that much longer. Yamich can pretty much kill this guy by himself. And Nadi says, don't mind if I do. So Nadi's going to get himself another kill on the silver platter from Yamich. Brings that BKB that much closer. We're now like less than 1,000 gold from this BKB, which is really where Nade wants to fight. Doesn't really want to fight before then. The Ags, of course, it's really just that farming item. It's a decent amount of damage, but really is just that farming item. Now Blink done, Kaya done. BKB on the way for the side of this Leshrac. They're just going to go for the, yeah, just go for the Roche. Why not? The amount of damage here that Yamich provides with Tag Team, with Nefrit on top, with 4 points in Curse of Avernus, just the bonus attack speed. You take this Roche, Roche very quickly. So Mirage now, he's got himself the Aegis. No fear, just blink in. Pop all your damage. Die, do it again. The smoke goes out. There we go. Yamich goes on top, gets on top of, doesn't even have time for the blade mail. That is going to be a very, very dead hero. And now Tombstone goes down. It's going to fall down, trying to chase down the Problem's dead. Yeah, Problem's going to fall down here as well. So good move off the Roche. They thought they were safe. Nothing was going to happen. But now Nanda is very exposed here. 2 heroes, terrible. Oh my God, he's taking so much damage. Yeah, he's going to, a little bit exposed there. I think for the same reason as now Nefrit's here though, and he can absolutely work down this Cheer Junior Dragon Knight, looking for that much more damage. And Dragon Knight's dead. Well, no, never mind. The Stunner's gonna be there. Nefrit continues to run in, but he's got borrowed time. Very happy to soak this damage. Not gonna be quite enough to take him down for now though. TA2000 very low, no Sunder for 70 as Mirage goes in. He does have, he's sitting there, he's got the Aegis. He's very happy with that one. Solar Guardian goes in once again. That is gonna pop the Aegis. So that's the first life, but there's a lot more. That came from a lot more damage here, but now the, oh, no, that's not it. This blade mail is shredding Mirage. He desperately needs that BKB. And I understand why they made that move. You have an incredibly powerful Abaddon. But you lost your Gyrocopter. At this stage in the game, that Gyrocopter, I don't know that he did enough damage before he died to really justify what was happening. That was kind of an awkward 4v5 fight. You kill off the Dawnbreaker, but Dawnbreaker is back like halfway through the fight, has the Ags as well for Solar Guardian, and it just becomes very, very difficult. So for the first time in this game, this Terrorblade actually has a pretty significant net worth lead. He's sitting here about 2,000, 1,700 gold ahead of the next closest hero, and that really was just as a result of that last fight. When the game gets later, the scarier this Terrorblade gets. He's level 18, is now a 40-second cooldown on Sunder instead of a 80-second one, so you can potentially cast 2 in a fight if the fight goes long enough. You have, you're sitting here, Manta Hurricane Pike, Scotty, at least you're pretty close to an ultimate orb, so that's that much more stats. You can get your Scotty up in the next couple minutes. The game is getting pretty scary for the Terrorblade. Now, it is also very scary for Problems, who gets taken down by Mirage once again, as Yamich is just a stone cold killer, man. 17 assists, 18 out of 20 kills. He is extremely involved. He's been playing this game, really been playing this hero to his limits for quite a while now. And now that he's got himself a gem as well, I believe he bought this for himself. Now that he's got a gem as well, he's going to start to really remove a lot of the vision on the side of Team Yandex. So Dawnbreaker gonna show up once again. Gyrocopter's here. Do we have a stun? No, we don't. Not enough. So the TP's out. That's gonna be fine. Bottom side of the map, Psychicheer Jr. and our Terrorblade all playing around this bottom side of the map, but with the Radiance and the Illusions, this is gonna be de-pushed pretty easily. So no substantive push on the tier 2. Not really. All right. So what's the next set of items we're looking for? We're still pretty far away from Nande's Satanic. That's not really going to be a major timing for a while. But this is going to be a big one. Nice pick off there in the mid lane. Shira Jr. works with F-Fall to go take that down on the Static Storm. And this Leshrac that was so powerful in game number 1 has actually been reasonably powerful in this game. Now is being pretty heavily brutalized. BKB, he has it, has not had a chance to go get it off. Stun into stun into stun, and it's still a 9-second BKB. Still a 9-second BKB. So really just not having the opportunity to make that happen. This game is a lot more even. We're looking at 50-50 on Dota Plus. It's a 2,000 net worth lead, 20-17. It really, as this game gets later, it depends on which carry is allowed to fight. Who gets the good initiation? Can Yamich go and break down the Disruptor before anything properly happens? And by the way, Disruptor got himself a blink going into a Ghost Scepter, into an Ags behind that one. But the fact that Disruptor can play so far back now with this blink means that it's going to be very difficult to go and really do what you need. It's going to be very difficult to really track this Disruptor down and kill him off before the Static Storm goes down. Warlock, no such luck, has a Solar Crest, but even still, the Warlock here, really powerful team fight on both sides. Now, Saika looks like he might find Mirage here. He's on the high ground. Not too many heroes around. Where are we looking here? Mirage moved forward a little bit more as he goes deeper into his farming pattern. It looks like Saika did just TP out back into the mid lane. So Mirage, not super worried about that one. Saika, not super worried about getting caught out either. So now we're looking at a push around the tier 2.
A tithe to the impurities.
Because everyone looks like they want to go onto this bottom side of the map. Now there's no smoke. At least I don't. Well, they have smokes on Curry, but no smoke has been made, so it's a pretty transparent move through the middle of the map to try to go and pressure down this T2. And immediately we're seeing, the Leshrac's like, yep, okay, you know what? I see what's happening. Push through the mid lane. We're gonna smoke up here, and they're gonna find Shira Jr. very quickly. There we go. Blinks on top. Snowball shards as well. Do they have the damage though? Not really. There's gonna be the Tombstone save and the Solar Guardian as well. But now taking down the Tombstone, and it's a lot of damage from Nanda here. And Shira Jr. backside should get taken down eventually. Mirage though getting kited out. Gotta be careful though. Yamich though gets another punch, takes down Shira Jr. Now on to this Terrorblade. No shards for 5 though. So not going to be able to lock him down that much more. It's only Shira Jr. that they got the Undying to, but he comes back into this fight, running back in. And now they're going to find this Dawnbreaker. You don't have to worry about the Blade Mail anymore. Runs away. Do we have a blink? In 4. In 3. It's not going to be enough. It looks like the Dawnbreaker gets out, and Tusk playing Ring Around the Rosie will get taken down by Saika on the backside. Nada though. Looks like he should be able to chase. Yep, there we go. He's not going to be able to reap the bounty of the invisibility rune. Will get taken down in time. Very good fight. Very good fight on the side of our on the side of Z10. Really only lose the Tusk and they get 3, including the Undying twice. Now they're going to be able to get the tier 2 as well. So now all of a sudden a 7,000 net worth lead opens up on the side of Z10. This is kind of how the last game went too, where it was a very even game. We just had one big fight. Opened up a significant net worth lead, and Z10 really off to the races from that point.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
No time to get Roche, though. At least you take Roche so much faster with the Tusk that even though you won the fight, you got the tier 2, it's back to farming. Satanic is very close here. 900 gold for the Morbid Mask, and this gyrocopter is very strong.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought I misread what was happening. No, instead he was able to disassemble the Chrysalis for a butterfly and now rebuild the butterfly. So still a satanic away from a satanic, give or take. He's got himself a claymore for it, but not all that far away, all things considered. I said a satanic away from the satanic, then he gained about 1,000 gold in about 2 seconds, but Tusk is going to go fine. There we go. Problem is going to go get solo killed by this Yamage Tusk. As the game goes later, he's pretty close to a BKB now. Only about, what's that, 2,000 gold? Yeah, about 1,800 gold away. Not that far. Give him a couple more minutes. And this breaks open the road pit. When you have the Tusk, you have Nefrit, you have Nande doing insane damage. They're thinking about contesting, though. Even without that Disruptor, Shiro Jr. does have the Dragon Form ready to go. Saika moves on into the pit. Steals a little bit of strength. Knows that there's only one hero in the pit right now. And now, do you chase up the high ground here? Homing Missile's not going to really get all that much, but now just gets on top. Immediately, Saika's dead. Oh, man, he dies so fast. And now we're going to see the Solar Guardian go down, but it's going to get saved from the tombstone. That doesn't really matter, and these are beautiful shards. So Shiro Jr. right side isolated here. Will be forced staffed on the high ground as this Roche gets incredibly low. Trying to go take it down in time. Problem blinks in. He steals the Aegis. The Disruptor gets the Aegis. He's going to die at least once, but they will get Nande. Oh, the heroism there. Static Storm off the blink. He gets that down. It's going to be a dead Abaddon as well, and you just got to run here if you're the side of Z10, but you can't because there's glimpses on everyone. 3 dead, make it 4. It looks like the Warlock gets out, but man, look at that. Blinks in, steals the Aegis. I think he might have gotten the... Yeah, he got the banner too. And this game is swung on its head. This was a 7,000 net worth lead. Now it's 1,000 the other way. Tier 2 is going to go down. Yeah, you don't have meta for another minute, but everyone's dead for 40. No, there's no buyback on this Abaddon. He got the Abyssal. That was the reveal to go and break this fight open. You know, there's no buyback on the Leshrac as well. He's got his Kayasha or Kayasange. This is a set of racks all of a sudden. It's not going to be 2, I don't think. I don't think you have the time for that one, but well, you might. Still 16 seconds on the side of this Leshrac. But no, they're just going to back up for now. This game is swung on its head. I mean, stealing that Aegis. Then he tunnel visioned on it. He's like, look, I'm getting pretty low. I'm going to get the Aegis. I'm going to have round 2. It's going to be great. That did not work out, but now we're going to be a smoke. Okay. Immediately, you're trying to play on the lack of cooldowns. Meta's not up for another 3 seconds. It will be up for the fight. Ceaseless Urge, not for another 180. And that was a buyback on Psycho, so there is that. This is a difficult chase here. Running after them. Looking for the wrap. If you can get the Terrorblade dangling. If they can get this Terrorblade 4 staffs away. Blinks on top. There's the stun. Shiro Jr. Oh my god, he's dead. Immediately, the damage that Shiro Jr. laying into this hero in the late game falls down. The damage is going to fall down here as well. You got to run. Nefrit, there's no way. No way he gets on out of this one. He's trying. Oh, no, he does get out, but still. Mirage died in, like, instantly. That's a very nice shard going into the Dawnbreaker as well. Mirage, I want to look at his death recap here. I can't click on it. But he took so much damage. 3,800 damage, 1,700 damage from our 2 big right clickers. Shiro Jr. and TA2000 just evaporated him. He doesn't have his armor item up yet. And in fact, he's like, yeah, no, I can't go Shivas. These last 2 fights have gone way too poorly. I just got to get a Ghost Scepter. I just have to have some way to survive. I need to be able to do the damage in this fight. And with as big as the Terrorblade is, it's just not... Getting myself up to a Shivas is not fast enough. There's now dead for 9. Metamorphosis is up if they want to go for it. Now, okay, getting on top of this Terrorblade. Do they have the damage here? He's going to be able to pop the BKB for now. Runs on out of here. Saika 4 staffed away, and Yamich will get sundered. So Saika should die. Yeah, Saika's dead. Run into and out of the tombstone, but he's going to go get taken down. Nefrit looking on the backside, trying to get on top of F-Fall. But yeah, no, okay, they should be able to take down Fall as well. There's the Solar Guardian, though, gets on out of there. No cancel, no stun, no bash. That is a dieback on Saika, but they don't get the they don't really lose any racks for it. They just lose the tower, which is, in the balance of things, not all that bad. And this Leshrac now sitting here 150 gold away from the Ghost Scepter, which is you buy out for this. I think you do buy out for this. You're not surviving in fights without it. It is this just very important timing. And by the way, we are less than 1,000 gold away from Disruptor having his Ags. And all of a sudden, some of these ideas, you can still BKB save if you are the Tusk. But you got to pop the BKB first. And you got to have a BKB. That's the other thing. You're still 800 gold away. The mute on top of everything is going to cause some problems, especially if this can be if you can engage. Be sure you can go and you can pop a BKB, you can save with yourself an Outworld Staff or something, but if that's the initiation, very, very difficult thing to deal with. So for now, Damage goes, clears out the bottom side here, and Roche is going to be potentially up. When is Roche going to... Well, we're going to know in 3 minutes when Roche is going to respawn. So T2000, he's got his Daedalus Demon Edge in the backpack as he gets ready for an MKB. So he's just about at full build. Hasn't eaten an Ags just yet, but this Terrorblade is very close to full build. He is tremendously strong now, 7,000 gold up above this Gyrocopter, who has he's strong, decently enough. He's like, yeah, I can't go Titanic. I need more damage. So he's got his Daedalus done, sitting here about 2,200 gold away from a Rapier, which is just like, I got to go Rapier. I got to go Rapier Swift Flank. I'm not going to be able to out-heal this. Not with the Scotty in the game. Not with everything else that's happening. I just need to be able to go kill things. Which I don't think I disagree with. And you do have some help, right? The Aphotic Shield barriering up to 300 HP or so. You do have some ways to stay alive, even if you don't have the healing yourself. And Nefrit sitting here now on an Abyssal Blade does have a Bloodthorn queued up. He's got an Orchid done. So if they can get on top of this Terror, well, I was gonna say if they can get on top of the Terrorblade, they can kill him, but that's not even true because you have the Tombstone save. You have the Solar Guardian. You gotta kill the supports first, and that's not easy. Both of them playing with blinks, just saving on the back line, playing, again, very defensively here. Their job, they know what it is. Whoever gets jumped on top of, you save them. And that's it. You drop a Static Storm and cause problems. Now, getting on top of our non-day hero here. Moves in, brought straight into the middle fight. Needs to pop his BKB. He's just dead. He's just dead. He goes into the snowball. That's not it. And Yamcha is going to go get taken down as well, running away, but there's nothing he can do. They get the Warlock on the backside. That rock does nothing. I think this is just it. No buyback on the side of the supports. Gyrocopter dead for 70. Does have the buyback, but if he does, that is not going to be a Rapier. Yeah, you got to buy back on the Gyrocopter. Last ditch effort here. Can you make it happen? As Nefrit runs in. First tier 4 is going to get taken down. Second one as well. They don't have a good initiation. Not really. Mirage is going to go in. Tries to go get on. Okay, there we go. There's the Ghost Scepter. Saika takes a lot of damage here. So much on top of T2000 as well. F falls dead. Mirage will fall. He has a buyback available. Nefrit, though, can they go take down this big bad TA2000? Yes, they can. He's going to go get taken down. 3 dead. And looking to chase down that much more. Not going to go. They're not going to be able to get the Disruptor. It's 2 buybacks on the 2 big cores. Mirage lasts only as long as its Ghost Scepter does, but they kill off TA2000. They get 2,400 gold for killing off this Terrorblade. It's a 6,000 net worth swing. As now Saiga drops the farming tombstone. Has to push this bottom wave in. I guess the logic here is that tombstone is on cooldown for 50. They're probably not fighting before then, and even as good of a save as it is, you can get some decent farm, right? I love we have these two observers pretty much right next to each other. Where's this other? Yeah, there we go. We do have these, two observers right next to each other. The good old, we take the observer and rename it a sentry just to confuse people. But right there in the enemy base. And Roche is going to be on the docket. So with 25 seconds remaining on this Terrorblade, you don't buy back for this. You give him Roche. This is going to be cheese. This is banner. This is refresher. And this is an Aegis. Unlikely. Not on your gyrocopter. On the Mirage. That's fair. Mirage, I think, his job is just to be the suicide bomber. Going in, dying once, living again, just so much value with the amount of damage you do. And by the way, not only does he have a Ghost Scepter, he bought himself an Axe too. Off that last fight. So nihilism means that that's a really good answer to this late game Terrorblade.
Radiant are scanning.
That does quite a lot for you. So now we're going to see, there we go. Gem down. Or Gem clearing out a lot of vision, about 500 gold all of a sudden inside of Yam or in C's pockets, which is nice. And he has his Ags done as well. I think I would have preferred to see, it's hard, right? I'm like, maybe Refresher is, I think Refresher is probably better than Ags this game, but Ags is more addressable. Ags is cheaper, a little easier to get to. And multiple golems, the slightly longer stun because they come in sequentially, marginally sequentially, is pretty good. So Ags is done. This fight from Z10 becomes a lot more powerful, especially now that we're level 25 on the Leshrac. 20 Diabolic Edict stacks. I'm almost at the point where, given this build with the Ag Scepter, I almost feel like I would have preferred to see the other talent with Pulse Nova Lightning Storm. Diabolic Edict is a ton of damage, but when you're etherealing everyone and doing all that bonus damage, Diabolic Edict is pure damage, right? Lightning Storm is magic damage, so theoretically, oh, that's Courier, that's a Refresher. Damage goes and takes that one down. Fall. Fall is, that was his Refresher, having 2 Solar Guardians, having 2 BKBs, 2 pipes in a fight. Oh, maybe not 2 pipes, but 2 Blade Mails is very solid. So that's going to be 3 minutes. We don't have to worry about that one. Level 25 on the Abaddon as well. Curse of Avernus there. You have insane attack speed with that. And Gyrocopter, you'll care about this one a little bit less, but 4-second flat cooldown every 16 seconds is something. But it really is the mid and the offlaner. Their level 25s are so impactful. And now, okay, there we go. So Refresher Shard now on the side of the Warlock, not on this Leshrac. Makes sense. Yes, having multiple BKBs, incredible. Fantastic. Love to see it. But you'd rather have double golem. So there's a bit of an awkward situation here. And it looks like Tusk can say they're going to back up because this is an Abaddon that is not with them. As he's trying to get himself his Strength Blink ready to go. Does have the money for the Strength Blink, but not enough money for the Swift Blink and the buyback. Still about 2,300 gold away from that one. So trying to get that ready to go. Just that much more tankiness, that much more backline disruption. You blink in, you slow everything down, do a little bit of damage. So this Aegis, 90 seconds remaining on it, but it looks like they're primarily going to be using this to go and buy time for the buybacks to come off cooldown. Because it's 3 minutes on this Leshrac. Just about the same for our Gyrocopter. 2.5 minutes. And then pretty much from that point, everyone's going to have a buyback. Now, Dawnbreaker is short gold for the buyback here. He bought out for the Refresher and then didn't have it. But you're not... I'm a little surprised they're not trying to take advantage of that. But, I mean, realistically, you don't have buybacks on your two big heroes. And yes, there is an Aegis, but that's not quite enough. So yeah, it's going to back out for now. Leshrac playing very fast, very ballsy with that, where he's playing on the map. But 37 seconds to Aegis. Looks like it probably... I wouldn't be surprised to see a smoke right at that timing. About 30 seconds or so is, you know, trying to go punish the end of the Aegis. But
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
probably... We're going to have to see. For now, though, Aegis just about done. 15 seconds. And the game slows down a little bit. We take a look at Yamish. He does have his BKB now, looking into a 4-staff next, just get more disengaged, kiteability away from the side. And oh, that's nice vision there. They're going to be able to go find this Undying. He does have Ceaseless Dirt. Well, no, he doesn't. Never mind. I thought he did. 80 seconds on the deck for him, which is just about the cooldown of Ceaseless Dirt. So that's a decent catch as Bad just blinks in and assassinates him. But there's the smoke. Buyback is available for this Undying. 45 seconds, 27 gold for the Gyrocopter, about a minute for this Leshrac. If you can catch any of those heroes, you're going to be very happy. Smoke onto the bottom side of the map, though, as seems like Z10 seems to think that there's something on the top side. There isn't. It's a big smoke onto the bottom side of the map. I may be looking to just maybe poach the set of racks, but they also seem to think that someone's there. So two similar reads. That's not going to find much of anything. Do you go through the portal? They thinking about it. Tormentor is ripe for the tanking if they want it. Any shards available? Yeah, you know, Thunderstrike shard's okay. It's not great. It's not incredible, but so missing the DK shard, missing the disruptor shard are kind of the two lacking there. Not super valuable ones, and smoke doesn't really come to anything. So now buybacks off cooldown. Although, what did we just buy? Warlock bought a blink, so does not have buyback. 1,000 gold there, but Warlock can play very far behind the sticks at this point. It's an awkward smoke, though. Nefrit's not here. You're fighting as 4. Nefrit, he's trying to tell this story that they're fighting on the bottom side of the map. There's no way that there's a smoke move because Nefrit's not there. But he's now going to start to join the team, I would think. He moves fairly fast, but even still, you would figure that Nefrit would want to be part of this. He does have buyback, does have his strength blink ready to go, and the smoke's not really going to come to much. Dawnbreaker gets on out of here. Does have his refresher done. These smokes not really getting all that much right now. Mirage, though, thinking about refresher next item. He had Hex queued up for a while, but seems like just being able to go double Nihilism, double Ghost, double BKB is just a little bit more power, a little bit more impactful. As bulk TPs back home. But there's the Rapier. Done on the side of Gyrocopter. Blink done. Swift Blink going to be the next item. And then finally that Satanic. So feels like we've gotten out of the really scary stage of this game. We're right back to not quite 50-50 because racks have been taken and that is an objective. This lineup from Yandex kills buildings so fast. So one bad fight, really anywhere on the map at this point, is the shard's going to go on top of this disruptor. So now you can cast Thunderstrike on the ground. It's nice because it actually can cancel blinks, which is the really valuable thing. And but otherwise, you know, it is what it is. Importantly, though, it's a little bit of gold on the side of Yandex's pockets as well. And okay, so now we have this Terrorblade is like 8 slotted. He's got himself a Silver Edge. He has a backpack Monkey King bar and a backpack Scotty. Because why not? But having this late game Silver Edge is pretty cool. It does mean you have a guaranteed kill on Nefrit if you can drop Static Storm and break him. He will die. That may catch him off guard, but he blinks in. He's going to go and buy. I think he's buying out here. Okay. Buying out on the refresher. but the solution to his problem, the solution to his challenges, or the challenges that he provides, they exist now. This is kind of scary. Now, of course, having 12 seconds where you just do not die with borrowed time is fantastic. If you don't get Static Storm ulted, and you are really relying on this BKB Blink Snowball to buy the time that you need to just keep you alive, you are putting a lot of trust in Nefrit in this game, or in not yet Nefrit, in Yamich in this game, to keep yourself alive. And I don't blame you. He's looked great. He's looked fantastic. He's played this Tusk incredibly well. 2-6 and 22. Now there's a smoke up. Mirage well positioned on the high ground here. Nefrit seems very... Oh, there's the Static Storm. He doesn't have a buyback here. Where's the save? Oh, he does have buyback. Okay. Barely enough money here. Now moves in on Mirage, looking for the damage. Nade trying to fight as much as he can. This is the Rapier. He dies immediately, and TA2000 just keeps healing. He's healing. He's just going to take them all down. And that is a Rapier on the deck. He's now 9 slotted. Oh, man, he got amp damage on this one as well. No buyback on the side of Gyrocopter. Bot out for the Swift Blink for that fight. Nande thought he was okay. Or Nefrit thought he was okay. Thought he could make that happen. But no way. This was exactly what they were looking for. The Silver Edge. You break him, Static Storm him, he dies. Tusk was not where he needed to be. Not in time to make the save. That was the Silver Edge reveal. I don't blame Nefrit for playing like that. That is literally the only thing that kills him. And Leshrac now is going to be forced to buy back into this game. Remember now, Static Storm up in 5. Nefrit can die again. They're going to blink on top of him here. There's the damage. Will be nullified. He's just dead. You would think. Oh, man. TA2000 takes a lot of damage here. But remember, he's got a Rapier. He just has way too much. And now, yep, okay, there we go. Lestrac's dead again. That's going to be it. Game goes the way of Yandex. And man, it's funny. The amount that Terrorblade was healing, he does not have a healing item, by the way. He does not have a lifesteal item. He was healing strictly off the Vlads. But with the damage that he had, it was more than enough there. So you catch out this massive Abaddon with the break. Twice over, game just ends. That means that we get to go to game number 3 in what's been a pretty solid series thus far. Yandex, they strike back. They make it happen in the late game off the Ag Static Storm and the Silver Edge. That means that game 3 is on the horizon. We'll be back in just about 10 minutes. cause enough problems. We don't want to deal with. We don't want that. So we're going to steal the disruptor for ourselves. And Dawnbreaker's still active, still available. If Yandex won at second phase, Dawnbreaker and Marcy, you go carry Marcy. Generally, the rule of thumb when you're playing Dawn is you want to have someone to pair it with. Some Shadow Shaman, some Marcy, some. And we have Dawnbreaker and we have Disruptor. So multi-layered circles going down with a Static Storm in the Solar Guardian. That could be pretty fun. But the thing here is we've had some Dawnbreaker games where you just really haven't had the tools to play with Dawn, or Dawn really hasn't had the tools to play with, and it's not been as impactful as you might otherwise like. But Nefrit has looked very good in this series overall. He's made a lot of really good moves. Even in lanes where like the start was not all that great, he's been able to recover very nicely. And I like what he has to play with. Especially now, this can be one of two things. This either is like a carry Leshrac, like Dawnbreaker, Storm, Lesh are the three cores, and we're looking at some sort of mismatch there, or this is like a Lesh Dawn lane. And we're waiting to see what our carry is on the side of Zero Tenacity. I think I like the triple core more, actually, mainly just this conceptually. Well, we'll see what's banned out, because again, Dawnbreaker Tusk is still available. Tusk has not been banned out. Storm doesn't love, neither does Leshrac, really laning into a Kunkka. I think. Do you flex Lesh to 4 because Kunkka with boat and with rum and a blade mail is a little too scary? That might be it. That might be what you want to go and play for is Weaver's going to be the next pick here. Decent minus armor game. Dawnbreaker builds armor. The rest of them don't. They don't get a lot of armor either. But you still have a Storm that can zip on top of the Weaver. It is, Weaver Storm or Dawn Storm is so much lockdown. So this does not strike me as a free Weaver game. Not really. We saw TA 2000 go Weaver game 1. Wasn't really able to find the value that he was properly looking for. I don't know. This does not scream Weaver to me. Might just be a TA 2000. You like, I like the hero, and they say, okay, well, we're gonna go for it. That's fine. That probably is, I guess, the call. But I don't know. I'm just like, it's not like the worst Weaver game ever. It's not. You're not into like Doom Beastmaster or something, but it's not the best Weaver game. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do as we wait to see what the bans are happening. Of course, respect ban for the Meepo. Don't want Nane to get that one. He balled out in game number 1, and he just Earthbind into a Shadow Demon. We hate that one. Weaver hates it. Marcy hates it. But it does also mean, by the way, as we take a look at this, this is going to be a support Marcy. So we're looking now. Is Axe good enough here? Storm can zip out. Dawnbreaker's, yeah, it's a bad Axe game. Even before the Blade Mail Nurse. He's like, conceptually, Marcy Axe is just a terrifying lane. It is just really, really strong. So we're not going to see that. This could be an offlane Marcy. I know that's a little weird. This could be an offlane Marcy, last pick of Tusk. And Marcy Tusk just sounds oppressive as hell. Tag team plus Marcy going in. That does not sound fun. But with 12 seconds remaining, one more ban. Night Stalker's going to be the play. They still think this is a support Marcy. And I think 9 times out of 10, I agree. I think that is by far the most likely outcome. What are we looking at for non-base hero? Because I think this is likely a forwardless track. For non-base hero here, you want something with lockdown. Oh, hey, the Sven. I keep going back to the Sven idea. Probably not a Dusa. Marcy can build a Diffusal. Weaver builds a Diffusal. That's not going to be the play. Prophet is on the pool, but you have Kunkka, Marcy, Weaver to get on top of the Prophet. Not the best Prophet game. Lifestealer is decent, but the Weaver can get away. Marcy has a relocate ability as well, so you're not really going to be able to stick on heroes all that much. What are we missing here? Look at the carry pool for just a second. What are we? And probably not a Dusa. Is it a Terrorblade game? Enigma's going to be the ban out, so I think this might be like Leshrac, Dawnbreaker, Storm Spirit. One of those might be might be the carry, which is fine. Ember Spirit's going to be the last pick. Storm versus Ember, very classic. Pretty much should go even. Both can play against each other. Not a big deal there. This is not a big. Oh, Ember Spirit's going to be fantastic into the Storm, and Storm isn't going to have anything. With 15 seconds total. What am I looking at? Not a PA is way too out of the meta. It's going to be, ooh. Oh, I really like that. You can get out of change. You're not worried there. You can lock the Weaver down. The Shadow Demon save's a little annoying, but you just feast on this Kunkka. Nande, if he plays the Slark right, there is very little, there are very few answers to this Slark in this game. No one really wants to build an Orchid, so you don't have that. No massive hard stuns, no silences. Pretty much everything you can purge off of. Yeah, Slark with the BKB is untouchable this game. And you got Mirage and Effort to work together with the Dawnbreaker Storm to really cause a whole bunch of problems elsewhere. I really like this Storm or this Slark pick. Now, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Slark has been out of the meta for a reason. It has not been a great hero, but I was going to say, I'm not going to say if there ever was a game because, well, realistically, you're also like, well, you know, if there's a Luna, there's some like Luna Tidehunter or something would be an even better setup. But as it stands, Terrorblade, you know, but This is a very good Slark game. And he's laning into a double melee lineup as well with Fall and Psycho. So this is a... Kunkka's going to struggle in this lane. This is not a lane that Kunkka wants to play at all. Psycho's going to be very much playing around with lane cutting, and you have a Disruptor with Glimpse. So lane dragging is not going to be particularly easy. Slark should be able to fight Kunkka very well. This is a... And remember as well, because Slark, bunch of bonus agility, a lot of armor. So this TA2000 Weaver physical build is not going to do all that much either. And I wouldn't be surprised if you just Nefrit go for a Crimson. Why not? Dawn can build auras. You come in, you pop the Crimson on top of everyone, you have a ton of HP. Weaver's not going to do a lot of damage. So this probably has to be Magic Ember or Magic Weaver, you know, Maelstrom Mjolnir, which is not the way we see a lot of Weavers like to play, because it doesn't really work with bugs super well, and it doesn't play with nearly as much tempo. But yeah, we're gonna have to see how this one's gonna go. I really like Z10's draft. Gabe also likes Z10's draft. They give it a 56% chance before the game even gets started here. So let's see if they can go and make good on the promise that this draft provides them. This Slark really ties the draft quite well together. And also, it's another hero that plays very nicely with Dawn. We talked about Dawn Storm, incredible. Dawn Slark, fantastic. Dawn Leshrac can be pretty solid if you land the stun. You have the slow right from Lightning Storm. Even Dawn Disruptor. Like, Dawn has so many heroes to play with. So, from Yandex's side, from the side of Yandex, what are we looking at here? How do you go and deal with this? Well, it saves from the Shadow Demon. You're going to want to go and, I guess, purge Nefrit. Not a ton of value. Not a massive amount of value on Demonic Purge. Not really. It is actually, is that? Oh, I guess actually no, that is. You're going to want to go. I thought it could be dispelled. It could be dispelled, but you are going to want to Demonic Purge the Slark. So he's going to be a little bit more slowed in the fights. He's going to have a little bit more difficulties kind of playing around things. Ember wants to dive backline, get on top of this Disruptor, take him down at the very beginning of fights to make sure the Static Storm doesn't go down. And then Weaver just needs to do the same thing, dive backline. Get on top of these low armor heroes, the 3 low armor heroes that exist, and see if you can go and get the damage done. But with Solar Guardian, with the saves there, with everything else, not going to be super easy. But now Yamich on the high ground, breaks the smoke, knows that someone's up there, drops a ward. Psycho does have a sentry. Doesn't seem to be aware, though, that OBS was placed. So now everyone knows where everyone is, and it's going to be the smoked Dawnbreaker that's going to go north side. He's going to go contest the top bounty rune, and should split 2 for 2. Nande thinking about it, but he's got advanced warning. He's going to know if people see him, so he's, yeah, not really going to be worth doing. So, all right. 2-1. Is the click good? It is. Nefrit's going to be able to get that one. Weaver does not steal. Does a little damage to the to the Dawnbreaker, but nothing all that significant. So Psycho with the Weaver. That is a little bit better, yeah. Okay, Psycho with the Weaver. Problems with the with this Kunkka. That is a lot better lane. You get the split melee range matchup than it is with like Marcy and Fall working together. That sounds horrible. So at the very least, you have this Shadow Demon that can be at least do a little bit more range harass, and you're not quite going to get punched as much by this Slark, which is always going to be really nice. The Shadow Poison, at least it is undispellable as well, so it actually can put some pressure on Nande. We're gonna have to see just how much. And the good news is Nefrit's having a actually decent level 1 is Yamich gets disposed, but do you really want that one? I don't think so. There was no creep wave around, and Saika takes far more damage than Yamich does on that. The power of this support Leshrac, you go on top of him, and Diabolic Edict says, no thank you. It's not really a thing. Oh, Tier 2000 moves in. He's going to go eat the Starbreaker. And it's kind of a balance. Do you want to go level 1's hammer so you can kind of secure the range creep? Do you want to go Starbreaker? It gives you a lot more harass. But Weaver does want to go in on top of heroes early on. Saika, I don't know that that's the trade, man. I get now that you're going to dive under the Aegis of creeps, but Saika keeps going for these disposes, and now he's on slow level 2. Blood Grenade is going to go down. Nefrit has the hammer ready to go. Not quite in range until it is. Couple more hits. One more. Saika under tower. Barely survives. One more hit would have done it. And now just calls his courier to him and has a salve on top of there. So Blood Grenade really does not get the kill. Gamage now pretty much out of mana. And Nefrit lost a wave. So nice job there from the Marcy. Making sure that he is going to be A-okay. SA gets our ass a little bit, but you know, it's level 1 disruption, level 1 torrent. Not super worried about that one. And in the mid lane, it's actually Storm doing a pretty good job. 13 for 5 versus 11 for 12 for zeros. Yamich is going to go down first. Well, no, sorry, Saika. Yeah, Yamich will fall first. Yamich dies in response, but first blood goes the way of this Marcy.
Dire's top tower is under
Saika's not too upset about that, though. Well, excuse me. Yamich not too upset about that one. He's going to be able to come back to lane with full health, full mana, and Leshrac is a machine that turns mana into damage in a significant way. As now Shiro Jr. getting on top of Mirage here. Not a lot of resources to his name, but going to be able to back up and get the CS. Well, misses that one, unfortunately, as we say that. But he's got himself full stick. He's 19 for 6 versus 16 for 1, but the denies are the big thing. When we're talking about these spirit versus spirit matchups, it really is very much on who gets to level 6 first. Who gets their remnants up first, who can go and start to play around. His Fall is actually taking a decent amount of right clicks here as we go 0-1-2 on the Slark. So the Essence Shift stacks, they start to last a little bit longer. Kumka's not happy, right? The lane position is fairly nice, but the Slark is starting to pull ahead. 19 for 4 versus 18 for 2. It's not that big yet, but as this game continues, as Slark continues to get levels, and certainly as the wave pushes back the Slark's way, it's a difficult lane for Fall to play around. So he's playing around the backside, really trying to play around his Tidebringer as much as possible. As Mirage is going to be able to get the Water Rune there, a little bit more damage being laid into Chira Jr. Not enough damage to kill. And actually, wait, Mirage, I don't think he powered up his bottle. He got the Water Rune, but he did not have his bottle in his inventory, so he got the Water Rune bounty, but that's about it. Just really not a lot here. Chira Jr. gets pretty low. A couple more right clicks. Any more damage? No, does have the stick. Chira Jr. will stay alive for now, as Yamacho is going to get disposed, brought right back in. Damage is there, and Day 2000 having a much better Weaver game. Even though the CS is not necessarily there, but a much better Weaver game than he did in the first one. He's actually getting kills, and Weaver is one of these heroes that really does want to snowball. So getting the CS, it's decent. Bottom of the cores, or bottom-ish of the cores, but not too bad. 21 at 5 minutes is manageable. You'd rather be like 30, but it's manageable. Getting that kill does make up for quite a lot here. It's still not matching the Slark, by the way, who is very, very well positioned. He's getting all the CS. He's getting random side creeps as well. He's forcing Fall to be pretty upset about how he's now Fall is properly being zoned out. I don't know that they have kill potential, but they do definitely have bullying potential. And the Storm Spirit mid lane having a great time as well. Out of mana, is level 6, but just really not a lot of mana for Ball Lightning just yet. Does have that Soul Ring as he runs back in. He's going to come back in mid lane with a full head of mana. Now, unfortunately for him, Ember will get 6 off of this wave, so not really going to be able to take advantage of that time because look at this. Yamich and Saika, like deep. Wait for the Storm Spirit. Yamich? No, unfortunately there. Storm made a rotation right before the 6-minute timing, hoping that he could get the 6-minute rune, but instead now this is Chira Jr. with an amp damage and level 6. So that's not really something you want to fight, even though all the supports are around the mid lane. The damage that Chira Jr. can put in with this 1-1-3 build is pretty strong. But now trying to go on top of Slark on the bottom side here. Nande only level 4. No good availability. He's going to be able to get out for now. 3 stacks of Shadow Poison, but he's going to start to heal up here, and he should be fine. That's before level 6. That's kind of the tools they have. Now he's level 5. He's going to get a Lotus passed on over to him, so he's going to be able to, if he needs it, he's going to have that nice burst of healing. And that was a big rotation. That was 3 heroes, but Disruptor does a good job of getting 1 hero out of his way, so he's not really... He had the room to bounce out 2 points in Dark Pact, and yeah, you're not killing this Lark easily at all. And he continues to free farm. Not even the biggest hero in this game necessarily, because the Storm is having a great time. But he continues to free farm. He might actually, he's got this stick queued up, but it looks like he might just be going straight Diffu into the stick later on, just, you know, have a little bit of extra burst. But for now, Saika's here. Not really gonna do all that much though. Is Kunkka? He's dealing with some stacks. So Kunkka's gonna be able to be the beneficiary of some stacks in the triangle that Saika's been building for him. And that's something that does give Kunkka a bit of an avenue back in this game. But man, Saika looks a little bit promising. Nande though, no 6, so he's playing careful. He doesn't want to go and take the risk that there's someone hiding behind Saika going in, and then you're in a bit of a rough spot here. Dodges away, gets the creeps. He's fine. And now, 8-minute bound. Oh, okay, that's the arcane rune. But like, what are you gonna do? Okay, he's gonna be banished. He was chained as well, so that just buys the time disruption on the banish. Yamich has to run here from Chira Jr. Chira Jr. got himself 2 remnants. You pop things. Do you pop this arcane rune? Well, no amp damage anymore. Tries to get on top of Chira Jr. Probably not going to kill him. He does have this remnant right side, so he's just going to drag creeps away, playing as efficiently as possible. And the big creep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pretty slow game, all things considered. 1 for 2. It's just hard to go before Storm does anything. But now Arcane Rune has been popped. Chira Jr. runs into the Roche Pit. Actually, I'm sorry. No Arcane Rune popped. What am I saying? But Storm just harassing a little bit. And this is not a game, I think, where you have to go make massive moves on the side of Z10. You want your static Storm up on the side of your Disruptor. You want to go Slark to hit his... he's running quickly into this Diffusal. He's got his wand as well. But he's got his Diffusal about halfway done or so. A little bit less. Actually, a little bit more. Excuse me. He's 1,500 gold into his Diffusal. I think that's what you're waiting on. Dawnbreaker has to be careful. He's not going to get jumped on by Chira Jr. and TA2000, but Mass TPs are going to go in, and this is a tanky boy here. I do like, by the way, that we're seeing Nefrit, and part of it is it's just not a good Blade Mail game. I mean, what are you Blade Mailing? The Kunkka? It's not really a good Blade Mail game, but he's just going straight Axe. You could go, arguably, you could go Vlad's here, but Storm Spirit's not a massive physical damage hero, so you just go Ags. It's going to be a 15-minute Ags or so. Dawnbreaker's having a decent time farming, like right where you want to be, 4,000 net worth. It is a pretty standard offlane game, right? So sitting here, 3,000 gold or so, 3,500 away from the Ags, and that's where things get dicey. Storm zips in. It's a 1-second disable. Well, 1.1 second on the Vortex. It takes 1 second for the Dawnbreaker to come in. It cancels, pops the BKB. You layer the stuns. And yeah, this Ags, very, very strong. What am I just seeing, like Ags Assault Cure? So Ags BKB like AC or something. Now a couple of heroes rotate onto the bottom side. That's a lot of damage on top of Saban. Can he kill off Fall? Playing around. The boat's going to get dropped here. There's the Torn as well. But we just have Say playing around. He's close to level 6, but not there just yet. Yande though. Nande gets himself a couple more stacks, and now he's going to have to pop his ultimate, I think. There we go. Dark Pack goes in as TA2000 shows up. Nande, he's going to bracket it in. No, he gets out a little bit more, tries to find the range, but with a vision, we'll be able to go take him down. They do get the Marcy in exchange. The bugs get on top of this Slark, and you have no way to get rid of them. You can hit him off, but Dark Pack does not get rid of the bugs here, and now Say is the one that's going to go get taken down. There's a glimpse, Chira Jr., but he dodges it with the Sleight of Fist, and that's going to be 2 dead on the bottom side. This is a very good Slark game, right? He's sitting here pretty dang close to the defusal, about 450 gold away, but this is a game where if Slark dies a lot, this is certainly a Weaver that can do quite a bit here. Now, when Effort's the one that I think he's just going to go down. There we go. There's the rebound into the dispose. It's going to be a dead hero. TA2000, 4 kills to his name, dominating here. 72 CS at 11 minutes in. He's having a much better game than that first Weaver game we looked at. And also, even when we take a look at this Dawnbreaker, which has everything, like has very decent position to go in a, by the way, it's going to be a dead Shadow Demon. Pretty much everything he needs to properly deal with this damage now has to be on the run, but there's going to be the glimpse, and goodbye, Ember Spirit. It's still going to, even if you do decide to go for the Crimson, it's going to be a very late Crimson. Or it's going to be much later Crimson Guard in the game compared to when, like, the Beastmaster was able to get it. So, Dawn Farms sitting here about halfway to the Ags. Bit of rotation on the bottom sides. We will see the X mark go in once again, but Nande not super afraid. He's got the defusal now, wants to go on top of this Kunkka, but he does have a blade mail, so that's gonna be both blade mail. You don't want to hit him. That's not fun. So Slark's gonna back on up out of here as we see Mirage in the mid lane, tries to go turn this around on Chira Jr. Do we have the damage? Nande TP's in. Chira Jr. will die, and Mirage just barely stays alive. Now, bottom side, a lot of heroes here. Tries to go on top, but Say, TA2000 though. You got that kinetic field. Gonna be able to force him on, keep him on out of there. They will get the tier 1 tower on the bottom side. And picks them straight on out of here with the rebound and go straight through the portal. So, really, they kill off the tower. They do lose the Ember in the mid fort, which is not what you're looking for.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Slark looking at a Mage Slayer, which I kind of like. There's a lot of magic damage in this game. It gives you a lot of protection against this, really against the Ember Spirit, against some of the damage from the Weaver, the Kunkka. This smoke into the mid lane. They're going to try to go chain kill Chira Jr. You got to start. There's the statics. Oh, no, it's all okay. There we go. We're good. Was able to go find his way in. There's going to be the Dawnbreaker ult comes in. There's the stun. And there you go. He's dead. Nande's going to get on out of here. Nefrit with the Celestial Hammer should be able to run away as well. But Nande now, he gets X marked. He's dead. So you lose you lose all 3 cores. This, man, going on top of the Blade Mail just does not feel good. So I like the last pick Slark, but we can see some of the issues. You cannot dispel the X mark. You cannot dispel a lot of the Shadow Demon stuff. And Slark just goes in and has not been allowed to go play on the edge. Kind of dive in and dive out of these fights the way Slark would like. So he says, okay, yeah, I guess I need an Orchid. And that seems to be the play. Chira Jr. back in the mid lane once again. Psycha behind him with Pick Me Up ready to go to keep him safe as Remnant's going to go forward here, getting on top of problems. There's going to be the disruption, so problems will die. Say going down here as well, but can they get Nande? Is going to be able to pop the, there we go, pops himself the Shadow Dance. Chira Jr., do we have the damage onto the north side? There's going to be a really good torrent now. Nande, no spells available. Boat's going to go take him down. Every single fight, he dies in exchange, and with the Blade Mill here, Yamich falls as well. You lose 2 supports on both sides, but losing this Slark, he's 2-3-3. The Slark needs to be able to snowball, and he's sitting here bottom of the cores. they keep thinking that they're getting these pickoffs, but the entirety of Yandex just so quick to respond, around the outpost, around the mid lane tier 1. It feels just very hard to really properly get the move that you're looking for. They're looking for it again, though. Static Storm ready to go.
Dire are scanning.
Storm thinking about it, but not right now. And now Say shows on the ward vision that Problems put down a while ago. See this Slark as well. Trying to get himself into that Orchid, give himself that extra lockdown. Gotta be careful here. Smoke goes, or invisibility rune, excuse me, on the Ember Spirit. He's looking for the back line. Gonna try to find Say. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. So, chains go down. Psychic moves in a little bit more, but immediately it's going to be the Dark Pact from Non-Daisy. Just gets on out of here. Shadow Dance as well. So, you lose the Disruptor. Suboptimal. And we... Oh, well... we talked about the Weaver and whether it was a good game or bad game for the Weaver. If you're able to just go find this supportless track by itself with this nice quick Deso timing, yeah, you're very happy with how that one's going to go. So first stack on the Deso. Now Storm going to try to move on top of Problems. There's going to be the Solar Guardian as well, and it's going to be a dead Shadow Demon. But it looks like the boat is going to go and disengage the rest. Nane cannot join the fray. Now Don TP's top. No TP, no ultimate. He does have the Ags done, but yeah, he's going to get traded here. This is not a build where you build a lot of armor. So Psycha and TA2. TA2000's godlike, by the way, sitting here 9-0-3. Having a very nice game. Pretty much paired with anyone, and the hero dies. He dives on top of Save very easily. And this is a game as well where it looks like he is going Mante. He's not going to go kind of take a sidestep for the Sakuchi for the farm speed, but like this is a game where he's far less afraid of running through. You're worried about the Static Storm a little bit, but everything else, he's a beefy boy. Or beefy for the game state, I guess. 1800 HP, more than enough for what's happening.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now we got a 4,000 net worth lead. Slark is about halfway to the Orchid. Oblivion Staff is done, missing the Cornucopia and the Recipe. That's probably the timing we're looking at is, okay, Witchblade on the way for Storm Spirit. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing seeing a BKB from the Storm second item, but I guess he feels they're lacking damage, and for the most part, he's not incredibly afraid of the lockdown. Now, the problem is that because you have this Deso on the TA2000 plus the bugs, this is a very fast Roche. So TA2000 is going to go and claim the Roche for himself as this ball gets a little bit stronger. Now Roche ready, available. 5 minutes where this Weaver probably is not going to die. We'll be able to pretty much hunt at his leisure. As Yamish just plays on the edge. Blink about 250 gold away from completion, so... Bombs in, gets damage done, provides a Solar Guardian target. Can always be very nice. Nefert level 2 Solar Guardian done. A little surprised he's actually going back for the Blade Mail. I don't think this is a great Blade Mail game. It's nice to get the armor. But I'm not convinced that this is a great Blade Mail game. There's not a lot of spread damage. I guess it's nice because it means you just go in and you don't get hit. And if you go and you get Weaver damage, it actually, that can go fairly nicely. He's a bit of an interesting, Nande's going to go find Problems. That's going to be the Static Storm going down. Boat gets popped, but Problems will fall, and Nande just gets on out of there. Not particularly worried about things. TP's though, Psycha's here. It's not going to get all that much done, and now Solar Guardian's going to go in on top of this Ember. Stuns get chained, a little bit more damage. We'll be able to go and take him down. Not down the backside. A very nice job with the Orchid reveal. Takes down Psycha as well. That's 3 dead. Even as Psycha does get himself the shard for his troubles. Speeding up the farm speed a little bit, which is always going to be rather nice with the shard there. But taking down 2 cores or 2 supports in the core, always going to be very nice. And most importantly, it's a couple extra stacks of permanent agility for this Slark, who with these kills now sitting about 3,000 gold, 2,500 gold away from his Ags. That's where life becomes much nicer. You have 2 charges of pounce. You do have this ability to go and like actually play around with things, and it's a shorter, well, it's actually the same cooldown as level 4 pounds. So you get a little bit more range. You have 2 charges. It makes this Slark feel much better to play.
Radiant are scanning.
And now he's been doing a good job staying within striking distance, even though that kind of late early game, early mid game was pretty rough for him. He died a couple times. The fights were not great. He's done a pretty good job of staying within striking distance of everything that's happening, making sure that he's okay. As now we see a big smoke come in, diving almost to the tier 3s, looking for Nefrit, but nope, he's just going to get on out of here. That is a deep as hell smoke. Yeah, okay, X-Mark's not going to do anything. That is an insanely deep smoke. It's not going to find any value. And now we got a bit of rotation coming in from Yamich. Storm Spirit goes in, gets on top of the Ember Spirit. He just dies with the Solar Guardian and the power of this Leshrac, and now getting on top of problems as well. Do we have the damage here? Yep, well, no, he's going to save himself for Nefrit with the Blade Mail, still getting chunked to hell and back here, but problems. He will fall. Mirage has to get out of here for now, but Nande continues to chip away. There's the Shadow Dance, and TA2000 just starting to take so much damage here. Tries to get on top of Yamich, will fall. There we go. Yamich falls, Dawnbreaker as well. But we can see how this fight does not go the way of the Weaver. The game goes later. Nande with the pouncers gets on top of him, steals a lot of his damage, gets that much more armor. When it gets low, you just pop a Shadow Dance and you're fine. Not quite enough damage with the under the Auspex or the Aegis of the Orchid to actually kill the Weaver, but control him absolutely. And we can see just how much damage this Dawnbreaker's taken, though. 2,000 damage from the Weaver, even through the Blade Mail. So he's just maxing. He's just armor maxing. He's got the Blade Mail done. He's got an AC on the way after this. No need for a BKB. Honestly, not a lot of control.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But 15 seconds less, actually, until the next Solar Guardians. Now, Storm, gosh, he is doing so much damage. Oh, he's just going to get solo kill him. Maybe. Okay, no, Psych is here, as is everyone else. So, not gonna solo kill the Ember. Not quite, but I really thought he was about to. Is on the backside here, TA2000. Damage is being done. Yeah, no, he's gonna get on out of here. Solar Guardian will not land. And now Yamich is gonna fall down here as well. Storm Spirit gets on top of the Shadow Demon. He's gonna die. But this Weaver is just running uncontested in these fights. And now Nefrit, Solar Guardian, not for 5 seconds. Looks like he's going to be the final victim in this play. Yeah, he's going to fall. So 3 dead. Weaver almost dies. 5 seconds on the Aegis. Weaver almost dies to the Blade Mail. That would have been fun, but going to be fine. The damage that TA2000 is doing this game with his Manta, with his Dezo, with level 19. He's doing a lot. We're going to wait for him to come back into the game. Kind of interesting. Again, the lack of BKB. It's not surprising if you're on Z10. There's not a ton of stuff you care about the BKB. So we got Kaya Sanj, Witchblade into a Shiva's behind this. Again, armor is very good in this lineup. And then Plasma eventually. So kind of tank Storm. Tanking up as much as possible. Next item, Scotty. As the Ags is done for the Slark, so Scotty coming up for him, and then Disperser behind that, then eventually a BKB. What are we looking at? A little surprised we're not seeing a Ghost Scepter, actually, from this Leshrac, is TA2000 back in the game. A little surprised on that one. I feel like a Ghost Scepter would be very good. And we're just seeing first item Ags on the Disruptor. Got himself a point booster. He's right around 3,000 gold away from the rest of it, but you give him about maybe 10 minutes or so, he should be able to get into that one. Is now Storm is, well, Ember is dead. Storm and Nande work together. And a buyback. Is that a rage buyback? I think it is. Yeah, Chiro Jr., that is not, there was nothing to buy back for. He had no remnants on the map. I have no idea why you would go do that, but Tira Jr., I guess, frustrated with how this game has been going, 1-5-7. He buys back in this game for really no benefit. Now that puts him way far behind the sticks on getting the Shivas up. It means that he's not for 7 minutes. You kill him, he's not going to have a buyback into like a Roche fight or something. This is a lot of freedom now that Z10 have to play with this Ember just not having buyback for again for the next 7 minutes. So now looking for, not going to get him. Okay, so looking for that Shadow Demon, but they're not going to find him for now. But the entire side of Yandex on the bottom side of the map, looking for Mirage. Here he's going to be able to dodge the bugs, but there he's probably just dead. Yeah, he's going to fall down. They're going to find Nande as well. He's going to have to pop the Dark Pact or the Shadow Dance as long as possible. He's dead. A little bit dicey there. You certainly, definitely, if this is a fight that the Yandex starts, they're going to be able to go and, you know, kill anyone. That's not all that difficult. No BKBs available on the Storm. This has to be something where you are the one that's initiating. You're playing around your own vision on the side of Z10. So even though this was an awkward Ember buyback, works out well enough at the end of the day. He actually, he gets about 300 gold back. Not enough for his buyback, but gets some gold back for the team. It's going to be tier 2 on the bottom side. And Roche is not up for a while. So no equivalent. As, Yamish here is not going to go. Chain Gang's not going to croc on him, so no change there. He's going to get himself an amp damage. Amp damage, Yamish. Amp damage, Leshrac. That seems like a bit of a problem. Well, potentially. It seems like maybe a tiny bit of potential. As it stands, you're still a supportless track. You're still dying very quickly. I really do think the Storm it's not a lot that you're worried about with the BKB, but I really do think the Storm needs a BKB. Yes, he's going Shivas, and he's about 20. I love how the Shiva's recipe is so expensive. It's 2,200 gold, 2,300 gold, but he still has the Shivas into Parasma. Man, if he had a BKB, he doesn't die there. He doesn't make a Slark into dying. So wee bit unfortunate. Now smoke goes down. Looking, they can start on say. That'd be fantastic. As it stands, sharking around here. Thinking about maybe this Dawnbreaker, but oh, they know he's there. Dawnbreaker's got to run. There's going to be the Hex. Can't go disjoint 3 on top. Mass TVs are going to go and pops the, well, actually just pops the Star and pops the Soul Guardian as well. Look at this. He's going to die. But can they get TA2000 down in time? The boat is just doing so much. The rum as well. And that's going to buy some time. It will eventually be this Kunkka that dies, but they get the Dawn. They get this Disruptor as well. And this was supposed to be good. This was the overlapping circles. This was the Wombo combo. With the 3 boats there, the Ags on this Kunkka just buying the space, the pipe as well. The damage was just not there. But smoke goes up once again, trying to catch some stragglers maybe. With 2 dead. What are they gonna find?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not a lot's the answer. The Storm now has Scotty. Now it's okay, good. It does have Shiva's BKB is queued up behind this. I think you just need it. The chains are too much of a problem. You don't really have. You have this Dawnbreaker save, but it's good. But it's not incredible. It's not. Oh, it is incredible, but it's not enough to keep the Storm safe through the change when the Weaver's just pounding on top of it. So another smoke as 3. Storm actually is 4. Dawnbreaker doing his own thing, but is certainly ready to come in at a moment's notice as they go deep here into enemy territory. BKB now ready for T2000. Nane's just going to show up here. Half damage. Nane goes down very quickly, but there's going to be the static storm. Sage just dead. Nane not able to find the damage he's looking for. Problems on the backside. Is going to get taken down. There's the Solar Guardian as well, but the torrent's really nice. Psycha staying down, but we'll be able to survive, or we'll get taken down here. And now Nefrit. Looks like he's going to be the final victim. So they get, moving on top of T2000 once again. Pops his BKB. Really wants to go take Nefrit down here as Nane continues to fight. Mirage has to back on up. There's the silence. The bugs are causing a problem for Nande. Does not have the spells available. Will be able to pop his Egg Shard for now. And that's going to be dead to 2000. 1,200, 2,000 gold on the deck. And Fall looks like he's just going to get himself a free shield rune. But he does not have the damage to make anything happen. It's just more feasting. More free stacks on the side of Nande. And they're trying to dodge the Roche. There we go. But Nande's going to be able to survive through this fight. The Depth Shroud on the backside did so much. Thought he was out of saving cooldowns, but he had the Depth Shroud ready to go. And they killed just about everyone.
Dire's middle tower is under
Massive fight on the side of Z10. And now they're going to go straight into Roche with this 36 stacks, 144, 156 bonus agility with the 12 permanent stacks.
under attack.
This Slark is not a Slark you want to fight into. Sitting here on, if I can click on him, where is he? Sitting on 38 armor, 30 stacks. Aegis now on Mirage as well. And he says, you know what? I don't need the BKB anymore. I got an Aegis. So Parasma is going to be the next item coming out of this Storm Spirit. He already is doing a lot of damage. Parasma Shivas is so very much here. He's sitting here about 300 gold, 200 gold away from that. And now Slark's got the BKB as well. So this game, with that one fight with the Aegis, going right back to even. If anything, decent lead for Z10 with how much we like this Slark game as the game goes later. Again, you still got to be careful. You are very, very killable, even still. But Scotty's coming up next. That's going to buy a lot more time. Disperser after that. Eventually a Bloodthorn, I would assume. And then there's a big smoke. Nande taking part in it. Gonna be able to find Psycha maybe. There we go. Storm goes in. The damage is just massive. And Psycha is dead. I would thought, yeah, there we go. It's like, despite the Glimmer Cape, the damage is significant.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
And now Dawnbreaker here. I don't know that this is a target, man. Stay is right here. He's just going straight in, looking for the good static storm. He's going to pop it now and getting on top of the Kunkka, which, you know, there's a lot of boats. He's going to live for quite a while here, but even still, Nana is just feasting all the stacks. He's got himself 31 stacks here, and you just got to run. Storm now on top of Chira Jr. does have the BKB, but now it's out. He gets on top of him, looks for the chains, though. He's going to be able to disrupt this, and Storm has to get out of here, I think. Has to go get himself some clarities, but 22 galvanized stacks. There's 31 stacks on Slark. He's massive. And that's the problem with these big tanky strength heroes. Is you go for it. It's like, great, okay. You know, I got this. The boat's fantastic. I have so much rum applied to the rest of the team. They're not going to die. It's like, great. The Slark can go hit you longer. Have fun. Okay, we're 2 levels, like a level and a half away from level 25. So those essence stacks are pretty much never going to go away. At that point is Say trying to track down this Weaver, as he's about 400 gold away from the Ags. So he is very close from this Ag static storm. The most impactful 2 words in Dota. You mouse over what the Ags does, it just says mutes items. That's it. The most impactful Ags description that I think exists in Dota. It does a lot. Those 2 words are doing quite a bit. So Disruptor here, again, very close. Trying to go into, I cannot believe that Say didn't die until I think the very end of that fight. He just runs in, looking for the good static storm. And no one wants to hit him because they're like, oh, well, we got to run here. His team is clearly behind him. Look at this wrap from the rest of Z10. Coming in through the portal is the Disruptor as well. They're going to go. There we go. Dawnbreaker goes down on top of the Weaver. They take him down. No saves available. Psycho is stunned. And the Weaver is dead. This was the godlike Weaver. And this is why sometimes these Weaver games can be really difficult. You're 15-2-8. You got 350 CS. Your top net worth. You're doing insane damage. But once you get caught once, you just start dying. And it feels, as the heroes get tankier and the additional lockdown tools start to arrive, it becomes very difficult. Is that Chira Jr.? Looks like he will find Yamich on the other side. Yamich actually here. Nande is here. Can afford to Chira Jr. just, going out of things. But Storm is thinking about it. Not quite going to be able to go find what he's looking for. And now he's got the BKB queued up. 37 seconds left on the Aegis. Maybe looking for one final play. But with 13 seconds on the Solar Guardian, it's not going to be an easy one. Not necessarily. But this map has gotten a lot smaller. Significantly smaller for Team Yandex in the last little bit of time here. With the Slark marauding around, Storm zipping as well, Solar Guardian on top of anything. It's hard to go find space. One of those things is kind of why Profit often can be so oppressive, where once you're behind, the entire map is no longer yours.
Middle tower is under attack.
There's the Aegis down, and of course, most of the Slark stacks have been removed as well. He's only got one remaining. So this is the time you're looking for. Weaver's up, Aegis down, no stacks on Slark. And he's still going to be able to go take the tier 2 tower there. They do have an outpost to TP into as well as Nefrit. What does he want for his tier 4? I'll wait to see what that is in just a second. I love how sometimes the client is like, 10 out of 10, but you don't get to click on it, friend. You don't get to actually see what he could possibly get. This is the other problem with how small the map is right now. Everyone's getting into their tier 4 neutral items. Giant Smalls, Pirate Cloaks, all these things are very nice and available, but because the map has been so closed down, it's not there. The neutral, the shards are not really there and nearly as much for the side of the Madstone shards are not really there as accessible for the side of Yandex. So not only are they losing all their towers, not only are they losing out on a lot of farm, as we went from a 6,000 net worth lead to an 8,000 net worth lead in the last minute and a half. You're also losing out on a significant amount of gold in these tier 4 neutral items that are going to take a while to get up.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Slark now halfway to level 25 in that incredibly valuable talent. Storm just about there as well. Overlord attack bounces is fantastic, and you got to figure he's going for a hex, but man, going Overload attack bounces, just buy the shard when you're level 25. It gives your team so much damage. Looks like we're finally starting to get ourselves some tier 3 neutrals. A Vampiric Magnifying Monocle, gonna go the way of TA2000. Nothing on this Ember. It is just this magnifying, Vampiric Magnifying Monocle, which is really nice. The additional cast range, the additional attack range is extremely valuable for this Weaver. Looks like his last item, at least his penultimate item, is gonna be a butterfly. Very nice into this. Storm does not want to buy an MKB. Slark is probably not. He's got a Bloodthorn on the way. But it doesn't really want to buy an MKB. It really relying on the Bloodthorn. You can be BKB, or you can Manta that off. So this butterfly has a lot of potential value over the course of this game. Now we can see when Roche is going to spawn in about a minute and a half, it looks like. So Roche is going to be fairly, so maybe like halfway through the Roche respawn timer potential. In the meantime, Slark's playing very far forward. No level 25 just yet. Going to find Chira Jr. There's the Orchid. Going to go just steal some stacks, buy some time. And yeah, this X marks is not going to do anything. So Get yourself a couple stacks here. 9 stacks on the side of this Slark. Never just backs up. The butterfly is done on the side of this Weaver. That is kind of the big story that we're looking at. It's going to be a lot of... We got a decent amount of AoE damage, but it's still going to be a lot harder to go take this Weaver down. It's a lot more damage. And he does not have buyback. He bought out for this one. That's kind of the important thing. Weaver, no buyback. Storm, no buyback either, as he was able to go. Actually, didn't buy the shard. Just bought the BKB. Not a lot of buybacks in the game right now. It's kind of the important thing. Dawnbreaker just bought out for his refresher, so Dawnbreaker, no buyback. Ember has it. Leshrac has it. Shadow Demon has it. Disruptor has it. That's it. A couple more will get it if the fight goes well. Storm, if he gets a kill, is going to have it. Marcy, if Marcy involved a couple kills, Marcy will have it. But missing some buybacks on these really big cores that we're looking at. As Nane just continues to shark around here. Looking for a dangling hero. He's level 25, so he did take the plus. Well, excuse me. Yeah, he's level 25, so now getting on top of this Ember Spirit. Problem's going to fall down. BKB only lasts so long. Shiro Jr. is going to be able to bounce out of there. And, okay, Shadow Demon will fall. That's level 25 for the Slark. And actually, surprisingly enough, he took the Shadow Dance duration, which is totally, that's totally valid. 6 seconds of pretty much invulnerability is very nice. And who knows, he might get to level 30, might get the plus 35 seconds as it stands. But now into the Roche pit. Roche is there. That has the buyback was spent, so you're looking for it, and this Roche goes down very, very quickly. Storm's gonna zip in so much damage on the board. There's the Solar Guardian as well. The damage before the boats arrive. They're gonna go and at least take down Psycha, but even still, okay, you know, Weaver's still fighting. He's still fine, but yeah, no, this is not going to be enough. He's going to try to do what he can. Aegis was snatched by Nefert as well. Weaver will die eventually. No buyback there. I thought Weaver was going to die the first time. He did get time lapse off, but that is a problem. No buyback. 88 seconds for this Weaver. 200 gold short, and there are, yeah, problems is looking for. It's like, I gotta find a bounty rune. There are no bounty runes on the map. Not for now, maybe in a little bit, but Nane's just pushing tier 4s. We had poking, yeah, we're picking the barracks, but force the buyback on this Weaver, man. Like, go push him. They don't know that he's dead for 60. Now, Ember's gonna drop some chains. That's fine. This barracks will fall, and looks like they're gonna go and take the safe route. Not really going to go and try to push tier 4s just yet. A little bit of poking. That was it. They did force the fort. Weaver's dead for 45. This is megas if they want it. This is potentially... I don't know if they can end the game in the time that remains, but yeah, they're just going to go for megas. Take the very safe route. Refresher shard available for Nande, so he does have a second BKB if he wants it. Second Shadow Dance. Second Depth Shroud. But okay, now they're just going to get passed over to Mirage instead. And this is going to be every set of racks going down. Mirage opening that fight with Nefert Solar Guardian. It's just, man, the damage that happens when those abilities pair together is insane. Oh, and by the way, he did buy the shard. So Vortex now, you can go, you can pop it. Give every ally a couple additional Vortex charges that bounce. They do so much damage here. And Nande continues to poke forward. Weaver's up. Weaver gets a kill. He will have buyback. Well, actually, he's actually 700 gold short now that he's back up to full. Going on top of this Ember Spirit. Nande backs up, kites away a little bit more. The damage here with the Depth Shroud is just massive. And on the backside, there's the Static Storm. Axe goes down. Weaver was able to get his BKB off in time, but he should die. Goodbye. Good night. TA2000's dead, and that's going to be it here. Mirage does so much. Backside, Weaver tries to take down the back line. Can't even do that. Not enough lockdown, and game 3 goes the way of Z10. They're going to move on to the playoffs, and it's going to have to be a lower bracket finals. A final match here for Team Yandex against Yellow Submarine if they want to go and make the playoffs as well. Yeah, sometimes you see that just with the Weaver. It does a lot. It does a lot of damage. It sets a ton of tempo. And then if things don't work out, all of a sudden, hero just falls off, game goes down, you can't enter fights, and game goes the other way. So very well played there from Z10. Finding the fights, winning the fights around the Roche pit, stealing the Aegis, kind of really defined two games. We saw the Aegis steal from the Blink Disruptor in game number 2, and we saw Neff go in with game 3 with the Dawnbreaker, get it as well. So that's going to do it for our first series here in the upper It's Team Next Level versus Liga Team as they figure who moves on to the playoffs, who goes in the lower bracket match, who's going to go and have to play more to make playoffs, who goes and moves on. Team Next Level is Liga Team, and as we start to take a look at the lineups that are playing here today, a couple names that you should be very familiar with, and a couple names that maybe are less so. We're going to start with Liga Team. They got Violent. He's been a kind of an up-and-coming carry for quite a while. Interestingly, is Hellscream, formerly of Shopify Rebellion. Of course, Shopify Rebellion disbanded just a little bit ago. Has moved on over to Liga Team as well. So we're going to see what he has to do, what he's going to be able to do, going to be able to add to this team that has, again, kind of, this is the story that we tell when we talk about these group stage teams of the CCT, where they are good. They've been kind of bouncing somewhere between tier 3, tier 2, sometimes tier 1. Sometimes you bring a player in and good things can happen very quickly. So Hellscream getting at it in there. He's been playing tier 1 Dota for quite a while, depending on what you want to talk about North American Dota. But he's been playing in a lot of the tier 1 tournaments. Also got a race in the mid lane as well. Again, these are names that they're probably recognizable. And then they got the projects, the less known players. You got Corrupted, you got Beepix, working their way into the scene. And when you look at Team Next Level, it's not quite as the people that you're used to, the people that you aren't. Yowai, Dual Rays, Norma, Fernandes, Flacco, they've been playing together for a while now. They've been grinding, and it is nice to see, especially at this level of Dota. Often we can see teams that are, well, it's one team one day, and then it's the same team name, but it's entirely different team the next week, as they just kind of cycle through players looking to see something that works together. But Next Level seem to be very confident, and they believe in what they're doing. Fernandes has looked good. Rays often looks very solid in the mid lane. I've been impressed with some UI games. Obviously, not enough yet to be where they would like to be. But they are grinding. We're seeing them look a little bit better and better and better pretty much every single season. And now we're going to have to see if they can take down the stars, I guess, for lack of a better term, in Violence and Hellscream, and erase a little bit on the side of Liga Team, and see if they can, make a deeper run than they did last season. They had a decent run. Well, not last season, unfortunately, but 2 seasons ago, I believe, had a pretty solid run. Last season, of course, they made the playoffs, and they were knocked out pretty quickly right there. But they made the lower bracket semifinals in season number 2. So they definitely have the opportunity to go and make these runs. But for now, draft getting started. Of course, when we look at the draft here, we're looking at Naga bands and Bat Rider bands and Shadow Fiend and maybe a Dazzle, although that was pretty ignored in the last series. Speaking of the devil, it shall appear, Dazzle. You got to be a little careful there. I think Fernandes Dazzle is Chen is going to get banned as well. So a lot of focus here on the Norma. At all. What else is there? Profit is reasonable. nerf hammer pretty hard in the most recent patch. In 739D, they were able to go and decrease really the bonus gold from Devour by a decent amount, by 20. Maybe that's not as hard as I thought it was, but anything you can do to kind of prevent Doom from getting this snowballing gold is always going to be kind of interesting. So Void Spirit Monkey are going to be the bands. Terrorblade on the other side from Liga Team, which Terrorblade would be very good. Terrorblade would be a great carry pick. I continue to be surprised that we don't have a Prophet. I guess, Prophet into Silencer, Doom, Gyro, Bat. It's maybe not the best Prophet game, as Ursa's going to be that last band would be incredible into the Doom. Just in lane, realistically. So Monkey's band, Ursa's band. Lifesteal you probably don't want. It's just going to get doomed out. Although you could make an argument that having 2 Doom targets is always good. TA, you probably don't want. Not in Bat Rider, not in the Doom. Kunk is going to be the last pick, mid, so makes everything that much tankier. A little bit more team fights, always going to be nice. Repositioning tools on top of the Bat Rider. What are we looking at for Team Next Level? I've heard rumblings that PL is good again. I haven't seen it in my games necessarily, but I'm not. It's not a great PL game either. TA is still in the pool. Prophet is still in the pool. Lifestealer is still in the pool. I think this would have been a really good Monkey game, actually. I guess you're still worried about the Doom, but in lane, you spank Doom. You probably would have been a pretty solid Monkey game, but you don't want Liga Team to get it, so that's fair. It's going to be the Prophet. Okay. Don't hate it. I never hate a Prophet. Going to last pick is insane. There are ways to get on top. Erase Kunkka. You can go bring the Prophet in. We go leave the fountain. That's all good. When I look at this, I mean, it's a Prophet game. The win conditions are very simple. Prophet has to go and be massive and chunk everyone down. I think if Prophet's like not maybe 2,000-3,000 net worth ahead by 25 minutes, maybe 1 to 2, but like if Prophet's not with a sufficient lead, he's going to get enough like a random damage from the gyrocopter and the Kunkka and the Doom in some ways, where life is going to be difficult, I think. I think you're a little worried. And this is an offlane Doom as well from Corrupted. So this is very much a Doom that could go auras pretty early. We're going to have to see exactly what he wants to go for. It might just be kind of drums BKB. But if this is a Doom that is going for, is a very late smoke here, 30 seconds from the side of next level as they rotate forward. They do know, I believe, it's 55, 50, 33. Yeah, they know that this ward is here. They know this was placed. Actually, it might have been it might have been placed for smoke. They might not know. But this very easily, you could get a Vanguard here on the Doom. You could go for Crimson and just really take a lot of the damage out of the... It's a really good Crimson game with the Prophet and the Beastmaster as well. And I'm up playing a little bit farther forward. Has to be careful as Dual Raise runs in. Not going to be able to go and click the rune. And Corrupted, actually, he wins the click war. So 3 for 1 on the side of Liga team early games. And why? It's going to poke running away. But Dual Raise ate a decent amount of damage there, about a third of his HP. Trying to go win the click war, was not able to do so. So runs in 3 for 1. That's always going to be very nice for Liga team. And Erase already has a very nice mid lane matchup. To get himself that much more gold, get himself into his stats that much quicker is very, very nice. Erase already sitting here 65 to the 55. He's got a 10 damage advantage, even more so when he pops Tidebringer. So yeah, it's just a... Puck should be able to farm, but probably will get out denied as for now Hellscream just continues to poke away a little bit. We see the early game lane shenanigans happen. I am really interested to see where this Doom builds. I think this is a fantastic Crimson Guard game. Now, if we're going to go for it, I don't know if does he decide to go for that. It's Dual Raise playing all the puck tricks, goes the curveball, gets himself some CS, runs under tower, dodges the shots, just make sure that he gets as much as possible. That's a lot of pressure onto your Y. He's got himself 5 stick charges. He's got tangos, but he's pretty low now. He's low. Well, no, you take teleportation at level 2 these days. But he might have to go return back to base and heal back up fairly early into this lane. He's getting harassed very nicely by Doom and Batrider working together. So that's a little unfortunate. Ooh, Glimpse back on the Batrider. We do have a Sprout here. Hellscream, no points in Firefly. He's only level 1, but he will go and pop the Flame Break for now. Y is going to have to make some space, drop Spout and Corrupted, which means that Hellscream gets out of here. Kind of slow on the Sprout, very slowly developing fight, but had to make sure that Flacco would stay alive. So just kind of a trade at the end of the day. Looks like he was able to steal a CS from Corrupted in the big camp there. But for now, this is a Flacco that is very low. Is going to get glimpsed back a little bit, so the wave is unfortunately not going to crash under tower as Corrupted tries to bring it forward a little bit. Man, this Willow, this Pixie Dust innate, gives you so much survivability in these lanes. I was like, oh yeah, I'm getting like 2 tangos value. It's significant. So for now, we're going to see Silence going in, and the last word, Fernandes looks like he might just pop. Yep, he's dead. Suffer in Silence is a very, even just plus 8% damage. It matters, and there's a lot of spread damage here. So Norma is going to be able to go deny the boar now, thinking about re-engaging onto Violent now that the Rocket Barrage is done, but cannot catch up to him, so that's going to be fine. The first blood will go the way of Liga team on top of getting themselves a bunch of bounty runes and everything else. Dual Raise is having a really nice time mid. I expected it, at the very least, Kunkka to win the Deny War, but it's 15 for 3 versus 15 for 3. This is it really is one of those things where like early puck can suffer because you don't have a lot of points in your illusory orbs. You just don't have a lot of burst damage to go take these creeps down, and so you can get denied out. But now, we're level 4, we're level 5. Puck is fine. This early game, kind of the early levels, Kunkka is not really going to be able to cause the problems that otherwise you might have expected it to, and unfortunately will miss the range group there. But level 4.5, 4 3/4. Yeah, this puck is totally fine. The big story of the game, though, the Gyrocopter is having a great game. 22 for 6 versus the 15 for 6. Now dual raise, going to try to get jumped on top of, not able to jaunt on top of the orb. So right at that 4-minute timing. Wait, did he get the water rune? He did, actually. And Violent, though, is going to be able to go and take down the Beastmaster in exchange. He's going to fall in Ferdinand's. Do you have the spells here? 4 seconds on this Shadow Realm's going to be able to pop it now. A lot of damage. Now the teleport goes in on top of B-Pix, and here comes your Y. So, nice trade there. Kills off the entirety of the safe lane, and Puck, I think, no, only got one water rune, but Puck able to get the water rune is very nice indeed. Going to be able to go and heal himself pretty much back up to full, so the Kunkka playing around with that timing, not really causing that many issues. Norma about 1,000 gold away from the Helm Dom, but he's got his creep in him. Yeah, creeps in a decent position. They will debounce, and that's unfortunate, but these waves for the most part, these lanes for the most part, going fairly well. Dual Ray is going to eat another turret, unfortunately there. And this is part of the problem playing Puck against this Kunkka. You got to go and dodge the X, but it's hard because he can pull you back at any time. As now Norma's going to get jumped on top of once again, but they're going to be the Brambles going down here. Shadow Realm as well. Damage traded on top of Violent, but not going to be enough to go and take anyone down. So a lot of trading, lots of damage being spent, but not going to kill anyone just yet here. As the Puck now kind of bullied out of lane, 26 for 4, 38, 32 for 8. That's where you start to see the Puck start to maybe rotate a little bit. No boots yet, though. No level 6. Very close, but about 38 XP short. So like another creep or two. Is now right around the 6-minute power rune timing. Kunkka thinks about it. Bottom side is not going to get lucky. Bounty or a double damage top as B-Pix is going to try to secure that one. Puck tries to rotate over, but I don't think he's going to be here in time. So that's going to be that. But top side, they get the Gyrocopter. They knew the supports were going to be gone. They knew they were going to be trying to secure the bounty rune for this Kunkka, or not the bounty rune, but the power rune for the Kunkka. And that means the Gyrocopter will fall, getting Norma closer and closer to Aurora and level 6. That's a 4-man rotation onto the top side of the map. As now erased with the amp damage on top of this Beastmaster. He should just die. Yeah, there's not a lot he can do about this one, but okay. Nope, they're not going to be able to get Flacco. That's something. Flacco will not fall down despite the rocket hitting him. And now we're looking at level 6s on most of our core. Well, actually Doom, very close to level 6. Gonna back up for now. He is going the Drums Doom build. Drums phase boots are just being able to run as quickly as possible, just trying to get on top, run straight on top of wherever UI is and take him down. Interesting build from UI, by the way, not opting for a ton of stats early, right? Not opting for a null talisman like we see a lot of prophets do, just for the mana regen. You do kind of run out of at kind of base mana regen. You can run out a little bit. Instead, he got himself an Orb of Blight and is, of course, going to the Maelstrom as quickly. It is nice into this Doom. Doom has 6 armor. You take him down to 4. That's a significant damage boost. It can be fairly nice. There's a nice damage on top of Violent. Even more so. But notice how UI has to play very far back at this point because Doom's ready, and he will get soloed by the Doom. If he shows up in lane at this point, the Doom's going to go, run at him, drop Doom on his head, and not going to be very good. So now on this timing Violent, he doesn't have level 6. He's pretty close to it, but he knows his Doom is strong. He knows they can go take this tier 1 tower bottom. So Violent now, bottom side of the map on this rotation, putting a little bit more pressure on UI. UI's having a decent game. He's not top of the net worth, but he's got 43 CS at 8 minutes in. That's not bad. He's 0-0-1. There's just going to be a trade of towers. No one wants to fight into Norma with the Ripper that he's got. No one wants to fight onto this bottom side into the Doom. So, for the most part, the offlaners have kicked their safe lane counterparts out of the lanes.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And UI just continues to farm. Remember, one of the benefits of this Prophet, even as right now, like, yeah, Prophet's bottom of the core is just enough. So too is the Gyrocopter. But Prophet can farm the spots on the map that no one else wants to farm. it is very hard to go chase the Prophet if he's playing like this deep behind the tier 2. You're not, I don't care who you are. You're not, if you're diving on that, you're getting punished very hard.
Coin for me.
And you can still join fights and be incredibly impactful. So again, the big value here of this Nature's Prophet is he works his way into his first farming item. It's still a ways off. It's still 1,800 gold or so, but you can play just enough. You can farm with the spread fairly nicely. It does a decent amount of damage. Gives you bonus damage as well because of your Spirit of the Forest innate. And is it as efficient as farming waves? No, it's not, but it's good enough. And it's certainly more efficient than Gyrocopter trying to go and farm with 1-pointed flat cannon. That just is not. Even with the stacks, Violent does not farm incredibly efficiently. But for now, we have a dive here on top of the Silencer with the Fernands as they try to move in. A lot of damage, and we're going to see Torrent go off right now. Hellscream, though, is going to get roared. He's going to get found off on the left side. He dies very quickly, and Fernands continues to run. 4, 3, 2, not going to get the Shadow Realm up in time. The trade supports. Roar is going to get spent here, which is what Norma wanted to do. He got himself 1,500 gold away from the Helm Dawn. Prophet now. Closer and closer to the Mithril Hammer. 1,200 gold away. Give him a couple minutes. He will be able to start to farm actually efficiently versus just kind of playing in this jungle on the Sprout and doing something. Like, it's decent, but again, it does not farm as quickly as you'd like to. This smoke onto Norma here with a race with B-Picks. Norma seems to know something's happening. And yeah, okay, the smoke breaks. Nice job there on the Wild Wing. Hurricanes erased out of here. And yeah, this Wild Wing they're going to try to kill it. It might not even, oh no, okay. It will die to the last word. So Silencer is going to be able to go and get the damage done there. Gets himself a nice, cool 100 gold. Now looking at getting on top of Violent. Brambles are going to hit. Now we do have the call down here, but the stun is ready to go. I'm actually not sure he popped it. I'm not sure the Centaur stun happened. And we're going to see Static Storm backside. Is this a kill? There's going to be the Roar brought right back in. Global Silence, though, trying to get some level of damage erase. He's not going to get his spells off. Not sufficiently. And now there's going to be the Dream Coil as well. Yawai gets 2, and that is his Maelstrom. Give or take 8 gold away. So he was able to get active early, take advantage of the farming that he's been able to find, gets himself the Maelstrom at 12 minutes. And now this is where he's really starting to take off. He's already top net worth because of that. He's got the Maelstrom out on the way, going straight Mjolnir. He knows the type of game that he's having. And it is a very, very nice one.
Dire's middle tower.
So they didn't get Violent, but this is a Prophet that is much faster into his farming item than Violent is. He does have his Crystallis on the way. By on the way, I mean he's just about got it. What's he at? He actually has enough money for it right now. But it really is the Act that is the true farming item for the Gyrocopter. Crystallis is nice, yeah, but unfortunately, right as he got the gold for it, he brought himself a Clarity out. So it's going to be a while. It's going to be a little longer than you might otherwise like. It's going to be a 13-minute or so. Crystallis, again, this is a Gyrocopter that is... I love it. Everyone is so close to net worth, by the way, that Yawai was top net worth. Now he's next to the bottom. Everyone is very clustered here within like 400 gold. And it just depends on who has farmed the most recent wave, effectively. Who has farmed the most recent stack. So for now, Yawai, he does have the Maelstrom going to Mjolnir behind this. Going to get himself the wave. Get him dealing with that double stack of big creeps. And I mean, this is a game where Yawai is going to be playing as he's going to be a very opportunistic Prophet. His team does something, he's able to go and join them. Awesome, fantastic. Like he's going for it right now on top of B-Bix. There's the glimpse, there's the Sprout. He's going to try to run here, but nice nice hot feet, nice happy feet. He's going to be able to dodge around, but you have the Prophet ult anyways. Wrath of Nature does a very nice job, takes him down, and they will get this Disruptor. But it's a big TP rotation forced as well, and you're very happy about that as the Prophet. Not only have you gone and got yourself a kill, you're now 3-0-1. You forced the Doom into the mid lane. You forced the TP out of him. And that means that this Prophet does not have anything he's got to be worried about. He can show on waves a little bit more. Any sort of Doom rotation, any sort of bat rotation is going to be just a little bit more telegraphed, I think. So he can get himself a couple waves and run back into the jungle. But we can see a very heavy rotation here. Hellscream has 6. He's got the lasso. Doom is ready to go. A lot of heroes running into this bottom side of the map. And Prophet's like, yeah, that's fine. I'm TPing elsewhere. I don't really care. I'm good. I'm sitting about 200 gold away from my Hyperstone. And again, this position under their tier 2 is just not, it's not addressable. It's not really a thing. As Flacco's going to go drop the Glimpse Static Storm as well. There's the global though, so very hard for Prophet to join in. And Puck is going to be... Oh, there we go. No, never mind. He's not going to be doomed. Gets on out of here. There's the Dream Coil. And oh, wait a minute. Where's the Jaunt? That was a misplay from Dual Ray. He's going to be able to go out that much more, but he decided to stay in. He had the Illusory Orb out, but he just waited a little too long, I guess. Very surprising there from Dual Rays. Maybe he thought he was going to be able to kill them all, but just not enough damage. And yeah, that's a dead Dual Rays. UI not able to join the fight either because of the global, and that will always kind of be a problem for this Prophet. To the point where I almost wonder whether it's worth it for the Prophet to... Obviously, like, BKB is really good. I almost wonder whether it's worth it just because of the amount of stuff to dispel. I almost wonder whether it's worth it to just go and get a Manta instead. Its stats, Prophet is a universal hero, so you're pretty happy with that one. And it's just a more constant dispel than getting a BKB. I think you probably just get the BKB though. Even with the BKB piercing stuff, I think you just get the BKB anyways. It's 2 value. This Prophet here really lacking a lot of mana, so he has the Hyperstone, he has the Mjolnir, he has that really big damage increases. Now they're gonna try to get on top of Violent here. There's gonna be the call down going down Roar as well, and with all the damage, even though this is really nice actually. Great torrent, great boat onto the high ground. Flacco's gonna go, but the Static Storm doing a decent job. Norma gets low, will die, but makes the trade happen. Is now Corrupted, has to run. Do we have any chase? We do. Doom falls down as well, and this Doom on the Prophet's not gonna kill him. So they take down the Beastmaster. They get Flacco as well. But it's a trade pretty much of all the cores. And yeah, well, I can just sit here. He's got Soothing Sprouts. He's going to be able to heal up for the most part. Looks like he's just going to go back to the triangle, back to farming once again. 3-0-3 continues to just not be contested in this game. And despite the game that he's having, he's farming everything, having a great game. He's not top net worth, not even on his own team. The Beastmaster, 5-3-3, is also having an impeccable game. He's going to have the pipe done soon. He's sitting here at about 1,400 gold. Yeah, why does have to be a little careful? He's getting rather low from farming all these stacks, and this is probably going to have to be a TP back home. This is a little dicey here. Yeah, why? I respect the hell out of you, man, but there's no healing. You got a Soothing Sapling. He's going to... Hopefully that gets him up enough, but they're contesting Roche. And I guess the spells aren't there. There's no Doom. This is ballsy as hell UI here. He's sitting. He decided to contest Roche at like 200 HP. But now he's got himself an Aegis and a Mjolnir. And moving into that BKB next. So he's going to be very well positioned. Also, pretty close to getting a Dormant Curio at tier 2. So Radiant's about halfway done, 2/3 of the way done for a race. He's got his Blade Mail done already. And we're multiple Blade Mail gaming. It's an okay Blade Mail game. It just means you don't want to, UI doesn't want to hit these 2 big beefy heroes in his face, which is fair, but... And you do have a Mjolnir, I guess. Okay, so you know you got a Mjolnir, that's worth something. As Bats showing up and Prophet just gets on out of here. It's like, why would you want to kill me? Little old me? Okay, a vast searing signal. A little surprised that's what you're spending your... Oh, actually, you know what? It's not that bad on Prophet. I was going to say a little surprised that's where you're spending your unleashed on, but it's additional 100 damage on everyone that gets Wrath of Nature. That's not bad. That's pretty good. It means that you're going to be able to clear waves a little bit easier with it. Might cause your opponents to tick out. So it's not like a Brigand's Blade or something like that that is really nice, but yeah, it's something. And you really want the cast range. I think we might have seen him hold on into tier 3. Well, he could anyways, actually. So, but really the big value here is the plus 75 attack range, right? You're not going Dragonlance right now. You're just going straight into the BKB because you do need it this game. Really, you do. So an additional 75 attack range for this Prophet turret is really nice. They're going to find the Doom on the top side here. There's the Fear. There's the Dream Coil. Doom is just dead. There's nothing he can do. And this tier 2 tower died a little bit ago as well. So, really a lot to play for right there. Doom trying to be efficient, trying to go and stop the farm up, but he will fall. And now we're looking at the situation where it's a less than 1,000 net worth lead for Team Next Level. I look at Prophet. I look at the existence of Prophet, and I'm like, I don't like this. It feels a good Prophet team, or even a mediocre Prophet team, just eats the map up in a way that it's hard to deal with. And now it's going to be Fernand's. He's going to have that shard. That means that Cursed Crown drops brambles around it, which is really nice. Much better shard, I think, than the Disruptor shard, which is just, oh, great. I can drop my Thunderstrike on the ground. And at one point, it was really good. It breaks blinks. It's vision, but the shard's been nerfed a couple times. It's no longer really a purchasing priority. Not really. But Erase, he's got his Blade Mail, he's got his Radiance. BKB is on the way. And 2 minutes left on UI's Aegis. Does he have anything in store for us? They're going to try to make a move. Puck is not here, and there's no good way of properly getting in. So I don't know how much they're going to be able to do with this. Hellscream is here. He's going to go and get sprouted up and just run through the trees. No big deal.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Firefly is more than enough to deal with that one. And now UI. Well, they can take this tier 1 down. Looking for... Who took the Wisdom? Okay, they did trade Wisdom. Hellscream was able to go to get the Wisdom, but now look at this. Norma running in. He's going to go get Lasso. That's the smoke break. He's tanky, though. Do they have what they need? Global Silence goes down. The Dream Coil is here, but he is living for so long, and maybe now the damage is going to start to really get added in. Hellscream is going to survive, actually, for now, but yeah, this is the problem. Hellscream dies the end of things, and Aegis gets popped, but you don't really care because the Gyro will fall on the backside. And that was the smoke. That was the anti-Aegis smoke from Liga team. They wanted to go in right as the Aegis expired and kill UI, but Beastmaster broke it, died for his efforts, but he is surprisingly tanky with his pipe with the Helm of the Overlord. And UI is very happy to go die and spend that Aegis and do a lot more damage. Continue to cement his lead in this game. He's now 3,000 gold up at 14 minutes. It's a 4,000 net worth lead overall. Man, the Will of Fernandez is doing so much this game. Setting up a lot of these plays, buying the space, getting the Terrorize off so the Gyrocopter's not allowed to fight. He doesn't have a BKB. He's sitting here 2,600 gold away-ish from the BKB. 2,800 gold away. So he's not particularly close. And up until that point, he's going to struggle. His B-Pick's going to be brought back in. We do have, there we go. UI's like, it took a second, but UI's going to be able to go get himself the free kill. Says, thank you very much. Kinetic Field buys as much space as you would possibly need. B-Pix did get the Courier, though, on UI. UI doesn't really care that much about the Courier. He got the item on it, and worst comes to worst, he can just TP back home and pick it up, although he doesn't have a TP scroll, just the spell. Oh, no. Fernandez will fall. Not going to be a solo kill from Hellscream. It looked like it might be possible, but Nah, the Kunkka's there, so that's not going to really be all that much. Hellscream does have the blink. He's got his BKB on the way. So he's actually farming pretty nicely, top of the supports. And once you get that BKB up, you got to roar him, I think. As Dreamcoil's going to go down on top of the buck. Global Silence is going to get popped in exchange. Oh, man. This Doom taking so much damage. There's going to be the Doom and the Lasso as well, trying to go and take this Prophet down. He should die, I think, at this point, but can you trade lives? Yes, you can. Absolutely here. It's going to be 2 cores for the price. So 1, it will be the Gyrocopter, will be the Doom. And that was like best case scenario. They're going to try to go and get... they're going to be able to go take down B-Pix with the puck. Absolutely. You got yourself a Solar Crest. It doesn't really matter. It's a lot of magic damage. They get 3. The tier 2 going down as well. Normally with no blink doesn't have a really good counter bat tool. I mean, ideally, bat goes in, goes lasso, you just roar the bat. It's not the easiest thing to do.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're able to do enough, and because you're spending a lasso and a Doom, and effectively a global silence on this Prophet, which is, it matters. Prophet's worth a lot. Is goodbye, bat. Dual Rays are going to be able to go and pick him off, but because you're spending so much value on that, so many ultimates, so many big spells on that, the rest of the team, this puck that's starting to go and put himself in a decent spot, although it is Yule's Lincoln's puck, so it's not this 30-minute, 25-minute Parasma puck that we sometimes see. Even still, puck does a lot of damage. Beastmaster does a lot of damage. If you commit everything onto this Prophet, there is still potentially enough cause the rest to wipe the team anyways, because you're just, again, committing so much onto UI. Oh no, they find the Doom once again. This time, no big spells for it. It takes so much damage and actually will die to the Doom, but they killed the Doom off anyways. Gyro TP's in, but what's he gonna do? Not a lot. They are looking for Norma here. Roar is available, and he's thinking about it, dropping it onto a race maybe. Where's our Prophet TPing in? Typing it in onto the backside. It's really not going to do all that much as the BKB is now popped. Helm of the Overlord creep gonna get consumed. And Flacco's a little exposed here if they want to try to rotate on over to him. And there we go. There's the Blink Lasso. That's a bit, that's dead Disruptor. Oh no, keeping him alive. Prophet now getting fairly close to level 20. Gonna have himself an extra 170 damage every 8 seconds, just on top of everything else that might exist, which is, oh, okay, he took the Wrath of Nature cooldown. That also works. Both talents, very nice. Wrath of Nature every 70 seconds, so pretty much every fight. It's a lot of damage you can net it in. Sprite as well is gonna be pretty solid. Now Hellscream is gonna get found out here. There's the Yules. There's gonna be everything. So Hellscream's just gonna go. He falls. There's the problem with this Prophet, right? Like, you have a damage support playing with them. Anyone the support finds is just dead. Prophet TP's in, drops a Sprout, very happy about it. And yeah, if you're a core, if you're a support, you're going to struggle. B-Pix is going to get found out as well, trying to TP on out of here. There is not enough. Well, I thought he had enough damage. But B-Pix will get on out of here. The barrier from the Solar Crest is enough, just barely. Not quite enough Mjolnir procs to get damage into the health pool and make that happen. But Flacco, he's got a blink on the way.
Radiant are scanning.
Big smoke out from Liga team. Doom is up, Global, Bat Rider, everything's there. So these are the timings in which they win. They really do want to fight. B-Pix is going to lead the charge. Fernandez breaks the smoke, though. So now he knows what's up. He's going to drop the brambles down. It's not really going to get anything, but it does make that area a little bit more difficult to pass through. And this was all that he had to know. He broke the smoke. That's it. And actually, it's going to be a bit of a counter smoke coming out from the side of Team Next Level, as they are going to look for their own wraparound around the left side, looking at where the tier 1 used to be. Hellscream on the high ground. He's ready to break this smoke, and he will be able to do so. This puck moves in, gets a little bit more information. No one really wants to move on top of this unless they get a really good initiation. Otherwise, it's hard. But Norma, okay, sees a race. Smoke broke on the creep. Torrent is not going to do it a decent amount, but there's going to be the glimpse. Moves in, dual raise, though. Doesn't really want to hit him right now. Blade Mail goes down. Admiral's Rum is going to get proc. So now the next engage, Kunkka certainly is something that will be able to take damage. We will see. He's going to be able to go. All right. Norma doesn't even lose the Ancient Creep. They pop a 60-second cooldown on Admiral's Rum. That's it. That was the grand total of the smoke, but B-Pix is still smoked up here. Roche is available in the top pit for another 30 seconds. Is now corrupted. Got himself a haste rune. And maybe they get something with that. UI's not here. 18 seconds till he can join the fight, but it looks like tier 1 is gonna be the target for now as they're getting set up for the tier 1 and then an eventual Roche on the bottom side of the map. It's 30 seconds until it starts to make its run over as Fernandez is around. Drops a decent Bramble Maze, but not gonna do a lot.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And now corrupted with the Invis rune. Okay. Can he get something done with this? Dual Ray Smoke. Oh, Smoke breaks here. He's just dangling around, but he does have this Lincoln. So nothing really available. You do have, nothing available actually to break the smoke from Corrupt. He's got a Hurricane of all things. Oh, never mind. That Hurricane is the pushing unit, not the actual tornado. So he does have some way to break the Lincolns on the puck, but he knows the second he does that, puck just jaunts blinks out. So or phase shift blinks out. So not that easy of a target. Now another smoke from Flacco by himself. Now we're playing around the Roche on the bottom side. Lots of team fight available. This Bat Rider is looking to, he's answering the top wave. This is potentially an opportunity. Bat Rider is not here. And that is something that is visible. They know Hellscream is not showing on the map. So Fernandez runs forward with Norma, seeing if he can go onto the high ground, maybe catch something. Prophet very aggressively TPs in, looking for what he can find on top of the Doom, trying to take him down before he pops the Doom as well. A little bit more damage. There's going to be the Hurricane Pike, keeps him out. Doom will fall, and now there's no Doom in the fight. No buyback either. You got to be careful. UI is going to get jumped on top of here. He's silenced, he's stunned, but still he's getting the damage done here. That's going to be a dead Bat Rider as well. UI continues to just fight away on the low ground now, and with the Dream Coil, he's still not dead. Violent getting punched away by Norma, looking for the damage, looking for the Bramble. He's not gonna, just barely. UI stays alive. And they get all 5. The ballsy play from UI pops. He says, give me a high five on that one, man. He doesn't even have healing yet. No, there's no lifesteal in this game. He just had barely enough tankiness with the Pipe of Insight. And the damage that he was doing at the TP barrier, barely enough to withstand the damage from this gyrocopter. And now he's going to come back in, heals Norma up, and just gets worse, right? Assault Cure is pretty close from Beastmaster. UI just about got his day. Oh, he's got his Daedalus. He's moving on to the Satanic as well. He is now massive. 8,000 gold ahead of this gyrocopter. 15,000 in general, the team ahead of the game. And that fight with the Aegis was exactly what they needed. Hellscream, he does have a Ghost Scepter, and he will be able to TP on out. But the patience there from UI, holding the Hurricane Pike until the very end to make sure the Doom could not get close to him, could not doom him off. Man, that he lived in that. If that Doom goes off on him, he's dead. He dies in the fight. Maybe they still win it, but he dies. And now we're in the situation where the gyrocopter, he needs his own Satanic, but doesn't do a lot of damage just yet. He's only on the Crystallis. And this puck, because of how that fight went, he's got his Parasma done. He got an Aghanim Shard and just about 100 gold or so. He's going to start doing even more damage here. BK, or I would assume Ags coming out of that. Ags Mjolnir, next couple items coming out of this puck. And we're hitting late game puck scaling. We are properly at late game puck scaling now. It's not, what do I do? Puck does limited damage. Now, puck is now starting to do infinite damage. He's got an arcane rune as well, if he's going to be able to find someone holding on to this, the gem on top of things. So you're not going to kill him easily. As the Tormentor now goes Flacco's way, so we now can break a couple blinks with a Thunderstrike. Get a little bit more damage there is always nice.
Tower is under attack.
But Puck, you're not going to kill him easily. He does a ton of damage, and he's just removing all your vision on the map. So, a little surprised he didn't get that, didn't check that high ground. But for now, TP's bottom side here. Big Smoke trying to find this Doom once again. Are they going to be able to get him? He's fairly tanky, 2300 HP, aboard from Flacco. It will force the BKB out of this Doom. And that was the 9-second beat. Pretty much he got it as it pretty much came on the courier as the glimpse came in. So that's a 9-second BKB to keep him alive, to waste a smoke. Long cooldown, 75 seconds. And we're smoking across the map even still. Another 15 seconds or so on the smoke as Fernand's leading the charge. He's not super worried, but he's going to find Corrupted once again. Blinks out of there. So does Corrupted. And look at this. Norm on the back. Big roar on top of this Beastmaster. Is that, or not top of Beastmaster, on top of the Gyrocopter. Is the damage going to be there? Satanic's doing a lot, actually. But it's not going to be enough, and they will kill off this Gyrocopter.
Is under attack.
Now, unfortunately, Silencer's done a very nice job of pushing the wave in. So they're not going to go after a tier 3. And Roche is not up for a while. It's not because actually the Beastmaster, or not the Beastmaster, the Prophet's got himself an Aegis. He's got it for another 2 minutes. So you push the mid lane in. And now Satanic is done for your Y. We're looking for that final item. Gonna be a Bloodthorn, probably the single most highest damage item you can get in the game. And by the way, your Y is level 25, so that's dead. There we go. He's got himself infinite teleports around the map. He can go wherever he'd like to go. His Hellscream is popped his BKB. He's just trying to run. He's going to get glimpsed up. He's dead as well. And the map gets smaller. Your Y does have to go back base, get himself some mana. That's going to be fine. And pops the Clarity. Yeah, it's just going to go TP himself right back in onto the high ground. No one can kill him once. Killing him twice is even scary. Or should say no one can kill him twice. Certainly even getting once is a problem. So he's going to TP back here, trying to deal with this Doom that's split pushing. There's going to be the fear. Doom doesn't want to drop a Doom. It doesn't even matter. He's dead, and he's teleport right back in. This push is terrifying. I was going to say the Assault Cuirass is done. It's not. He decided to go get himself a Lotus instead, which is solid. Lotus is a very good item in this game. Keeps all of your cores, the rest of your cores safe. Means the Doom can't do what he wants to do, and yeah, your Prophet doesn't need. It doesn't need an Assault Cuirass. Not really. He is sitting here up 11,000 net worth. 12,000 net worth on top of the Doom, which is the next closest hero. He's fine. He's 2 items up. Like, he doesn't really care. So that's 2 sets of racks down. Third one on the way, as we will see the homing missile go out here. Not going to get targeted down, but Lincoln's and Lotus and everything else. So that's going to be something. Your Y now 18 seconds left on the Aegis, about half HP. And now he's got the Sprout here, running away. You want to force staff him out. He's actually taking a decent amount of damage. There we go. There's the Glimmer. 3. He's going to get the Aegis regen. That's the big thing. You want to go and make sure that he's not under any damage procs while the Aegis expires. So, you know, he can go get all of his HP back, all of his mana back, and go again. And we're looking at 1 melee racks between the side of Liga team and Megas. And now, you know, it's a Gyrocopter. You can go Rapier. Megas does not necessarily end the game, but it does keep you very pinched in, as now we're going to see the Gyrocopter TP back up to the high ground here, because he knows this is where the locus of focus is.
Radiant are scanning.
Looks like your Y is taking it slow for now. He's got himself the Bloodthorn, the Daedalus. Does not have buyback, by the way. 2,500 gold until he does have buyback. So he's bought out here. You got to be careful of that one. If you die, I'm not convinced he dies, but if he does die, it's a bit of a problem, as now there's the glimpse on top of Violent, but he gets X mark countered, so that's kind of okay. But he's just taking a lot of damage even before the fight properly starts here. And now the Norma goes in. There's the damage you're looking for, but Doom with the Ags on top of Norma causing some problems. Now Batrider brings Fernand's in as well. He's gonna follow UI on the backside here. Does he have the damage? He's doomed. He's not healing. Force staff in once again, but he just continues to chunk. Not enough though. This Acceptor on the Doom on top of everyone does so much here because he can't heal. All right, the Satanic is not doing enough Doom, not level 25 just yet, so it's not muting, but even still, that Ag's Doom, it's a new lease on life. It's a 7,000 gold lead, or a 7,000 gold turnaround. What are we like? Almost 3,000 gold for killing UI. So Corrupted's had a bit of a rough game, but that item purchase, selling his blade mail for it, that was absolutely worth doing. And now he's got it access. I don't know if he wants it. Galeguard's pretty good, but he's got access to a Pyrrhic Cloak. Yeah, Pyrrhic Cloak's too good. So he's going to get a Pyrrhic Cloak as well, which means this next fight, you want to hit him even less. And remember, this Prophet, dead for 45. I don't know that you're worried about buyback as much right now. You still got to go through some tier 2s. It's not an easy setup, but you can't really get a good pickoff either. I don't think you would ever try to buy back pickoff anyways. Not this game state. It's not that desperate, but anyways, Prophet, 30 seconds remaining. Beastmaster up in 5. And Roche is potentially up in 20. As Beastmaster, or not Beastmaster, as the Batrider is going to be forced to pop his BKB once again. Flacker's doing such a nice job of just forcing these BKBs all over the place that it's, first of all, like a lot of the charges, a lot of the high length charges didn't really do anything. And on top of that, we're in this scenario right now where it's hard to have a fight where everyone has BKBs up. They're always getting popped one way or the other, but okay. Refresher Orb purchase for the Doom. 2,000 gold away from buyback. He has not saved it. Gyrocopter also bought out here. He got himself the Daedalus, is not getting the Rapier. Doesn't feel like he necessarily needs it. See, oh, that's a big one. Gyrocopter's got a Pyrrhic Cloak as well. But what we're going to see everyone do here, Prophet goes in, Gyrocopter, and the Doom. They're just going to drop their Pyrrhic Cloak on top, on the head, really, of this Prophet. And then, sorry, Kunka's got a Pyrrhic Cloak. We got 3 Pyrrhic Cloaks in the game. You cannot hit these cores while they're under the effect of the Pyrrhic Cloak. Now, it is dispellable. That is important, so maybe you try to stagger it, but there are 6 seconds where you're just not allowed to go and hit things. Is I thinking about TPing somewhere? I'm not really sure, but now I'm going to start to go try to take down this Aegis, and Sprout goes in. There's the Bloodthorn. He's got to be careful here. He's about half HP. He's going to pop the Satanic, bring himself right back up to full. The team is arriving. The boat's going to go into the pit. UI pops the BKB. Doom goes in, tries to get on top of the Beastmaster, but he's going to be okay for now. And now Violent and the Beastmaster, or Violent and the Prophet doing what they can. That's a second global silence. Even more distraction here as Gyrocopter's just doing what he can, sitting on top of this Roche. Corrupted continues to run things down. That's going to be a second Doom on this puck, but oh, really nice job on the Static Storm Sprout. That's the dead Doom. 2 dead here, no buyback. Okay, Violent will be able to go. He gets himself the Aegis, but can you get any more here? BPAX just takes so much damage, and now UI is just, he's in his office. He's starting to work. That's going to be a dead Gyrocopter second time. I don't know what's going to happen. There's no way. Even with the Satanic, does not matter. He's going to go get taken down and immediately be TP onto the tier 3s and eventually the tier 4s. That's Megas. Megas will fall. And UI is sitting here getting on top of a race. He has a The game's over anyways. They tap out. But Pyrrhic Cloak Blade Mail. That does a lot. But he buys back in. It's fine. Team Next Level, they take game number 1 on this winners match here in Group B. They got a Prophet. They did Prophet things. That's how that works. Ban the Prophet next time. That's that's all I got to say. But we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, it's the second game of this series. Can Lincoln Team strike back, send us to game 3? Oh, Next Level Move straight on into the playoffs. We'll be back in like 10 minutes. See y'all soon. Welcome back here to to game 2, CCT Series 4 Season 2, and we take a look at Group B, where Team Next Level is up 1-0 over Liga Team. Draft now getting ready started here. They ban out. It's funny because Race had a great puck game, and they're like, yeah, we're not giving. No, absolutely not. We're not giving that to you. So it's going to be the Primal banned out. It's going to be the puck banned out here, as we're starting to see that Team Next Level really do want to focus on a race. Keep him out of his comfort heroes. Start to go a little bit further down on the hierarchy of needs on terms of what you want to play. So Primal gone, right? Puck gone, Quap gone from the side of Liga team. They're making sure that's not there. It's just too strong of a flex right now, even with the nerfs to both the innate of the Quap and the Blade Mail. It just seems a little too easy to play with. But now of just being the body in front. You know, Tombstone goes down as well. It's Jakiro, though, it's kind of interesting, right? We talk about this Tombstone. Jakiro's a great Tombstone hitter, at least in the early game. And it goes later, and Tombstone takes like 14 hits to kill. Maybe not. But when Tombstone's like 4, 6 hits, like early levels with Twin Terror, Jakiro just it's to attack, so it just cuts down half of it pretty quickly. So you're not really playing for the Tombstone this game. You're playing for the body in front. You're playing for it's really nice to do a Baden because it means that it's easier to proc borrowed time. It's easier to go take him down. It's damage that effectively goes through a Photic Shield, which is just really nice. And the answer here, I don't know that we're going to show anything massive on this pick from Liga team. You already have your Tombstone hitter, so you're not really missing that as much. You want to be sure that you're not picking another really good Rubik Steel option, but okay. They are going to pick the Nyx and the Storm. All right, then. So this is 5 Jakiro. Nyx is going to be playing with, I think, the Abaddon. Abaddon is probably self-sufficient enough to make that happen. Nyx does punish the Rubik. You can go find it. Rubik dies with Nyx and Storm together. It means that Dawnbreaker is really going to struggle to get Solar Guardian out. So, yeah, but it's a Nyx. I mean, I'm not trying to be here. Anything can work in Dota, but Nyx is bad. Nyx is just not a good hero right now. I like it for the game, though. I do like it to get into the Rubik. It's just going to hunt this Rubik and make life very difficult. It cancels Dawnbreaker ults 10 out of 10 times until the BKB's out. I wonder if they've I mean, again, Jakiro's a decent laning support, just a lot of damage, but I wonder if they've gone and over-indexed into dealing with the Dawn maybe slightly too much. We'll see. But TA is going to be the response, so Abaddon is not, again, a high... We keep talking about this. Abaddon, not a super hammer hero. Nyx is definitely not, but you can carapace off some of the burst damage. But this dying TA lane is... And it seems like next level is of the opinion that this is going to be a carry Abaddon, which I don't disagree with. I think a carry Abaddon is solid this game. I think in general, carry Abaddon is just good. Generally, you go offlane Abaddon if you need the flex for it, not necessarily because you're kind of like aiming for the offlane Abaddon. So they're looking at Darkseer. Darkseer Nyx is that actually is a solid lane despite everything else. You're looking at maybe... I mean, that is the big Nyx pairing. So maybe you just want to take that out of the pool anyways. As we're looking at Monkey King, which I don't know if this is a great Monkey game. Does that tell us anything? It's decent in Storm mid. If this was I mean, I don't think it's going to be a mid TA. I haven't seen a mid TA in a while. Okay. So we're looking at Pangolier as well. Yeah, I mean, again, well, actually, yeah, you really do like that in Jakiro, the Magic community, to run through all the nonsense that Nyx and Jakiro have. But what are we looking at here? What fills Liga team? They're looking for their offlaner, I think. They're looking for... They definitely have Dawnbreaker answers. They're looking for something that lanes well enough into TA. So... can this be a decent offlane Veno game? I know that's something that Liquid likes. There's not a ton of jump until TA has Blink Dagger. You're maybe a little worried about Undying, but you also have this nice damage that that at level 10 does a decent job of reducing some of the healing. It could be a decent offline Veno game. You do like having a Vessel into an Undying, into a Dawnbreaker as well. I kind of like it, but I said that earlier and they didn't go for it, so, you know. On the side of Team Next Level, though, they need their mid laner. They need something. It's not going to be an Ember. Ember Nyx is a horrible matchup. It's going to be a Tiny. Okay, well, that lets you blow things up. It lanes pretty well into Storm, all things considered. You're not super... It's kind of a middle-of-the-road pick. It does what it needs to do. It's now a question of whether Dual Rays can go and execute on it well enough. It could be something weird, right? This could be a mid-TA and a safe lane Tiny, and at times I might have bought that, but not in this meta. So, Liga team, you need an offlaner. Death Prophet, okay. It's good into UI. It's good into the it's good into the TA. It's good. It's no longer percentage damage, so it's not quite as good into Flacco, but it's solid. It gives you a lot of tower push, but you like it. Works very well with Violent, right? Violent and Corrupted show up in a lane, the tower probably dies, especially with the Jakiro. I'm just really worried about this Nyx. I can see it working. I can see you go and you pair up with a race and you farm heroes across the map, but this lane is functionally free for your Y. Nyx is not gonna. You're just gonna do lane dragging. That's just about it. So Corrupted is not gonna have maybe the nicest possible lane. Corrupted is not a super high armor hero, so you kind of just meld him when you show up, and you can take a lot of damage away, especially with Flacco on the Undying as well. So you have less max HP. You don't have a lot of armor. That is potentially difficult, and because of the lane, you don't really have a good tombstone answer either. Bpix is going to be the safe lane, the position 5, so he's not going to be in lane against the Undying. So I kind of like this lane matchup for Team Next Level. I don't know how the game's going to go. I think it's pretty even. Really depends on how these lanes end up and how they're able to go and kind of catch people off, because there's not a lot of really good answers to the Storm. Not a lot of massive hard lockdown. You got the Rubik. You can lift up into something. Meld Bash eventually is nice, but it really is the tiniest that of the majority of the stuns. Like, I very much see the Storm going off. We can see this Nyx. I don't know. I don't know how this Nyx is going to go. I'm excited to find out, but where's my mouse?
Prepare for battle.
All right, well, I'm excited to see exactly how this is going to work out here, as my mouse seems to have disconnected all of a sudden, so that's fun. All right, well, we're going to be solely from the clean feed this game. I don't know what's happening. But yeah, so I can see this going either way, realistically. I could see this going Team Next Level, they go and they snowball the game and the game ends.
30 seconds to battle.
Not meant to be.
I can also see them going and running into some challenges. I'm worried about how much impact this Norma Dawnbreaker is going to have. Again, because of the Nyx, because of the Jakiro, it's not as easy to just kind of play off map and do that.
The battle begins.
All right, there we go. Not as easy to do that. As Hellscream's going to go and get a nice stun onto Yawai. Did he get the... yeah, he did. Okay, so he was able to steal the bounty rune. 3 for 1 on the side of the Liga team. That's always going to be rather nice. Then we take a look at this lane, right? Hellscream, he would love to drag creeps once you get to level 2. Flacco, yeah, you know, you do have some healing with the Spirit Siphon, but it's not percentage based anymore. So Corrupted's not really a good answer to this Undying, and the HP is going to build up. In fact, I like what's happening here with the Undying. He's just zoning the hell out of Corrupted. Out of this first wave. Just saying, you don't get to be here. You don't get to get close. So you're not going to get levels off the first wave, which guarantees UI is going to get himself A, first deny, which is fantastic, but B, just going to get himself up to level 2 much, much faster. Winning this first wave is very, very important. Flacco now tries to join the waves together. Okay, not perfect, but he will be able to steal the range creep back onto the high ground. That means he's going to get a second range deny. Corrupted is just, he's not happy. This is a very unfortunate position to be in as this Death Prophet, who he has got to go back here. The creeps are kind of joined behind his tier 2, and he's just not getting any of it. He does not have, he's got 28 XP through the first waves. Yeah, Ferdinand does have to be careful, of course, because this is a Rubik, and Rubiks do not lane. That is the downside of this. But man, this early level, Hellscream is like the offlaner at this point. The Corrupted just does not have a game in the worst, in like the worst possible way. He has zoned the hell out of his waves. He's lost 3 range creeps now. He's gonna lose 4. Yeah. That's the 4th range creep also being denied. Corrupted almost level 2. TA's almost level 3. And the lane drag from Hellscream is gonna get countered as well by the Hellbear Smashers. That's just not. You're just not allowed to play this game. This is the problem with picking Nyx. Nyx is the only thing that Nyx can do in this game, realistically, is drag creeps like this. And this has been countered well enough that, yeah, I mean, Yuai's gonna hit level. Okay, sorry. There are 2 things you can do. You can technically kill couriers, but Flacco gets Hellscream's courier instead. And Yuai is sitting here 12 for 5 versus the 8 for 2, which is not as bad as it could have been realistically. But look at Corrupted. Tombstone's going to get dropped here. It's a nice stun, and it will buy some space, but it's another wave that has been zoned out. Yuai's just going to sit here and focus on getting the CS, certainly, but just getting all these denies. That's going to be the flag bearer creep also taken down. And this is what I was worried about. It's like I see some lanes being potentially dicey, but I think I'm more worried about the lane for Prophet because, like, realistically, as a nice, okay, that's a courier. Then realistically, then this Prophet does. And now Norma thinking about getting on to BPEX on the north side. He's going to get himself a cup. Going to be fine, but Huai's on. Going to be fine, but Huai's on. Yeah. But they're not going to be able to go and kill BPEX. They tried. But at the end of the day, it is a Rubik. But at the end of the day, it is a Rubik. Rubik doesn't do a lot in lane. Rubik doesn't do a lot in lane. He's doing what he can. He's getting these stacks set up here, and this is a very good stack clearing lineup. Once you get up to level 8 or so on the Dawnbreaker, you can go and clear stacks very nice. Even before then, if you're okay with being a little bit less efficient on it. TA loves stacks, absolutely. Tiny can do it too. So stacks in the triangle here are intensely valuable. We got a bit of a rotation onto the bottom side. Jakiro on this 5-minute, this nighttime window. They're not going to see him coming. Right as the creeps push under the offlane tower, Yuai playing very aggressively here, and Jakiro is going to cause some problems. Shuts down pretty much all the refraction charges for the tombstones here. And is this going to be enough? Rubik rotates on over the kill off the tombstone, but it looks like Yuai is going to be okay. He will survive, and he's going to have refraction up in just a second, looking at going on to BPEX, but not quite enough range. BPEX Flacco. Gonna be a 6-minute timing here. They're gonna go try to steal the Lotus. Corrupted, he's gonna take a lot of damage, lots of decay stacks. Corrupted falls. You gladly make that tree. Can we? Not enough damage. Quite enough on this Jakiro. Very tanky boy, but they get Corrupted for the 5. You take that. That was the big rotation. Unfortunately, Corrupted did get the tombstone too, but in general, this is fine. We've been talking about Yuai and the game he's been having and how bad the lane is theoretically for Corrupted. Meanwhile, this Abaddon is having an incredible time. He's 40 CS, 1 for 0. He's already got phase boots done. He's developing himself very nicely. Big deal, though. Look at this. Because of how everything's been working out, Yuai's level 6. He's 2 levels up on Corrupted. And Flacco's the same level as Hellscream. So that is the really big story. He's 15 denies on the side of Yuai as they're going for the 7-minute timing. Dual Rays goes for the rotation. There's going to be the Ice Path buying some space. Hellscream will lose the courier, but Dual Rays is here. There's the stun. Goodbye, Hellscream. And we have Tombstone down here as well. Corrupted wants to go take that down. Everyone's here, and it's just a split, Delta split run away. TP is potentially going to be there as Flacco will fall on the other side. Big TPs go out, no stuns available, and it will be an undying at the end of the day for the cost of Hellscreen, but importantly, double wisdoms. Both wisdoms go to team next level, so these are going to be some very high-leveled supports, and that's extra important when we're talking about this Rubik, which, by the way, Norma's going to go take Hellscream down working with the Fernans. But when you talk about this Rubik, and getting himself up to level 6 is so important. Making sure that they get the levels, that they have this level lead on the supports is massive. Not only because you want to keep the Nyx down. Nyx's level 6 is also incredibly important. but it's this Rubik. Rubik is not a hero before level 6, has massive playmaking ability after level 6. So Flacco is going to have to run away just a little bit. He should die. Yep, he's dead. Too much damage there with the race, all working with him. But UI now, top of the net worth, just around that 9-minute mark. He's gonna have like a 9-minute Dragonlance, give or take. It's very close. He's having a great time in this game, and Corrupted just not. He's bottom of the cores. Now we got a TP coming in from this dying. It's probably not going to be able to accomplish that much, but oh, can we get this? No, we can't. Gonna miss the range creep there. Is not gonna quite be able to get the side blade spill, but with Flacco's this bodyguard, this TA is very difficult to kill. It's, you know, it's 2-0-2 on the side of the Undying. No points in Soul Rip. He's gone rotting mitts. He doesn't really have that saving ability, but it's just this body, and you don't want to fight through a tombstone. So I mean, it means UI has just been, yeah, sure, the Undying has died 4 times, but this TA is everything he needs. So those are the type of deaths you're very happy about. Is now Norma's going to get jumped on top of here. There's going to be the storm. There's going to be the vortex, and Norma is dead. Norma going straight Ags in this game. Hellscream going to go. That's actually not going to be all that efficient. Flacco's going to go get taken down as well. Dual Rays cannot kill Hellscream. The power of the Carapace means that a lot of the damage got reflected instead. Now trying to go on top of Fernan's here, running on top of him. Yeah, he's dead. Goodbye, Fernan's. So that's 3 dead across the map. No one wants to rotate into Corrupted on this Exorcism timing. And I guess the good news is that, well, the tier 1 is probably not going to go down to the Exorcism. It's only about 40% left or something like that. But they're going to go top tower here. And he's aware of these stacks. These stacks now have to get claimed by the side of Team Next Level. Otherwise, that's the next target for Liga team. So Erase is going to show up here. He really has no stuns that he's got to worry about. He's going to go and get a little damage done on things. But Norma, Dual Rays, Flacco, they're all should be here. They should be able to go take this, as well as Fernan. So they should be able to go claim the Ancient stacks. And trying to get on top of Violet. Not going to land the stun, though. Tia, though, has got to be careful here. Storm TP's in. Y is in a bit of a pickle here. Any TPs available? Okay, there's going to be the ultimate, but it's going to get canceled immediately here. Y, he's healed up a little bit. Can he kill off a race? Oh, one more hit. One more hit. He's going to get Hellscream. Even with the canceled Solar Guardian, Y with the cooldowns available kills off Hellscream. Almost gets the Storm. I think you still got to be careful here because, oh, no, never mind. Ben's going to back out, run away, but Y is massive. Outplayed in the extreme, and he's going to go. He's sitting here halfway into the Dezo now, but once he gets that shard, Storm is so upset. The free ground targeted silences make Storm's life just so difficult. Infernance finally has level 6, level 4 Aphotic Shield in the docket. So it's going to be that much harder to kill people. It's just about the best spell that he can possibly steal. And I just continues to farm. Ungankable, apparently. Unfortunately, the Storm did not die. Not quite able to go and take that down. But for now, a little pressure on the mid lane here. Again, we have a Aphotic Shield for quite a ways still remaining. Fernand's running forward. Has got to be a little careful, but another gank attempt on your Y. Nyx runs that way, and Corrupted is here. But there's a tier 1 to TP2 and no tier 1 to TP2 on the side of Liga team. So I don't know how... I don't know how likely this one is. Your Y seems to be aware of it anyways, running back away. He's got team behind him. Flacco running in his direction. Only level 5, a little bit unfortunately, but Fernand's is 6th. Your Y is running there anyways. So now the tier 1 bottom probably is going to go get taken down here, right? You got an exorcism. That's going to get spent. And look at this, looking for the retake. Y and Fernand's move in. They're going to get on top of Hellscream on the backside here. Here comes the Storm. But for now, Y has to be careful. He's getting kited out. Oh, no, there's going to be the Solar Guardian. Luckily, nothing to cancel it. So Corrupted is still not going to be able to get Y down. Y barely goes down to the end, but Norma kept him alive for just long enough. And now Dual Rays gets a second kill. Even still, that's going to be 2 dead cores on the side of Team Next Level. So they lose Y and Norma. And they're going to lose the tower anyways. This violent rotation, he's a difficult kill. 0440. He's got that point held for borrow time if he ever needs it. He's level 10 before he has to spend it, though, which just feels so nice. And now Storm and Hellscream, they're going to work together, and they're going to be able to kill off this Rubik as well, which is what I was worried about. This kind of Rubik-Nyx pairing to kill off supports is very difficult to deal with. And we can see just how difficult it is for Norman to play this game. He was able to find a Guardian at the end. He was able to go find a Solar Guardian and make it work, but that was only after he had to be very late into the fight. We had to see Hellscream go, or Hellscream go and pop his Spike Carapace and then find a different angle. And Hellscream was being pretty slow on that to make sure that Norma was delayed into that timing. So you put all that together, and Dawnbreaker is a good hero, and it's good to be able to save Y. He was able to keep him alive for quite a while, but we can still see the issues and kind of how you have to play around it. And we can see it's just BKB, or it's just Ag straight into BKB as a toss in the mid lane here. But Storm has just barely enough mana. They don't really have the follow-up. Not quite able to go get the lift, unfortunately, as Fernand's now has Ball Lightning as well. So he's going to be able to zip sap around. I don't know how good that one is, but he's got it. But UI, he's got his Dezo Blink on the way. It's about 1,500 gold or so away from that Blink, 1,200. And that's really where the TA starts to want to play. Dezo is nice if you can get involved in fights early and not die. You're very happy with it, but it's when you get the Blink, when you get the BKB, if you can dodge it, you're very happy to. This probably is a game. Is this a game that you can skip BKB? It might be. But Solar Guardian now ready to go as they really collapse around mid. Exorcism here, all set up. And oh, nice steal there. Exorcism as well from the Rubik, but he's just dead. Absolutely gone. Now Dual Rays gets the toss up, trying to keep this Tombstone alive as long as possible, but not going to be enough here. So good steal, but that just means they bomb on top and kill it. Rubik is, again, Rubik is a hero. He just will die over and over again to the Hellscream, to the Nyx and the Storm rotations. There's not a lot he can do. Sitting here on Brown Boots only, vague dreams of a Blink at some point in the future, but skipping even the Mana Boots for it. So yeah, this is a Rubik that is pretty sad. That is actually where the majority of the net worth lead is on the side of Liga team. Both Nyx and Jakiro, they're sitting at 4,000 net worth. They're sitting, each of them, 1,600, 1,300 gold ahead of their support counterparts. So they got a 2,000 gold lead on the supports, even if the cores are much more even, if you know, a little Team Next Level favored. But you do need these supports to set things up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So now where are we? We're 60 seconds away from the Exorcism, which would, well, actually all three tier 1 towers have been taken down. So Exorcism
Radiant's top tower is under
a little bit of ways from that one as the smoke goes in from a race through the portals.
Dire's middle tower.
Trying to see if they can go find this Dawnbreaker. By the way, does have his Ags done. 17 minutes in. Does not help you, though, if you get jumped on like this. So Norma is going to be able to go and get jumped on top of. There's no defensive tools here whatsoever. Big 4-man rotation, or 3-man rotation going in. Race is going to be able to go take him down. Now, do we have a follow-up? Any smokes? No. Thinking about running out of this area, but there's going to be the mana boots at least on the side of Fernand. So he's going to have a little bit more farming ability. Now, there we go. Okay. It's dual breath. Not a great steal. A little bit more farming potential, sure. A little more AoE, but Not really what you're looking for. You'd love Ice Path. You'd love Macropyre. Yeah, Dual-Wrath is really just a farming tool. So they do kill off the dangling Jakiro. Is now erased. Looks for the... It's going to be Haste Rune, top side. Not really the biggest of things, but... Maybe still it's a power rune. It's a little bit more mana. Means you can just kind of run at people that much nicer. And now it looks like with tier 2 ready to go, it's going to be another exorcism, I think, from Corrupted. This one, I don't know that you want to give away the tier 2 like this. I guess he's not going to go for it after all. He was kind of posturing like it was something he wanted to do. How many smokes do we have? We got 2. So it looks like Flacco there, adding that into his inventory. Thinking about something. Hellscream, though, sees dual raise. That's going to be a stun. And lift for now. Good silence. But even still, Avalanche goes down in its place. And what were we... Okay, there we go. Aphotic Shield has been stolen. Very easy to steal. I don't even know if he's going to point Miscoil. No, he does not. So dual raise. There's going to be the toss back onto all of them. But can they... He's got Burrow Time. I don't know that this is... He's going to pop Burrow Time. There's the TP, but Yules goes down. This is a dead Abaddon. Yep, his team has just abandoned him to his death. Not a lot to happen there. So Violent's going to go get taken down as they try to use this exorcism to take the tier 2 top. But that's kind of a slow move. A dual raise is here. More TPs are going to start to show up. Blinks in, looks for the toss back. There's the Solar Guardian. It's going to come in. That is beautiful. We did not see the Carapace in time. Norma able to move in, get it done. Able to go and get the Solar Guardian because, well, the Carapace didn't happen until the channel time was already done. That's the benefit of the Ags. It's only a 1-second channel time. So if you can go and just get Avalanche down. Carapace was not able to happen, and Norman was able to find his way in, pair it all together. Now it's a little bit less than a 1,000 net worth lead. Now, Flacco's dead. No, he's not. He's back up. No one saw that. It's fine. He's undying. Literally never dies. But now, with 4 charges on the Desolator and multiple melds, this is a very quick Tormentor, which is going to go the way of Flacco, and that's a massive one. Whoever gets jumped on top of, whether it's Yawai, whether it's Tiny, who overextends a little bit too much, being able to just drop a tombstone on their heads and keep them safe, is a massive level up in these fights. The point on it, where it might even be worth undying, thinking about getting a blink to make sure he gets it off, but Glimmer's also really good, so really hard to complain about that one too much. Rubik also getting a Glimmer, so not going for that blink that we thought he was. Is nice vision there on top of Hellscream. Good stuns, though. Dual raise, though. He's got the Yules. This is going to be an easy toss back here on to the rest of the heroes. It's a good Carapace. He's buying some space. He should die. Yeah, there we go. Goodbye. So next will fall. You got multiple Carapaces off it. It's only 8-second cooldown. So that, it bought some space. But that's going to be an immediate smoke coming out dual raise. They're going to look for the top side. If they can get this Storm, that is a very nice thing to do. Or maybe this Prophet, who's showing on waves a little bit. The next level, no, they're going north side. They know this Storm is here. If they can chain it all together, there's the silence, there's the stuns, and you got the Solar Guardian as well. That's an 8 kill streak. That was Storm had a ton of galvanized stacks. So taking him down like that, 1,000 gold to the team, reducing the galvanized stacks. This is the power of this lineup, right? Especially once you get the shard on UI that we were talking about. That free just random silence that you don't see, that you really don't expect coming, that just, before you got the BKB, what are you going to do? There really isn't a lot. So top tower should go down to UI here as he's getting himself, he's skipping the BKB. He's getting himself straight up into that Daedalus as quickly as possible because he knows that he's got an aphotic shield behind him. He's know Fernand's is pretty consistently going to have that one. He's going to have, well, actually, he's not even going to take the tower for last hit gold, but he knows that he's got a tombstone behind him. He's always got these supports ready to go. He's theoretically eventually got a shard on the Rubik to pick him up and get him out of danger. He's not super worried about what's going to happen. He is, I mean, he's very strong. The long and short of it is sitting up 3,000 gold on top of the next closest hero. But there is a Roche attempt here coming in from Corrupted with the with this exorcism. And finally, as well, they take it pretty quickly. This seems to have been pretty much unnoticed. The race is going to have an Aegis, and that nice, easy pickoff on the silence is not quite as easy this time around as it was now as it was in the past. He does have an Aegis to play around, and it's pretty nice. Norma, pretty close to BKB, 500 gold away or so. He's going to get up to that one reasonably soon. As Shakir just forced the TP out. Where are we? Okay, just taking over the enemy side of the map here from Why. He knows that he's a very difficult kill, especially with his supports just kind of sitting behind him like this. So he's got Rubik behind him. He's got the Undying behind him. He's got these waves. He is doing a very nice job of really just taking a lot of gold from the side of Liga team, forcing them to farm in marginally more aggressive areas as well. What are they going to do with this Aegis? Now, certainly, Dual Ray is going to knows that you have violence there. He's going to reforce the blink out. He does have a shield rune, so he's not super worried about what's happening here. We got a kind of an awkward scenario. His TA now hit level 20. Bonus refraction damage, always going to be very nice. And we're just waiting. Storm would love to use this Aegis for the 3.5 minutes that remain. But they're not really giving it to him on Team Next Level. They're playing on the edges of the map. TA north side. We have Norma bottom side. He's just getting TP'd. He knows that he's getting collapsed upon, so it's just not worth it. He'd rather go and get that BKB ASAP. Means that he's actually doesn't really have to worry about the carapace nearly as much. You just pop the BKB, you come in, you're fine. Or if your team gets a stun on this next, you're also fine. Really, it's a much less complicated engagement now that right now that the Ags is on the map. So this is a kind of half-hearted defense as the Storm moves in on top of Dual Rays, but he's got Shivas here. It's not an easy thing. And there's the lift, there's the stuns. Dual Rays gets out, decent damage. Oh no. Oh no, the arms of the deep, the congregations of the deep, messing with the race a little bit, but it's kind of a half-hearted defense. The TA now kind of coming back in, but was really active farming on the other side of the map, getting himself up to the Daedalus. He's got everything he wants. And they're thinking about maybe Corrupted. But not for now. He's playing pretty far back here. This Aegis has done a very nice job of slowing the game down for the Storm Spirit. As he had to be careful. Really just slowing the game down from Liga in general, where they were getting picked off quite a bit. That was kind of scary. But now, with this Aegis, it's not really something that Team Next Level properly wants to fight into. So they're doing a good job of split pushing. I think this tower will eventually die as everyone's just kind of playing around it. So that's nice. Looks like tier 2 tower in the mid lane should fall here as well. And with 90 seconds left on this Aegis, do we go high? Do we push high ground at all? But now moves in, toss back. Rubik with the lift as well. B-Pix is going to die. And it's going to be free dual breath. Not anything particularly valuable. I think you'd rather have a Photic Shield, but I think it was pretty much on cooldown. So not really getting all that much. It's a free Jakiro, you know. It's something. That's Hellscream working on that blink. He has been for quite a while. Look at this setup here. Storm goes on top. And now the Solar Guardian's going to show up, though. And that just means it's really hard to kill off this TA. And with the BKB as well. Look at the Storm. Oh, that's the Aegis just from so far away. The damage there is insane. And now there's going to be a Solar Rip. Now you get on top of Corrupted as well. And what are you going to do? Not a lot. It's just barely anything here. Looking for the damage on top of Hellscream. Here comes the Abaddon. Storm's second life. Going to start to try to get on top of this TA once again, but he's got a Glimmer Cape. He's being kept alive. And that Macropyre not really doing a whole hell of a lot. A Photic Shield available for Fernan's as well. And now B-Pix will fall. That was with the Aegis. And they got nothing whatsoever here. Race has to continue to run away. He's got damage. The it's just this TA Dawnbreaker combination with the Nyx is just not there immediately to cancel. It's so hard to deal with. You go on the TA, fine. You got to work right through the refraction charges and the 90 heal a pulse or whatever it is, the 85 healing a pulse that you get. It's just really hard. It heals up like 400 HP. You have the refractions to deal with. It's a stun as well. This TA just feels ungankable. And he's going to have his BKB soon too, so that is going to get even more problematic. Even more difficult. Oh, and by the way, I'm pretty sure UI 3 levels away from level 25, and this does feel like a meld bash game. UI looking for... Oh, there's Hellscream. Gonna find him. As the storm zips in, looking for Flacco. UI sees... chasing after Corrupted. That's a bigger target. He sees him. All right, blinking 3, 2. There's going to be another silence, but maybe back up here. There's going to be a stun coming in from Hellscream, but nice blink. Oh, well done there, UI. Now the Solar Guardian is going to find its way in. There's the sun on top of everything. There's more refraction charges. He's still going to go down, though. I thought with the Solar Guardian, he was going to be fine, but now we're looking at the second half of this fight as just running away. Dawnbreaker, just TP's on out of here. Not worth fighting. Without your big, bad TA, this is not a fight that you're interested in taking. So everyone just gets on out of here. And that's a big kill. 1,500 gold on the side of Liga team. Now, unfortunately, the vast majority of it goes to the Jakiro, which is not the most valuable thing. It gets him a Ghost Scepter, which is really nice. It means he's less of a target, but is showing the wisdom of going for that BKB after everything else. If he has a BKB, he probably turns that around. As it was, he almost did, but just the magic damage and the control coming in, a little more difficult than he would like. So he's got the BKB on the way. It's front ends here. Steals from Corrupted. That's a oh, very nice steal there. Crypt Swarm is fantastic. It feels really good. Although Corrupted here, looking for a little bit more. There's going to be the Exorcism. That's a wild time. But Violent was able to go find the Dawnbreaker on the other side. So it's a little bit borne out. TA down for 9. Is the Exorcism. A lot of pressure on the tier 2, but no creeps, so it doesn't really matter. The important thing, though, is the Dawnbreaker did die 15 seconds until the BKB was over. Now TA's back up again, sitting about 1,000 gold away from the BKB, and that's really the time that you're going to be looking for as we see a bit of a rotation here. Onto the north side, Tormentor is available. So I would wager that's the value. Well, I guess not. Not for now. They're thinking about it. Just taking a little damage. That's fine. The TA now, level 23. Still massive. They were able to kill him once, and that is an important thing. Assault Cure is just about done as well. And now the Tormentor is going to go the side of Liga team here. Does pop borrow time, though, unfortunately. So that's not great. Now we got a Shard Vendetta breaks on attack for 4 seconds. Nothing we really care about breaking. Kind of a... I guess breaking Dawnbreaker is nice. Kind of. Breaking TA is probably the best target. Psyblades. There's no big break that you're looking for. You know, there's no Tidehunter, there's no Abaddon, there's no Wraith. Wraith King's not a big break, actually. What are nothing like that, right? So it's nice. It's a very situational shard. In this game, it doesn't really do all that much. I think you really would have preferred to get the both Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost coming in on your Jakiro. That probably is a lot more valuable. Is now kind of an awkward smoke here. Hellscream's gonna break it. Where's the detection? There it is. We found Hellscream. He's gonna get Avalanche, lifted, tossed. Fern is gonna be able to go. Goodbye, Hellscream. He's gonna, there we go. Gonna go get taken down. Balance of things, losing your Hellscream, losing your Nyx, probably really not the end of the world. That's kind of Hellscream's job at this point. He's 1, 6, and 10. He's got his Blink Dagger now. If he's lucky, he's going to get himself a BKB or not a BKB. He's going to get himself an Ags eventually. And once he gets the Ags, I mean, he's a totally different hero. He's a lurker. Why? pokes away at Violent, but he's going to be fine. He's got AC. He has a decent amount of armor now. Attacks very quickly. Pressure on the tier 2s as Roshan is up potentially very soon. As now, oh, Storm Spirit goes in, but it's not going to be enough here. Decent damage on top of Violent, despite everything with the Hurricane Pike, but he's going to be able to dispel that debuff and not worry about it too much. But the tier 2 is going to fall down, and Rosh is available. So tier 2 is dead. They have the outpost. And Roshan seems to be next on the menu from UI. He's got his BKB. Swift Blink on the docket next. As he knows he can just take this Roche by himself. So the rest of his team, they're sitting on the high ground. They're smoking up. They're buying the space here so UI can go and take it for himself, get the Aegis, get the banner, and make life difficult. So they're spread out here, looking to break the smoke. Storm Spirit goes in onto Roche, gonna trigger that one. UI takes a lot of damage. Now getting on top of Fernand's is Violence. But the lift is up there for now. Now onto the high ground. Great Carapace on top of this TA. He's not allowed to be in this fight for quite a while. Blinks as well. Hellscream dodges so much of this, and Dual Rays by himself doesn't do a lot of damage. Eventually, you gotta figure your Y's gonna get Hellscream. It's just not enough, not long enough. But now here comes in the Solar Guardian. Not enough in time. And Erase and Violent work together. It's just gonna have to be a TP out. It's a buyback from the TA back. Oh no. He's all alone back into the outpost. Flacco working to try to take Corrupted down, maybe a little bit more, but the Aphotic Shield buying time. There we go. Corrupted will fall. Maybe this is not as bad as I thought it was. UI goes back into the pit, tries again to start to work away at this Roach. He spent the buyback on this. He spent his buyback, and it looks like that will earn him this Roach. Picks sharking around, not going to find it. But now, Aegis for 5 minutes. And amp damage available for Erase at this point. He does so much damage. Hellscreen bought so much space in that last fight. Playing around, carapacing the Sideblade spill. He kept UI out of that fight for so long. And UI thought that he was going to be the one that was like, great, got a quick kill. Nyx will fall. I got that. But he didn't pop his BKB. That meant the Nyx was able to carapace into a stun, into another Carapace, playing Ring Around the Rosie. Solar Crest buying him more time, and he did eventually die. But it took him a long, long time.
Dire's courier has been killed.
As UI is going to get B-Pix's courier, which is not bad, and not much more than that, though. Now we're in this awkward situation where the TA, no buyback for about 6 minutes. 6.5 minutes. Aegis for the next 4.5, 3 minutes. Or the next 4.5, 4 minutes. So, oh, Solar Guardian goes in, gets on top of the Storm. Not enough damage here. He's going to be able to get on out. That's the Macropyre, though.
Storm Force, double damage.
Unfortunately, UI not quite able to join in time. He was the one that was involved in pushing things down. Now, Violent, though, takes a lot of damage here. Getting on top of this TA. He doesn't want to spend the BKB, but now he's going to be forced to as he gets on out of here. Getting on top of Corrupted on the backside. Can he punch him down? Yule's buying so much time, as with the Aphotic Shield. Corrupted continues just to run in, but he gets evaporated. Dual Rays low. Going to be hard for him to think about re-engaging, as now we see the Ghost Scepter on this Jakiro. Continuing to dive in, though. A little bit more damage. Violent, 45 seconds on borrowed time. So they're going to have to back up. It's not necessarily how you want to say it. Or really want to spend your Aegis. You got 3 minutes on it remaining. But they kill off the Death Prophet once again. Right, look at what he's going to get for his tier 4. A Giant Small available. Magnifying Monocle. Or you just keep the Gauntlet. Up to you. Yeah, it's going to be another crit. So it's a crude Giant Small. Less BAT. More health restoration. But you're dumber. It's actually really nice here with the health restoration buff. It means that the Soul Rip on the Undying is actually very solid. Also means your HP regen also gets amped up a little bit. So it all works together here as this Nyx on the bottom side. Maybe looking for something. They're going to go try to proc this. TA running through the middle of the map here. Does he have a TP? He doesn't for 23. This is a little dicey here. A little bit spooky. But Nyx, okay, now they're going to find him anyways. And no Carapace available for the next 2 seconds. There's going to be the Yules. Carapace is available on the backside. Buying some nice time, though, and Nyx will die here. So good catch. In the middle of the map, they're not going to be able to go get this TA, who has about 90 seconds left on his Aegis. So this is kind of screaming push right now. 90 seconds on the Aegis. No Nyx. Violent is, well, going to show up here. He does have his borrowed time available. So there is that. He's got his Basher Abyssals on the way. He's going to do a very good job of clearing these creeps out. So maybe kind of lacking the rest of your team here. You why? That's a little scary.
Dire's middle tower is under
Now Rubik moving straight on into things. There's the fortification.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And tier 2 is available on the bottom side, but they're going to start to push away this. Violent moves in. He's going to be able to go get the banner. Violent, oh, not quite going to be able to get the toss back.
Dire's bottom tower.
Now Storm moves in onto the back line here. It's a lot of damage. It's a massive burst. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. And Corrupted, he's got a TP. He's not super worried about it. He's not where the rest of this fight is. He knows they probably hold with the Storm. So that's going to be fine. UI, by the way, did take refraction instances. I thought we might see Meld Bash just because of the Storm, but not going to quite go for that one here. And yeah, they're not going to be able to break the tier 3, but they will get the tier 2. And it's bought a lot of the time. Now only 2.5 minutes left on the buyback. And this is going to be a very passive 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the side of Team Next Level. They're up 9,000 net worth.
Are scanning.
They've got a marginal advantage in this game, realistically. The Aegis is done. And this TA does not want to be really super involved in these fights. It's a little scary, right? You know, buyback is not a good situation to be in. Tiny also has bought out here. He's Octarine, Shiva's, BKB, Yules. He got himself a Arcane Blink. That's going to be his next big item. It's going to be a long ways away. Tiny's also bought out. The rest of the cores, though, Storm Spirit, buyback. Corrupted's got a buyback. Dawnbreaker's got a buyback. Abaddon's got a buyback. There's these 2 big cores on the side of Team Next Level that really have forgotten it for the time being. And in fairness, Dual Rays has not died. He's 609 with the utility that he has and his team playing behind him. He's not an easy kill. 3,700 HP. He's got a BKB, Yule Scepter, all those wonderful things. Now they're going to find Violent. There's going to be the Shivas. And well, he's going to force the borrowed time, I think. There's going to be the Yules going down. Flacco looking for a little bit more. Oh, they kill him with the pure damage from the side blades. And what Flacco's doing at the same time, they paired it up together. They kill off this Abaddon. Right, it's a 400 HP threshold. If you take a look at the death summary, I can't actually. But if you take a look at it, they did more than 400 damage in a single burst. He was not ready for that one. He thought it was fine. And now this tier 3 is going to get dealt with. It's an Axe macro pyre, so that's not a big deal. It's pretty good D-push. But he's just going to go on the high ground anyways. Just blinks past it now. We're going to go on top of the melee racks. In the mid lane, that seems certain to fall here. You don't want to spend a buyback just for one set of racks. Not 41 minutes into this game. So one set of racks is dead. Looking at the second one as the Storm zips in, zips out, looks for clearing the wave as much as possible. Nice Shivas, though, moves in, finds Corrupted as well. He's got the Yules here, so buying a little bit more time. Solar Guardian's going to go in, though, on top of 2. Nyx cannot find what he needs. He's dead immediately. So, no Nyx in this fight, but Abaddon has bought back as Norma pops the refresher. He's got a second Solar Guardian, a second BKB, if that's what he thinks that he needs. In the meantime, buyback force from this Abaddon. They got the mid lane set of racks, and he saw the ping out there. They're like, Abaddon's here. Can we get him a second time? Can we get a lucky crit and do more, take him down right before he hits that 400 HP threshold? Corrupted. Exorcism on the way down pretty soon. That's not going to be something that he has access to for quite a while here as he's pushing in the lane bottom. They ping that out, but they're not going to go for it for the time being. And get a race. BKB cooldown for 35. They're thinking about it, but the moment Fernand's not exactly sure what he saw, but the moment Fernand's, goes and Glimmer capes himself up and tries to move forward, make a play, Storm zip-zaps on out of there, so that's not really going to be that much of a play. Now, Shiva's is done for Corrupted, so that's going to make him a lot tankier, give you a lot of... really, the value here is the vision in these fights. As much as the damage amp as it is everything else. The vision that you get from these fights. Now, the one awkward thing is that we have 2 Shivas on the side of Liga team. Storm Spirit has had his Shivas for quite a while. So it does feel like Corrupted, it's still good. You're not guaranteed to be in the same spot the entire time. It covers more area, but it does feel like maybe an AC or something would have been better. Although, the Shivas does give you 5 more armor, so maybe that's just the logic. Is Roche now going to get started out once again? Big smoke from the side of Liga team as they're going to try to counter this. Corrupted TPs in, just tries to join up with him, but everyone's smoked around UI. UI has more than enough damage to do this by himself as the Shivas goes down, looks for the avalanche. Again, you're just trying to make sure no one goes in and steals this thing, and there we go. All right. Roche Aegis is on the side of UI, looking for a little bit more damage on top of this Abaddon, but he's going to be okay for now. Pops the borrowed time early. Make sure that he's going to stay alive. But Corrupt on the backside trying to get on top of this Dawn Breaker. And he is doing a good job of just kind of zoning him out as the Rubik died in the fight as well. This fight's going a little bit awkward here, but it's a buyback from the Rubik. Can join his way back in. Norma pops the BKB, looks for the Solar Guardian, tries to bring this on through, gets on top of Corrupted, just barely gets down out of here. But it's the Storm that falls. 100 seconds, no buyback. And it's going to be Corrupted dead as well. Very split up fight, but the BKB is just not spent really in killing anyone valuable. The Rubik is, yeah, sure, you kill him, he's awesome. But BKB is not really allowed. You couldn't kill dual race. He had 1700 HP or something. He is a shield rune on the tiny. But on top of that, it's like you're not getting UI. He's got the Aegis. Really not able to find the value that you're looking for. And now it's 3 dead, no buyback. Importantly, 2 cores dead, no buyback here. It's all on Violent and the Nyx to make something happen as the tier 4s are getting pressured. So that's the last 4. There's not going to be another one of them in this game, at least not for the next while. And UI continues to just poke away. 3.5 minutes in, toss goes down. Just again, you're buying space here. You're getting damage, as much damage on the towers as possible. In 37 seconds, Tiny blinks and gets on top of Hellscream. Another toss, another charge, and this has just got to do it here. It's going to be Hellscream dying eventually. Violent runs in. He's doing what he can. What he can is just not enough anymore. There's the Solar Guardian. He's going to have borrowed time. It doesn't matter. Hellscream did buy back, and that's something. But now the tier 4s are under threat. You got this Tombstone breaking blinks. There's the toss back in. It's a dead Abaddon. And a game 2, a 2-0 for the side of Team Next Levels. They get to move on into the playoffs, and it's Liga team. They're going to have to go wait. Go again, play in the lower bracket in the losers, or the final series tomorrow, where they play Kalmychata. However you pronounce that. And they play Kalmychata in the final match tomorrow for Group B to determine who moves on to the playoffs to play against the likes of OG and 4 Pirates and Passion UA and Mouse, and who goes